welcome to the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships. 212 athletes, 18 countries and one river. Yesterday we saw the start of the competition with the Squirt event, and today we'll be taking to good ways to the start of the surface. Steve-O, what have we got happening?
Well, yesterday was a fantastic squirt boat competition on the other side of the river at the Love Triangle. We saw world records in terms of downtime. Longest mystery move ever done at one of these world championships in both the senior women's and the senior men's category. Rose Wall took home the gold with a 31-second mystery move. Taft also taking home the gold, both for Team USA. Taft in the middle of his semifinals ride, 49 seconds straight underwater. Unbelievable. Modern squirt boats really designed with that in mind. Get down and stay down. Have as much fun flying around underwater as possible. The event ran in a more quick fashion than I've ever seen one of these international competitions yesterday. It was go, 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 and it finished just in time for the water to drop. Not a second to spare. I'd like to thank all the judges and scribes for making that happen. And today is going to be another one as we move back over to Good Wave. We are time crunched, so when it is your time to go, you need to be ready to rock. They're going to give you the thumbs up, and then you need to roll. Today is Good Wave. We're going to be looking at something like 8,000 cubic feet of water per second coming down the Chattahoochee to form up this wave. Our start time is going to be 10:15. Dino, tell us a little bit about the schedule today and who we're going to be seeing first, what's going on all week.
So as you said, at 10:15 we're getting underway with the men's C1 event. That'll be followed with the women's preliminary heats. We've got 4 heats for the women's who'll be battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals. Then it's back to the men's C1 again. For the top 10 paddlers, they'll be going through to the semi-finals that are taking place this afternoon. And then to round the day off, and before we run out of water, we'll have the women's C1 event, and that competition will be going straight to finals with the top 5 C1 women going through to Thursday's final. So plenty of competition to pack in. As you say, we have had a lack of water, and so the competition schedule is pretty tight for our competitors in today's heat.
Yeah, that's great. And then all week, we're going to be able to see freestyle kayaking here as the intensity is going to ratchet up, culminating in the finals with the senior men and women on Saturday. And then there will also be the Rush South Music Festival going on just downstream Saturday and Sunday. So lots going on here in Columbus. Quick announcement to all competitors. Once again, the boat check area, which is mandatory if you are competing, is upstream on that concrete pad, as far upstream on the island as you can get. You know, Columbus, Georgia had a vision a long time ago, and that was to sort of rejuvenate the downtown section of this city. And a big piece of that was to build recreation as a draw to the community, and they really have built around Whitewater. 10 years ago, 2 large dam structures, 2 big weirs just upstream of here were literally blown up. They were demolished. And in their place, Whitewater was engineered. And today, after having 2 U.S. national championships,
things called the air screw, the Pan Am, the blunt, some roundhouses, and then a handful of other moves they'll sprinkle in. So, Matt, tell us about some of the moves we're going to see.
You guys haven't been live. You're just live now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're just live now.
Good morning. We are absolutely over the top excited this morning. We are welcoming the first events of the surface competition for World Championships of Freestyle Kayaking. What's going on today, Hojo, over here in Columbus, Georgia?
That's right. I'm joined by Matthew here. Thank you. We just did a little bit of a practice run-up. We weren't online. Now we are. This is great. So you are looking at Good Wave. This is Good Wave. This is downstream of the large Georgia Power generation facility that's running today at 3 gens here in Columbus, Georgia on the Chattahoochee River. Again, I'm Hojo. I am joined by Matthew from France.
Hello, everybody. I am actually from France, but living in the U.S., so I will be able to introduce paddlers in either French or English. I hope that we will be able to include all viewers in this stream. It's important to us that you guys are in front of your screens following the competition. This is an exciting day. The wave is prime. Georgia Power delivered on their promise to give us some water.
That's right. We had a little bit of a nervous moment there in this drought in the southern United States where we do not have a lot of water, so they worked with the governor, they worked with some senators, worked with the Army Corps of Engineers for this Georgia Power plant that's upstream of us to get what is effectively 3 gens or 3 generators worth of water pushing through this. And we have something to the effect of 8,000 to 9,000 cubic feet of water coming down here, and that is what we measure in the United States, cubic meters in Europe, but in this river we call it by the gens, 3 generators worth, and it forms that wave you just saw.
That's right. We're able, thanks to Georgia Power, to have a very consistent flow throughout the event, which is absolutely crucial to fair competition. If the water level changes, the wave changes, and everything changes for the competitors. So thank you, Georgia Powers, for consistent water level and cooperating with the event despite the difficulty created by the drought conditions. Comes with the drought condition, beautiful sunny weather.
That's right, boy, glorious day out here. We were out here yesterday doing the Squirt competition just on the Alabama side, Phoenix City, Alabama, in a feature called Love Triangle. And we crowned 3 U.S. men champions. We crowned 1 U.S. woman champion, along with 2 Brits in the silver and bronze position yesterday.
So a strong start for the United States of America. But that was only day 1. There's a lot more to go, including today. What's going on today, Hojo?
So today we're going to run into the men's canoe decked surface, as you see on your screens there. Now, C1 is a craft that oftentimes they are the same craft that the kayakers use. However, there's very distinct differences. One, they're on their knees, just as you would imagine in a large canoe that you see on a lake or in a nice river. They have a single paddle blade.
As opposed to a kayak. Kayakers are sitting inside their craft and they use a paddle with 2 blades. What are the main differences? Number 1, how does it impact your paddling? Well, C1 are sitting much higher, as you can imagine, on their knees, which gives them a lot of amplitude. They can reach up for the sky to pull their boat up and do really high up in the air tricks, which is honestly one of my favorite discipline to watch. And in the meantime, they're losing a little bit of balance, which is made even worse by the fact that they only have 1 blade that they can rely on. So super high-skilled canoers here who need everything they can get in terms of balance.
That's right. And the other aspect between these two, and this oftentimes comes into play with both your preference and the feature, but they only can really initiate some moves on one side reliably. The other side, so if they're paddling on the right, the left side moves tend to be a little difficult, with the exception of the phonics monkey, a hole move where you're required to put the paddle on the opposite side of the boat. So we'll see that left-sided paddlers may favor this wave because left-side moves might be better. Right-sided paddlers may favor because right-side moves may be better. As the competition goes on, we'll see the behaviors unfold. So seaboat paddlers definitely have a challenge. There's another category of seaboat as well. We'll see this tomorrow. It's open canoe. Now, open canoe is when they don't have a skirt. They're effectively in what is more of a traditional canoe. Water can go right into the boat versus decked canoe where they have the spray skirt. So we'll see that tomorrow. Today, however, we're going to start out with men's C1 preliminaries. We're going to go on just in about 5 minutes. We have our first heat. We have 10 paddlers. We're going to have 2 heats. In this first heat, we have Bajinder Singh, Robert Geary, James Ibotson, Owen Kelly, Leon Shosher, Kevin O'Connor, Subaru Fukushi, Florentine Abel, Subasa Fukidome, and Adam Ramadan. That would be India, Ireland, Great Britain, Germany, Japan, and France. All of those nations in this category. A wonderful, wonderful category coming up here, and you can see those nations there. Now, this is preliminary rounds. Normally, on a feature like this, they would get 4 rides, and they would add 2 of them together. Because of the water restrictions and the water shortage, they're going to get 3 rides. And we're going to add 2 of them together to make their score.
That's right, Hojo, and this is actually a very important element of today and the way that competitors can strategize. The restriction on time allowed per competitor is a huge element on people's decision. Like, think about it. You've got 4 rides, they count. 2 count, and all of a sudden you got 3 rides and only 2 count. It only leaves room for 1 ride to go wrong. So obviously you have to maybe play safer, maybe make sure you start with easier moves so you don't flush. Actually, another thing going on here is once you flush out of the wave, you cannot paddle your way back into the wave within 45 seconds. So we're going to see a lot of paddlers today and in the upcoming days trying to make sure that they never flush, they never surf out of the wave during their ride. And with this amount of power coming down the water, it's actually pretty hard.
That's right. And some of the moves we're going to see, we've been talking about a little bit of hole, a little bit of wave. This is a wave versus a hole. And if you look at that feature, you can generally see that there is a large green trough or the green tongue coming down with a white foam pile on top. It's good to identify that, but this also makes a difference on how the moves are initiated. Some of the moves must be initiated where they come to the top of the foam pile and they do what's called a pass. And they will charge to the bottom, building up speed, and manipulate the boat in certain ways. A lot of the moves we're going to see today, one of the most primary moves we're going to see by the paddlers is something called a blunt. Now, a blunt is where the boat comes down from the foam pile. It pops and does a 180-degree horizontal angle rotation on the green water at a vertical angle of 45 degrees. Now, that's kind of tough to talk about, but it's basically the boat angle going into 45 degrees, and they do a 180 rotation backwards, so they end up in a back surf. This is a 50-point move.
And it's worth noting that each and every one of those tricks will count on each side. So you can do a left blunt and then a right blunt. Once you've done those 2 blunts, once on the left, once on the right, that's it. You're done with blunts. You need to move on to a different trick.
That's right. We're going to see back blunts, 70 points, Pan Ams, 110 points, back Pan Ams, 130, donkey flip and air screw, 90 and 140. And right now, we are looking in the paddlers. This is our first paddler up to go. Bib 183. It looks like Bajinder might not be in this heat. We'll wait and see who takes the wave. But right now, we're looking at Robert Geary of Ireland. Robert Geary is checking his watch, looking up right ahead of him. Up where he's looking are the judges, and the judges will indicate when to go. They'll give you the thumbs up. And boy, I can hear it right now. They're charging it up. We're about ready to take this feature, so Robert is just going to participate here in the C1 event here in men's. He is out of Limerick, Ireland.
And the time will be up once he hits the wave. So he's peeling out right now, staring over his shoulder to get into the wave, and now, all right, okay. Oh, that was
There
a
we have
bummer,
it.
but you know, like we said, they have 3 rides and only 2 counts. It seems like Robert will let this one go,
That's right.
and he will
We're gonna
most likely do better on the 2 next ones.
We're going to see a bit of that now. We have James Ibbotson of the UK, of Great Britain. James is out here helping us as well with some of the commentating. James is sitting in that Gigi Prod Kayak, nice carbon boat out of Europe. And normally we would let the full time expire for the previous paddler, but because of our time restraints, they're going to go when the system is reset. James is coming out now. He's going to come down and take this feature, fighting for it. This is that single paddle blade disadvantage, and he is also a flush. And I suspect we'll see a few of these. Again, they get 3 rides, 2 count. There goes James Ibbotson, affectionately known as Ibbo. And that's going to bring us to Owen Kelly. Owen Kelly of Ireland as well. Owen Kelly paddled yesterday in the men's squirt category.
Strong team coming from Ireland this year again. Ireland being one of the main countries on the kayaking freestyle scene. Okay, let's see.
So Owen's going to come into this little top eddy. They talked about it. They got permission to do this little top eddy attainment. Paddlers have the option to do this, and it's a more reliable way to catch the wave. And there he is. Owen is on the feature.
Talking about strategies. Nice work getting it started.
All right, that's a spin to the right. That's going to be a 10-point move straight off the bat.
Oh, he is going for a McNasty right away. Incredible work. Look at that.
A little bit of a blunt to the right.
That was a blunt to the right, and he is really going left and right in the feature, trying to find the best position. That's his 3rd or 4th trick already.
Back blunt to the right as well. So he's moving all those right tricks away from his paddle blade or to his paddle blade. And that's Owen's first run. Really retained the wave almost for 40 full seconds, as you saw the time start there when he attained. Wonderful ride for that. So we saw a few blunts, a few back blunts, a spin to start it off, and that spin actually was used more of a setup routine, but 10 points, set it up.
Yeah, 10-point, he'll take it.
Next up is Leon Schascher, of Germany. And he's coming to us here also previously was 18th in Nottingham last year at the World Championships. This is a rare year where we had World Championships 2 years in a row because of the pandemic offset. We had the 21 World Championships held in 22, and here we are just a year later. And that's Leon there in bib 111. And this is his first time in the U.S.
All right, Leon, peeling out of the eddy. Let's see if he can catch the wave and potentially position himself well for his first trick right away. He got a little bit pushed around here, and unfortunately every trick that is executed in the wave but that initiates a flush, meaning that the paddler surfs out of the wave during his trick, is not going to be counted by the judges. So we will see if they decide to give him some points for this. And if not, well, he's got 2 more rides to catch up with Logan from Ireland, who really killed it so far.
We're on to James O'Connor of Ireland, also doing the men's C1 class here.
Look at that Irish strategy right there. These guys discussed that for sure.
Yep, catching that little eddy at the top, and here he is. His time will start now.
Okay, so here we go. He caught the wave, which is already a great start. He's trying to go for a clean backstab. Unfortunately, that was not successful for him. But, like you said earlier, Hojo, that little spin to position himself got him 10 points. And, 10 points is better than 0.
That's right.
Everything you need to score in this wave. You never know if your competitors are just going to flush right away. And so I think it's very important to just score everything you can.
That's right. Next up, Subaru Fukushi of Japan. Japan has a really big team here this year. They're always coming out to these competitions, bringing lots of athletes, and they're one of the better teams to just hang out and chat with. They're so enjoyable to be around, and he's going to catch this smoothly.
He's in, Hojo.
And there it is, that beautiful blunt to the left with air, going for that back blunt to the right, trying to put air under it. Can he maintain this foam pile? They are cheering him down, and he does. There's a beautiful back blunt, maybe getting the front blunt, maybe getting the huge modifier.
That was an absolute killer ride for Subaru here. He didn't stay in the wave very long, but he did not waste a second, and he kept scoring and scoring and scoring.
No, and that huge modifier will put, depending on the points, either 20 extra points, 40 extra points, or 50 extra points. And I suspect he got the huge on that front blunt, which puts an automatic extra 40 points. It almost doubles the score. Now up, Abel Florentine from France.
Florentine from France. So Florentine had a bit of a rocky week here since he injured his shoulder on day one of the team trainings. So basically he's had to cure that injury and just try to rest and recover the whole week. And he hasn't had that much time in the wave, but I know this guy, and I can tell you that his talent can make up for his lack of training this week. I just hope that his shoulder holds on and that he's able to stay healthy as well as perform here. So here we go. He caught the wave. No surprise there. He knows what he's doing. Right roundhouse, which is basically a blunt that stays a little bit flat, and then a back blunt to the right. Okay, so again, he put points on the score sheet, which is goal number 1, and then obviously goal number 2 is to put more points on the sheet. It's a great start for him, considering that he had no training.
All right, next up, Tsubasa Fukudome, I believe. Tsubasa Fukudome. He's from the Kochi Prefecture there in Japan, also doing looks like just C1 here. He's a river guide there back home. A lot of these paddlers are river guides. Some of them are professionals. Some of them are all of our junior class, still students typically. And here he comes down. He's going to try to catch this wave. They've noticed that pocket right there on the surfer's right is a little more retentive. And that's the second one to catch it nice and smooth right there as he just does a shove it. That's a rotation to the back, rotation to the front. It's only 5 points, but it's 5 points that other people haven't gotten. Flat spin with a 10-point move around.
And he's right on that green shoulder now, and he's preparing something big. There you go.
There was our first probably Pan Am they'll score.
Pan Am, which is an over vertical blunt.
That's right. Pan Am's one of the higher scoring moves as well. We will see as the day goes on. Pan Am being 110 points, so he should be well into the 115, 120 range. Generally speaking, in preliminaries, we don't show people the scores because the rounds were not previously seeded. Now these rounds have been seeded based on the last year's results. Now we're going to move on to Adam Ramadan of the UK, of Great Britain. Adam is out here in seaboat category. He paddles Penulter. He's a year-round seaboat paddler. Also paddles OC class from time to time. I'm not sure if he's an OC this year.
And Adam will be our last competitor of this heat. After him, we'll go right back up to our first competitor, Robert.
All right, Adam coming out here. Looks like he is going to go and just do a general attainment. It's not going to catch that eddy. Let's see if he comes in. Now we say surfer's right and left. It's right and left to the surfer.
He's in.
All right, there's that blunt to the right.
Right blunt.
And a
so
flush.
You see here, he did a right blunt. So he has his one blade on the right. He does a right blunt, and now he needs to land his blunt without a blade on the other side, which is why he started getting a little tumbled and off balance, which pushed him off the wave. Worth knowing that this wave is powerful, fast, and unstable, and going there with only one blade, I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't even try it.
All right, back up to the top here with Robert, Geary Robert from Ireland, from Limerick, Ireland. He, like a lot of these folks, one of his friends introduced him to the sport. And in Ireland, a lot of rain dependency. So for him, paddling is very much dependent on rain, just like we are here. When it doesn't rain there, they don't have quite a while of paddling. So these guys have to travel all around. A lot of them train in Nottingham, England for quite a bit of the year. Oh, there we go. He's going to flip, but he can get back on there. What a... just couldn't quite get it. That's okay. You saw your leaderboard there on the scores.
This is an incredibly challenging feature, especially for C1. And if you look at where they start, they have to start from there. And it's really not that far from the wave. So you have to get across this really fast water to reach the middle of the river so you can get into the wave and in the foam pile, which is really challenging to do. That's what you just saw there.
All right, here we go. They're sending Ibo right away. We are now on a really tight schedule.
Ibo is not going to let his second ride go like his first one, I'll tell you that.
They've been watching, seeing where people are catching it, and there he is off into that right side, and he maintains.
Right on.
Beautiful left blunt with air. Putting the extra air bonus on that, an extra 20, 30 points. Ibo's setting up on this right side. A lot of setup going on here. There's that right blunt.
He is right to take his time there. Well, you see that far left pocket is a really tricky part of the wave. So the entire wave is kind of at an angle, and then it pushes you into that far pocket in the left. And that pocket is just not a very safe place to surf. It can kind of flush at any time. And so that's what happened to him there. He did a trick that pushed him all the way to the left. Once he was there, the wave opened up and he flushed. It's the name of the game here is just keep surfing to the right, go against the angle of the wave, and reposition yourself as soon as you land a trick. Really, really extremely hard to do on a C1.
That's right. Now, there are approximately 20 paddlers in this class. They will take 10 to semifinals. Right now, we are looking at the first 10 paddlers, so they're all technically qualified. As we go on, that Q next to their name will be very important on who is in
the Irish Eddie right there.
who is in the qualifying spot and who isn't. So there's Owen fighting for it. His time has not begun.
That is a strategy that is working really well for them. You see that left pocket? There it is. He got pushed over there, and instead of fighting his way back right, he tried to throw a trick. You just don't want to hang out there in that left pocket.
That's right. So this is going to move us on to the next competitor of Leon Schascher of Germany. Leon's coming out now. He's got and it is interesting to see that the left-handed paddle blades versus the right, and there he switched it up to get that, and they're perfectly able to switch their paddle as he spins around to the right.
Spin, that's clean. As you see, he adapted his strategy. He saw that there were a lot of 0 points ride, and now he's starting with easy tricks, making sure he's got some points on the board. That might just be what it takes to advance to the next round.
That's right. He did a shove it in there, but I believe he took his paddle out of the water, which nullifies the move. So it looks like one judge gave him a shove it as well with that 21.6. The other two decided, yep, he probably pulled his paddle blade out.
Tell you, 21 points is probably not what he was going for, but it's a whole lot better than 0. And it might just be what it takes.
That's right. So right now we're thick into it. We're in the second runs here as Kevin O'Connor goes of Ireland. Looks like Kevin's probably going to catch this Eddie, the Irish Eddie as you call it.
Irish Eddie. Boom. That is such a smart way to get into the wave. Nice work, Team Ireland. Oh, maybe I talked too quickly.
Well, that's how it goes. He has one more ride after this, and they'll add up those scores, see who's going on, but we still have 10 more paddlers as we move out into Subaru from Japan.
Lesson learned from this morning. Trick number 1 is always get into the wave.
That's right.
This wave is tricky. You have to focus on that first move. Get into the wave before even thinking of throwing tricks.
All right, Subaru's coming out of here. He's a public servant there back in Japan.
Thank you for your service.
He works there. His right score right now, 290 points. He's at the top right now, so he can just only get bigger if he retains this, and he does. How does he do?
He's seating at the top of the scoreboard there, and he knows it, so now he can play it safe. But it's not really his style. He just wants to go big.
And that was an example of that offside paddle blade. He started to tilt to the left. He threw what basically was an effective hand brace. And boy, your hand does not have a lot of surface area, so we see what the challenges these seaboat paddlers have. So we're going to move now into
Florentine.
That's right.
Our competitor from France. He's from the Metz area, north of France. Now lives in Lyon, where he gets to paddle in an amazing wave in Lyon. kind of similar to this one, and you can tell he's comfortable there despite his injury, shoulder injury, that's been preventing him from training this week. That's a nice blunt attempt to the right. Okay, a little cartwheel there.
That's right. So 50 points.
Why not?
Maybe another 15 on top of that. Beautiful air under that with that right blunt.
See what I'm saying? He is comfortable in there. Don't get into that left pocket there, Florentine. I don't think that's where you want to be. You see, he serves back to the right. Smart. Very smart. Keeps scoring tricks.
That little spin gave him an extra 10 points there. Maybe even some air. I'm not sure what they count air on a spin, but he bounced around. 15
nice work, buddy.
Good.
This was good.
And this is a round, like you say, getting points is really, really important versus getting big points.
This wave is so tricky, and the fact that you can't come back up once you flush, there is going to be a lot of 0 points rides, and one spin is just enough to get you ahead of all the 0 points right. Score that spin.
Yep.
Score it.
So again, here we got Tsubasa Fukudome. Beautiful catch of that wave. Very calm as he's coming around to a right spin, putting points right on the board. Fighting it out just a little bit to get where he wants for this next pass. I suspect we'll see a blunt coming around. So
Japan dominating this heat so far.
That's right. Look at that.
Don't get too far to the left. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, there you go. You see, that's definitely something you'll see a lot today. Just kind of like trying to do tricks, not realizing that you have been surfed all the way left.
Now, if you see in your screen there's a wave behind this even called Great Wave. And it's kind of comical. We're competing on Good Wave when the wave behind it's called Great Wave.
Is Great Wave really better than Good Wave?
We'll leave that to everyone else to decide. But this river is full of waves, let me tell you. As we watch Adam Ramadan of Great Britain come down here for a second round, he got 80 points his first ride.
Which is good.
Yep, and he's beautiful recovery there as he catches this wave.
He's a very experienced competitor. He's been around and he's paddled all kinds of waves, and he knows how to handle pressure and how to get up on the
blunt to the left.
Scoreboard. You see it went to the left there again. Maybe he can go back up. What?
They're allowed to paddle in that feature over there, but I'm not sure if they're allowed to do tricks. So if they go into that feature on the far left, I believe they have to come back across into the main feature to be scored. So it's not considered a flush, but they are not scoreable over there. As
he
we see Adam flush
attempted
down.
to serve back into the main feature, which I like that attitude.
All right, there we go.
Don't give
So
up.
our leaderboard right now, Japan at top, France, Great Britain, Ireland, Germany, and Ireland down at the bottom. We've got one non-starter, and Robert Geary is desperately going to be looking for points. He's got 2 zeros as he's going to start it off. So he wants to put some points on. All of the qualifiers there are listed with Q, and you do have to score actual points to qualify. I should have specified earlier, if you get all zeros, you do not qualify. So here we go. We see Robert Geary coming down, catching this wave, and he got it this time. There we go. Right blunt, maybe a right roundhouse. It's a lower angle blunt as he puts points on the board. Based on what I'm seeing, they're going to give him that 15-point roundhouse. So he is on the board.
We'll be happy to have some points, but I think he's a little disappointed there. He had a lot more to show than what he showed this morning. But, you win or you learn, right?
That's right. All right, going up to James Ibatson, Ibo. Jibbo, we call him sometimes. He's got a beautiful little child here with him and his wife. A lot of fathers, a lot of mothers here in the competition.
Lovely, lovely. Very well liked paddler in the community. He is always out there, always. No.
Well, he's
James.
gonna have to keep his 90 points. That's gonna be his score in this round.
So worth noting at this point that we have 20 paddlers on the start list in the C1 category, and we are keeping 10 for the semifinals. So that's their goal. All the paddlers you see out there this morning, they are trying to make it to top 10 so they get to compete again in a few days for a semifinal.
That's right. Again, we want to thank our sponsors, WC Bradley, Georgia Power, Global Payments, Synovus, Aflac, the Coca-Cola Company. Coca-Cola is a very big player here in Georgia. I want to give a shout out to those guys as we're sort of waiting for Owen Kelly to take
for
the
your
feature.
support.
Owen Kelly was 5th in OC1 and 10th in C1 in the last World Championships. So
he's going to get into the Irish eddy there.
There we go. Also paddling a carbon boat. Really powerful poppy boat. Stiff.
No!
Oh, that's too bad for Owen.
So the current came up on top of his kayak, and he wasn't able to move forward anymore into the wave. Bummer. Big bummer.
That's how it goes.
But he had points from the previous rides.
That is right.
So we'll see if it's enough to move into the top 10 and move into semifinal.
That's right. Well, Owen's sitting with a 78 points right now as we see Leon coming down. Leon currently sitting behind him at 21.67 points. So Leon's got to make some more points, switching that paddle up. Can he catch it? Nice
Right
retention.
on, smooth.
Looking right away for that shove it or a spin. There's a spin to the
Nice
left.
spin.
Or right, excuse me.
And then that was a shove it attempt.
And then shove it's where you just go backwards and forwards on the same move. It's
Spin the other side. Spin to win, like we say.
That's right, 5 points. He's doing what's called an around the world attempt, which is like a shove it, spin combo. As he's doing some blunt attempts there. Looks like he's not going to retain this, but he's a lot more points on the board.
That's work, Leon.
That's going to put him up probably in the 5th place spot right now. So we'll see.
Worth noting as well that the second, the start list is the inverse order of the rankings of World Cup last year. Am I right, Hojo?
I believe they're using World Cup rankings exactly.
So the second heat coming up next, they're the big dogs.
Yep. All right, Kevin O'Connor out of Ireland. Again, we have a lot of Irish here representing their country well. Going into the Irish Eddy, as you call it.
Irish Eddy. Boom. Caught it. He's going to make sure his bow doesn't drop down under the water like his fellow Irish before.
There we
nice
go.
work. He's in.
Looking for a shove it. It has to be in one smooth move, but he retains after that power shade. Here's the shove it attempt again. Oh, he can't quite get that bow back forward. He's got to get that bow all the way upstream to get those 5 points, and that's it right there. There was the single paddle blade shove it. Now he's going for the spin, looking to add in the round the world. He already got that right side shove it as he's up on that tenuous spot. Can he retain? He cannot.
And that left pocket is not forgiving. Extremely hard to stay away from it, and once you're in there, it's going to flush.
Yep. All right, we're back up now to Subaru. Subaru currently holding down the top spot in this qualifying round.
Nice work.
290 points, but that's a single ride score, 290 points. So if he can bring another one of those, that's going to put him well into the lead, and he's going to want that because he has the likes of Tom Dole, Dane Jackson, reigning world champion Landon Miller in the next heat.
Miller, yeah.
So here comes Subaru.
Subaru is catching the wave. He is in. All right, let's see what he's got. That was an air screw attempt. We'll see if they score that. I think it was started well. We'll see if they believe.
Points are looking like they gave him a donkey flip for that, which is basically a barrel roll in the air.
It's a non-aerial air screw.
That's correct.
And that was a blunt. So you see he did some rotations after the blunt, which, it might be what got him to flush. And if that's the case, that means he scores the blunt and then flushes on something else. It would bring in points for him.
That's right. Now the donkey flip, 90-point move. It's basically a barrel roll around the boat that has to be aerial at some point, but not for as much as a air screw, which has to be aerial for 180-degree rotation. So you can score both. One of them is a 90-point move. The other air screw, 140 points.
And Florentine from France, Florentin, I should say, is next. I'm a little worried about him because I've seen him. You see how he is wiggling his shoulder around like this. I'm a little worried that he hurt it on the ride before. He had a previous injury there. But you know what? He is deciding to go for his third ride. He's not going to give up now. I just hope he stays safe and scores some points.
That's right. Florentine coming out of France, as you say, paddling in the Lyon area.
That's right. And he's got a Gigi Prod carbon boat, which is also a French brand. Very popular brand. He knows how to make his way into the wave, and he catches it. Okay, Florentine, stay safe and score some points. 2 goals to achieve there. All right, we got a roundhouse to the right and a back blunt to the other side.
Yeah, and put some air into the boat. Again, another 50 points on that for that back blunt. Excuse me, another 30 points onto a large ride there. He's going
Nice
now back in for the
work.
blunt to the right, trying to put air under that. That's an 80-point move.
He's got a lot to think about there. He needs to compete for worlds and preserve his shoulder. And you know what? He's doing both. That's really amazing.
Back blunt to the left, and when we call left and right, it's to the surfer's left and right, whereas normally in rivers, we call it to the river's left and right as to the flow, and there it is, full time.
Time is up.
I believe
45 seconds in the wave. That's our first competitor
that's our
to do
first
that.
one to do that. First full-time competitor, and now he can't get off, so he's just going to practice a little bit. Why not take that little extra practice?
That's Florentine with one injured shoulder. Imagine that guy with 2 healthy shoulders.
That's right. So now Florentine, this is going to put him up. He was currently in the 4th place spot. Let's see what this does for him. It's going to be 106 added to 171. Put him up into 2nd place solidly. Subaru's there in the 1st place spot in 406 as we look now
That's
to
Tsubasa.
Tsubasa Fukudome of Japan. He's sitting in the 4th place spot now. Can he put some more points up there and get back up to those top Japanese grouping?
Team Japan always coming up strong. And he misses
cannot.
the wave, unfortunately. So this wave is a little bit inconsistent. That spot he landed in right there, it was a foam pile 5 seconds before he hit it. When he got there, it was green, and it did not retain him.
I'm beginning to think this catch the eddy, we might see a lot more of that as the competition goes on. It seems a bit more sure.
I'm all for the Irish Eddie, Hojo.
All right. Adam Ramadan of Great Britain coming out in his 3rd and final ride. He's got a combined score of 162. Very consistent rides. See if he can put down something a little larger as he's coming in. I suspect he's going to start out with his blunt attempts. Missing that pass there. We call it a pass as they pop down. There's a little bit of a roundhouse to the right. He's just going to spin it back up to the front.
Taking his time. That's smart.
I believe that might count as a blunt. They didn't give him the roundhouse, it looks like. They might give him the blunt.
And he's repositioned himself to the surfer's right. Nice work. He did not spend too much time over there on the left. Unfortunately,
Catches that bow, catches a little bit of an edge.
bow and flushes.
All right, that is going to be it for this first round. Second round, we're going to have Zach Zwanenberg, Ben Higson, Marc-Antoine Davignon, Sebastian Kurt, Rudolph Nell, Philip Joseph, Tom Dole, Landon Miller, Dane Jackson, Jordan Poffenberger, and Seth Chappelle. We're going to load these guys into the system here and get you the next round as we move on. All right, so there's your leaderboard right now. All of those cues qualified. Everyone in that round is technically qualified who competed. Again, we will only take the top 10 to the next round. So these paddlers are now going to watch the other paddlers as they come up. Now, I suspect, given those scores and what I saw, I suspect the top high scores are going to be somewhere in the combined range of 1,500 points. And that last cut, we're looking probably is going to be around the 500-point range. So it's going to be interesting to see if they'll bump the entire heat off or if some of those guys sneak in. Only time will tell. So Zach Zwanenberg of Canada, he is a very powerful paddler. Ben Higson of Great Britain, Marc-Antoine Davignon, Sebastian, and Philip. Philip Joseph right now is your reigning OC1 world champion from Nottingham. Tom Dole, what can you say about Tom for us?
Tom is an absolute master at whitewater. He will make this feature look easy. It's all going to make sense after you watch him paddle.
But then you've got U.S. Landon Miller, U.S. Dane Jackson, U.S. Jordan Poffenberger, U.S. Seth Chappelle. All of these individuals have been some form of world champion in a seaboat discipline at some point in time.
How many world champions do we have in this heat?
Well, Tom Dole was the world champion in 2019. Landon Miller's the reigning world champion right now. Dane Jackson before him. I believe Jordan Poffenberger was at NOC, if I'm not mistaken, or possibly OC boat. Oh,
And I believe he was an OC1 world champion as well.
That's right. So we have lots of power. Zach Zwanenberg came up with us last year, and he started the competition World Cup and got injured and couldn't compete the rest of the time. So luckily he's back out here, and I think he's feeling much, much better this time around as we get into this men's second round semifinals. So I'm going to bring you some information about some of these gentlemen. So again, thank you to Georgia Power, Synovus Bank, Global Payment Systems, WC Bradley, Whitewater Express just downstream. All right, here we go.
Zach is up.
Zach Zwanenberg of Canada.
Is he going to catch the Irish Eddy? Yes.
He is.
Playing it smart, playing it safe. And time's up.
Now Zach, again, didn't get to compete on this feature last year. He's been out practicing in that beautiful carbon boat.
Nice.
Big blunt to the right.
Super stable.
Big
he
blunt to
landed
the
it
left.
Clean and went for his next trick.
Oh, over in that spot. Can he fight it?
He is
Nice
back in the
retention.
wave.
All
Into
right.
a flashback, which is basically a spin into a back blunt. Very Canadian of him. They love that trick over there.
Well, they have big waves where they can do it all the time.
Canadians know everything about big waves.
All right.
They have so many of them.
Nice big black back blunt to the right now. Whether that's scored or not is up to the judges. They have to determine, did he come down and establish before the flush? But you already saw a little bit more sequential moves, a little faster together, pretty good retention. We're starting to see this next round of paddlers and their abilities. So next up, Ben Higson of Great Britain.
Team GB, who was, I believe, #1 nation at the last World Championships.
Well, it was in Nottingham, and he got in Sort 2019 21st, and in Nottingham he got second place. So this guy was a silver medalist last year. He absolutely is a contender in this class.
You can tell by his resume that he's a little bit more of a hull boater, but you know, you have so many skills that you develop as a hull boater, it transfers directly to wave boating.
Well, a lot of these guys that are in the GB team are out of Wales, and Wales has some wonderful whitewater in there. Again, a lot of it's rain dependent, so a lot of these guys, though, paddle in the Welsh countryside and the Welsh mountains, and it's just beautiful over there as we see Ben taking the feature.
That first ferry into the wave in the C1 is tricky, especially if you have your blade on your left. You see, that's such a bummer. He had a good start. There's a lot of surges coming at you on your way to the wave, and if they're pushing you the wrong way, there's really not much you can do about it. It's going to push you further left than you want to be.
That's how it goes. Next up is Mark from Canada, excuse me. He's got a very nice French name, from Montreal. He is also pretty much just doing the seaboat categories here.
Montreal, one of the best places to paddle big wave. The Lachine Rapids are one of the best rapids in the world for bigger waves, and I'm sure that in this Chattahoochee River, he feels just right at home.
That's right, catching the Irish Eddy there, coming across and getting nicely into the foam pile as Mark starts his ride here. Oh, catches an edge and flushes. Mark, went to Nottingham last year, though he didn't really make it past prelims in both of those. He was in Argentina as well in 2017, so he's been around a bit. But I suspect we'll see some better runs from Mark coming up. Next up, Sebastian from Germany. Sebastian was the vice champion, or the silver medalist there in the German championships. I believe that's what vice champion means.
Vice champion is second at the championship. Yep.
That's right.
That's about right.
He doesn't have any other hobbies. He's just a kayaker, he says. So here
what
he
else
comes.
do you need in your life?
That's right. Over in that. Oh, that was a dicey catch with that beautiful right blunt with air, left blunt with air, starting things right off. Possibly 80 points going on the board for him straight away.
Nice spin to the left. He's scoring these low risk tricks at first. Okay, there we go. That left bucket.
A little bit of flush over there, but I tell you what, he put some points on the board after
He's got some points on the board.
Almost catching that green water there.
And just a reminder, this is our second heat, and it's the first ride of the second heat. So they have 2 more rides to go. Even if this one's a wash, they still have a chance to do 2 good rides, and that's all they need. They count 2 rides out of the 3 this morning.
All right, we got Philipp Josef out of Germany. This guy's been competing for years. I first saw him, I think, in 2016 in Germany competing. Great
Been
guy.
around for a long time.
The whole family paddles. He is also the OC1 champion. We'll see him later in OC as he comes down and catches this feature. Nice retention there. Going right for a spin. Maybe a little air under that. So if you see more than 10 points, they gave him an air bonus.
Very smart paddling from Philipp. He scored all the easy tricks. Took absolutely no risk. He's surfing in the left pocket now. Bomber,
So
bomber,
he's going.
bomber.
So he's going for that round the world there. That spin shove it combo. This is going to be a pretty popular combo. We actually are going to see a lot of the juniors do the same thing. As we move now forward into Tom Dole of France.
Tom Dole, qui vient de France. Tom actually lived here in Columbus for a couple years. He's a local legend, both in France and here in Columbus.
Yeah, this is a bit of a home spot for him.
And Tom has been junior world champion in K1. He's been a C1.
Senior world champion in 2019 sort.
That's right. And so, I mean, he's got a lot of gold medals, and he is not here to get second.
As Ricky Bobby says. No, we're not going to say that. But Tom, wonderful guy. We call him the Flying Frenchman. We gave him that name in Colorado several years ago. He comes out to the Colorado Tour. He paddles for Jackson Kayak, and he just loves it.
He's got both the talent and the work ethic. And so, guess what? He became one of the best in the world very quickly.
That's right. Just waiting for Tom to load it into the feature here. And here he's got the thumbs up from head judge Shep of Great Britain.
Let's go, Tom. No, what happened there? He missed. He missed his paddle with his hand.
That's right. That's the risk of switching the paddle. Well, you know what they say? They say half the paddle.
Half the paddle, half the paddle.
Yeah, twice the swims when I'm doing it. It's pretty rough. No, that's.
I'm gonna tell you, Tom is not gonna be happy with this one, but he's good under pressure, and he's got 2 rides left, 2 counts, so
all right.
He'll be fine.
Next.
Landon is next. He's the current world champion.
That's right. Landon Miller out here also in OC and C boat catching.
Landon
He is
from the U.S.
He's one of our bigger paddlers. Powerful coming in with that nice right blunt with air.
And he's from the southeast, correct? So he's not too far from here. I'm sure he spends a ton of time here.
That's right. There's that flashback where spin around to the blunt.
And it shows. He's super stable in there. Look
Good.
at that. His boat is not traveling left and right in the wave. He's staying exactly where he should be. And he's not going to serve there on the death pocket on the left.
No, and this is the first time we've seen basically the front blunt, back blunt combos.
And that was a left Pan Am. Beautifully executed.
That's right.
And that's a righty back Pan Am.
So front Pan Am's 110 points, back Pan Am's 130 points. So he's just putting big scores on into the McNasty.
Oh, yeah.
And he retains that. Amazing. If he retains that, a McNasty with air is one of the higher scoring points on our score sheet.
You know, I think we're about to see Landon just take that top spot with only 1 ride.
That's right. So McNasty with air is basically a 170-point ride if he gets enough air under that. If he gets the huge, it's even more. So I don't believe that to me, that wasn't a huge. I don't think he's going to get that big of a ride. But boy, was that a big score as we just watch our scores. If you're at home, you can go to canoeicf.com, or excuse me, it's not .com, it's canoeicf. Yep, canoeicf.com. Search around for the ICF Freestyle World Championships. Click on results. It'll take you to conersys.online, CONERSYS.ONLINE. You can find the results there. You can follow along live with this competition as we now look to
Dane Jackson going from one world champion to the next. Dane Jackson is the K1, so Kayak world champion, and several years he was world champion in both C1 and K1. So I mean, he's no stranger to C1, and he's just one of those guys who can basically do everything that floats on water. You just name it. He will do OC1, he'll do C1, he'll do K1, and he's going to be a contender for world champion title in every single one of those disciplines.
That's right. Now, we're seeing the C1 category, the K1 category. Dane Jackson's done a lot of wonderful things, but he wasn't the first to do the double air screw. That belongs to Luke Pomeroy. We'll see those guys in the K1 category.
That is right.
But we'll see Dane Jackson. We might see a pretty good-sized air screw in this run. This might be one of our first really good air screw
Well, after Landon
technicians.
Miller's ride, Landon definitely made a statement there, and Dane is going into the wave, and he wants to just do better.
Yeah, beautiful Pan Am to the left.
Pan Am to the left, goes to the other side. We'll see if they count it as a blunt or a Pan Am. Positions himself back for a back Pan Am. Nice work. You see how stable he is between the tricks. He just goes from one to the other, and he's always in position.
The helix, going for the helix there.
Incredibly difficult trick to do in a C1 because you need two blades to do that. So at some point you're going to have to go on your hand side and figure out how to finish it without a blade.
That's right.
That was extremely risky from him, but you know what? He can handle it.
So a helix is a 150-point move where you basically go upside down, and while upside down, you rotate like a helicopter blade for at least 270 degrees of a spin, and it's a huge move. I think Fisher may have invented that in Africa.
And at the Zambezi 12V
right.
wave, if I remember it well.
All right, now we're going to move on to Seth Chappelle. Seth Chappelle out of the Pennsylvania, oh no, excuse me, I apologize. Jordan Poffenberger.
Okay, guys, give me another world champion, please. Here is Jordan Poffenberger.
Jordan Poffenberger.
He was world champion, what year was it?
Oh, let's see, ninth in Worlds. First Worlds competition was 2003. Oh, he's got so many things. He's got so many things written down I can't sort through it. Definitely world champion OC.
He's got a long resume, that's for sure.
That's right.
Boom, that was a beautiful air screw into a Pan Am. He's like, hold on, Landon and Dane, like I want to play too.
That's right. There's a little shove it as he's shoving it around to the side of the wave, but they may have given him the donkey flip for that, but that air screw was beautiful. Nice air into the boat, going for it again. Again, trying to get that barrel roll with air. They can give him Pan Ams for that if he gets enough rotation.
Okay, he only had 30 seconds in the wave, but he was non-stop. And I love Jordan's style. He is just, he seems like he's always off balance, but that's because he's just catching up with his balance constantly.
That's right. So right now, Landon Miller shot to the top of the whole leaderboard with one ride. Jordan Poffenberger is going to get himself pretty far up there with that ride. We'll see where it all falls out as now we look at Seth Chappelle.
Seth Chappelle, one of the most experienced C1ers out there. I think that the last time we talked, both of our first ever world championships was in Graz, Austria. Probably in 2006.
Like 50 years ago. You're old, Matthew.
Seth and I, we're both old. Like we probably have like 20 world championships under our belt.
Well, and it's great
both of us.
Because Seth is also one of our fathers out here. He's got two kids.
He's got two kids on shore, and you know they're cheering him up right now. They're getting excited for Dad about to go for his first ride.
Jordan Poffenberger, 396, puts him in third place spot as Seth comes down now to put his name on the board.
Let's see if experience can speak here.
That's right.
He is very calm going into the wave, but he goes for his first trick right away. That was a left blunt, left back blunt now.
So putting 50 and 70-point moves with the air modifiers, so another 20, 30 points each.
In no time, Hojo.
That's right. Seth got second place in the Ottawa World in 2015, which is also a pretty large wave.
Very thoughtful way to start his ride there. He's not taking any unnecessary risk. He's just here to make it to semifinal. And you know what? With what he's got already, he's looking pretty good already.
There we go.
And he's still has like 5 seconds left on his ride.
So he's worked, looks like pretty much the back blunts and front blunts. Now he's going to go for those Pan Ams.
You know, talking about experience, that's another 45 seconds ride that was executed from start to finish inside the wave. He did not flush.
That was beautiful for Seth. Seth Chappelle was also first in the World Cup last year, which is why he has the honor spot here. He gets to go last. He gets to know what all the scores are. He gets to know what to beat. Now we're going to go take it back up to Zach Zwanenberg. There's your leader.
Am I seeing a little bit of an American domination here?
So just a little bit. Just a little
bit.
So Zach has something to say about that now, doesn't he? Zach has something to say.
Yeah, Zach, from the land of big white water and big wave, Canada, #1 country for big waves.
And the #1 country for poutine.
And poutine as well.
All right, look, he's going to catch the eddy now.
Richetti for
Again,
Zach.
He's going to do this. I think we're going to see all of the OC boaters do this.
He's in.
All right, Zach starting his ride out. What has he got for us, Matthew?
Here is a righty blunt, which was beautifully executed.
Nice air.
Goes for the outer side, so each trick will count once on each side. He's got both sides for the blunt. Now he's going to start with the back blunt. Same trick, but starting backward, landing forward.
Snuck a little spin in there, an extra 10 points.
See the waves greening out a little bit. Give him a good pass to throw that flashback, which is a spin into a back blunt. He's repositioning himself. He knows that he's got a solid start, and he doesn't want to waste it. He wants one more trick. He wants one more trick. That's probably all it will take for him to get in the semifinal. Come on. Pull it off. He gets served to the left side of the wave. Unfortunately, that tricky little pocket there that just flushes you.
Yep. Now they can initiate on the buzzer, so if they're in the act of doing a move on the buzzer, they can complete that move after time 4 points. They can't link into anything else. However, they do have the full clock to make their full run. So he was looking for that, but couldn't quite bring anything in right at the end. But we're going to bring it now to Ben.
Ben Hickson from Great Britain. He had a 0 points ride on his first ride. That's not why he came here. He wants more.
That's right. So Ben says he's silver medal in Junior K1 in 2022 Worlds in Nottingham. So it looks like Ben may be still a junior, might have transitioned to the senior class. There is no junior senior in men's K1, however, or men's C1. It is just men's and canoes.
Okay, he is in this time. That's a beautiful righty blunt there. But you see, unfortunately, he was in that little left pocket there. You don't want to be there.
So it looks like they gave him possibly a right roundhouse with air, judged based on the score I saw. So again, the difference between a roundhouse and a blunt, 15-point roundhouse, 50-point blunt. With the air modifier, you can get an extra 10 points, 20 points, 10 points for air, 30 points if it's a blunt. This is
That's Marc-Antoine, I believe. I'm wondering
that looks
if
like
there's a little glitch
Marc-Antoine.
there.
That's okay. So we got Marc going in.
Marc-Antoine, that's it.
They fixed it up there.
He's in. Our paddler from Montreal.
Big waves there
No
in Canada.
stranger to big water. And it shows. He's surfing left and right, finding his spot, and he's not looking like he's being pushed around.
Look like he's starting with that shove
stable.
it. He just can't get that bow to initiate as he's going for that back blunt.
Unfortunately, he was a little late to use that recovery stroke to roll here, and his body underneath the water caught that green water underneath, and he got flushed.
And he's a big guy. It's not like some of these small Tom-like guys. Mark's got some mass to him. All right, here we go. Bringing it up to Sebastian. Sebastian of Germany. He's a car mechanic and a raft guide. Nice catch for there. Yeah.
Sebastian, I trained with him all week actually because France and Germany were in the same team training, and he was laser focused.
Now that first left blunt there looked like it might have been clean, and a clean's going to add another 10 to 20 points on each ride.
Right. That's a beautifully executed spin there. And he is scoring all these smaller tricks, so he makes sure that he will not leave anything on the table.
A little bit of a blunt to the left, putting air into the boat. He's got just under 5 seconds right about now. Blunt to the right, spinning it back around, trying for maybe a blunt McNasty?
Yeah,
Is that what it looked like to you?
All these paddlers, they have a lot of hard tricks under their sleeves, but they're all wondering, is it is it necessary to take the risk of of executing a hard trick? Can I just make it through to the next round with safe tricks? It seems like it, because we see a lot of 0 points rides, and so they are doing all these spins and blunts today at prelims.
That's right.
Just to make it to the next ride, and they might not need that McNasty. They might keep it for later.
Well, right now, the last qualifying spot, 155 points.
Phillips up.
And I mean, that's basically 2 blunts, 2 back blunts. Put a little air into that, and you're 155 points on one ride.
You see, it could use a second blade there on the other side.
Nice rescue, though, into a spin as he's going to do a shove it now. Phillip currently sitting way down the board in 14th.
Whoa, that was beautiful. That was a clean air back blunt. That's what it looked like to me. We'll see what the judges say. But that was beautifully executed.
That was very nice. Phillip really doesn't have to get too many more points. He's got 48, 155 points as the cut. So 120-point ride puts him into that 10th place spot. He's going to want more than that. We'll see where it all washes out.
High stakes here. Former world champion Tom Dole, who started with a 0 points ride, and that's just not what he's used to. 0 is not part of his vocabulary.
Well, that's what goes on this wave. And
Let's
Tom
see what he's got for us. You want to see a champion under pressure? Here's one. You see, he focused on switching his paddle, not missing it with his hand like the first ride.
Nice air blunt to the left. They might have given him the huge modifier on that, another 40 points.
That is possible. Tom is trying, and you see, he's got really, is really in control of his emotions there. Because despite the fact that he had a 0 points ride on his first ride, he's still taking his time. He knows what he can do. Oh man, that was an incredible Pan Am right there. So you see, he's going to take off here from his 0 points ride. He's going to do a couple 100 points ride probably, and he's going to climb up that scoreboard.
Yeah, this should put him into the 8th place spot, possibly 7th once we see the score.
All he wants is to be in the 10 first. That's all it takes to make it to semifinal, and then it starts all over again from there to make it to final. So
that's right.
Whatever you are, you want to be between 1 and 10, and it seems like he just made it.
He should qualify from here on out. We'll see how it goes. Landon Miller right now sitting comfortably in the top spot after one ride.
Landon Miller is the current world champion, and he's here to make a statement. He's not here to just make it to the next round. He is sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now, and he's about to...
Yeah, look, air blunt to the right. He's going for a shove it there. Looks like he got one of them in.
Position himself for something big.
There we go. Back blunt to the right. Little back
blunt the other way.
Left, maybe a roundhouse, so a difference between 15 and 50 points.
What an incredible amount of control he's got there.
Blunt to the left, back blunt to the right. He's got all of them in
there.
Whoa,
that was snappy.
Beautiful Pan Am.
Back Pan Am.
Getting that boat over. He's got to get it up to 90 degrees, if not over. And that front Pan Am, boy, he was completely inverted. Completely inverted, putting air under that boat very clearly. That front Pan Am worth 110 points, the back Pan Am worth 130 points.
What a fun paddler to watch. He is so snappy, and you can really tell that he understands whitewater so well. Even in this changing feature, he's always constantly adapting, and he's always at the right spot.
So Landon's going to wait for his score. Once they get that score, and again, we're sending them fast in this preliminary round because of the water situation. All the paddlers are getting up, getting ready. We have really the paddlers are all in concert with understanding we've got to get the competition going. Normally, we do not move this quickly in between rounds, in between heats. So these guys are just wonderful to step up to that challenge. As we see Dane Jackson in that pink boat, always a pink boat.
Always a pink boat. Signature collar for him right there. And he's going to make this pink boat fly. All right, he's in starting the backsurf position. Yeah, that's a good trick to start with. That aerial backstab and then that left blunt.
Going for a right back blunt, maybe a Pan Am if he got vertical enough. There's that Pan Am to the right with air underneath the boat.
Pan Am the other way.
Pan Am to the left.
So a Pan Am is an over vertical blunt. So it might look like a blunt, just a little bit more pushed to the extreme, a little bit snappier. Over vertical, like this was a back
Beautiful
Pan
back
Am.
Pan Am.
And usually it takes a lot of air.
There's a McNasty attempt.
McNasty. I'm not sure what the judges will say about
So
this.
for that loop, for that spin to loop, that boat has to come down within a certain degree angle of where you started the move. And so he was very much pointed to the side, to the right. And so it really has to come down, that loop and everything has to come down really close to where he initiated. So we'll see what they give him there. But, man, Dane Jackson brought a solid ride. I suspect this is going to put him up close to the second place spot. We will see as the scores come in. But right now we're looking at Jordan Poffenberger sitting in the eddy there, waiting for the scores to come in. Takes a while for the system, the judges, especially a ride like that. Now, as we go along, it's one of the challenges of this event is the judges will really want to get everything right. Was there air? Did he use the paddle blade? Was it clean? This is the difference between 10, 20, 40 extra points. And yesterday in the squirt competition, the men's gold and silver medalist was separated by like 30 points, which was basically a cartwheel or two. So every point counts.
Every point matters.
There we go. Dane coming in with a 680 second ride. Now his second ride score bested Landon Miller's first ride score, so he holds the top score. Combined right now, though, Landon still has the edge on Dane as Jordan takes the feature.
And Jordan can take the lead here. He's got the skills. He's been world champion before.
There's
beautiful
an air
screw. Retains the feature. He's going to try to get in position for his next trick, which is a left blunt.
Left blunt.
Boom, that was a
back blunt to the right.
Blunt, almost back Pan Am, and he
Putting
goes
air.
clean on his blade side on this trick, which is incredible because you got to clean up the entire rotation. You got no blades used at all.
That's right. And the clean modifier for a front blunt's 30 points, for a back blunt's 50 points.
He's got 5 seconds left. What's he going to do? Huge Pan Am on the left.
On the buzzer. He doesn't do anything. However, had that move been a scoreable move, he would have scored that. But that's what it takes. You keep going until the time expires.
It seems like he is still going to be north of 500 points on this ride. And I believe that Dane is at 1,066 in 2 rides.
That's right.
So with a 500, with anything north of 500, you can make it to the second spot if you get 2 of those.
This is exciting. And so Jordan's really bringing his rides in. We'll see what he brings.
It just goes to show that Jordan has the potential.
All right, Seth
to
right
get
now
up there on the scoreboard.
He is sitting in the 3rd place spot. That will change once Jordan's score comes in, but he will only change to 4th place. So Seth is right now going to be in the 4th place spot with 1 ride as he is coming down to add to his score. Again,
Seth, very calculated. You can tell he's got a lot of experience.
There we go. Jordan Poffenberger, 580, puts him in 3rd place. Seth coming down now, starting
at
up.
1,000 points mark.
That's right. Now Seth is just going to back in nice and calmly. His whole family paddles. It's a wonderful paddling family from his parents on down as he goes in for those blunts, both front and back. Getting nice 150 points right off the bat with those combined moves, 170. All right, he's going to spin it around now as he's setting up for this, probably a back blunt, possible black Pan Am.
He's really showing that he's got the upper hand on this wave. He's in control. And when it's time to push on the gas and execute a trick, it can also do that. But
that's right.
It's really hard to do both. And he's coming back from that little left pocket.
That's a dangerous spot.
That's
boy,
amazing what he
right
just
back.
did there.
Nice back Pan Am.
Pan Am. Yeah, Seth is on it. He is really doing well. And, you know, he knew what he had to do. He went in there. He spent both rides in the wave 45 seconds, completely in control. And he said, look, I'm playing it safe for now, and I will just unleash it when I have to. For now, he's safely sitting in 4th. He's probably going to get up 1 notch, potentially.
So he and Jordan are fighting for that 3rd place spot at this moment, but right now, as we look at, there we go. So Seth's combined score is still going to keep him in 4th, right below Jordan by about 100 points. And this is going to take us back to the top. They all have 1 ride as Zach comes in. Zach currently sitting in 5th place. All of this entire heat is qualified at this point in time.
Catch the Irish, Eddie.
So what we're looking at here is everyone from this heat has qualified through. So now it's just where are they going to sit for the semifinal round as Zach comes in with that front blunt to the right. Maybe a little air into the boat. That's a tough one to see with that foam pile.
Maybe a little air, but it might have been a roundhouse because it wasn't very vertical. Which is fine. He can do it again, get it vertical this time, and he will have both tricks scored.
That's right. The progression is roundhouse, blunt, Pan Am, sort of the same move with higher degrees of difficulty.
Got tumbled a little bit there.
All right, Zach's going to take that ride now. He is qualified into the next round. Question will be, will he go in the 1st heat or the 2nd heat? Oh, I take that back. I believe all semifinal rounds are going to be 1 heat as well. So it's just whether he goes 5th or 6th, possibly 7th.
But he's in. He made the cut.
That's right, because we're going to look forward now to see Ben Higson. Ben right now sitting down in the 9th place spot with 2 rides, just 25 points. So he is
still in the 10 first. Oh no, that's just for this heat.
That's just for this heat.
All right, Ben, let's see what you've got. He was a little bit too close to shore and hit a green water spot.
That's right, I read that wrong. I was looking at the wrong list here. Subaru,
okay, Hojo, it's okay.
Subaru from the first round is in right now, and so is Florentine from France from the first round, and Adam is qualified right now from the first round as well.
Nice work.
So those guys are in. We will see how they...
Marc-Antoine would like to... I think he's got something to say about that.
That's right.
Well, he would like to make it to that 10th. But he only has 1 ride now to do it. What's the cut again?
The cut right now, a last qualifying spot looks like it is roughly 160 points.
160. If he scores 160 points here in this ride, he will make it to semifinal. That was a shove it, I think.
They're giving him some. The judges gave him a little bit of a shove it.
Okay. That was well tried. Unfortunately, that's not going to do it for him.
Nope, that is not the way it's going to be. But coming all the way from Canada, I believe he also is helping out some of the juniors, coaching them quite a bit. So he still has a role here in this World Championships.
We appreciate having Marc-Antoine here with us, for sure.
All right, moving now into Sebastian from Germany. Sebastian right now 175 points, sitting in a qualifying spot in number 9.
So he's in. There's no pressure on his shoulders right now.
All right.
Let's see what he's got for us.
Sebastian doing a little bit of a blunt or possible roundhouse to the right. Looks like they gave him the roundhouse with air. Spinning around to the right.
Spin to win. Into a shove it.
Another 5-point shove it, 10-point spin.
I think that he's trying to set up his strategy for the next round already.
A little bit of practice.
Yeah. He's got an extra ride. He's already in. He's like, okay, let's see what they score if I do this and that.
He wants to move up that list, though. The further up the list you get, the more advantageous it is.
It's true, because once you get to semifinal, if you got first in prelims, you're going to watch everybody go before you, so you know exactly what it takes for you to make it to top 5 and to final.
So that last air blunt on the buzzer, it looked to me he went after it, so I do not believe they're going to give him those points.
Was it initiated before the buzzer?
I don't think it was. It's a tough call to make. This is the challenge these judges have ahead of them. Did he make it? Did he get air? Was he clean? Did he make his full rotation? The judges sit approximately 45 degrees upstream of the feature so they can get the best possible view of all the angles. We have 3 judges over there. I'm not sure who's judging this particular category. They'll be the same judges throughout each category. And there'll be 1 head judge for the entire event, Paul Shepard or Paul Shep from the UK, as we see Philip Joseph of Germany coming on down, current OC1 world champion. He is sitting currently
12, so
in
he
12th.
needs a better ride than his second one to make it through.
So Phillips working with a 676 high score. So anything over 100 points should get him in.
Okay.
Nice,
He
clean
knows
spin
what
to the
he
right.
needs to do. He's trying to position himself for a McNasty.
Oh, and unfortunately, that is going to be Josef's ride.
That might have been a little bit of a strategy mistake from him, unfortunately. He might not have needed such a hard trick to make it through. I think 2 blunts would have been enough.
Yeah. So that's Phillips' final ride there as we move on now into Tom, Landon, Dane, and Seth. Now all of these individuals have qualified, so we can pretty safely say the next round is going to be starting with Adam, Sebastian, Florentine, Tom, Zach, and Subaru.
And Tom would like to get that top spot, though. You see that bib number 7? Strangely enough, it looks like a 1. He wants to turn it into a 1.
That's right. So Tom currently sitting in that 7th place spot. Can he move himself up into the top 5? Beautiful,
Nice
clean blunt to the left, or attempted clean.
Tom's lived here, is in France most of his life, but he's lived here for a couple of years, and so he knows the wave, and the wave knows him.
One of his favorite spots to paddle.
Boom!
Beautiful back Pan Am.
Pan Am. Awesome.
There's
air
a
screw.
nice air screw. I believe that's going to get the full air screw score. And air screw, mandatory air, so you can't get the air bonus, but the air screw by itself.
And he sticks in the
140
wave.
points, but he maintains it. He's got a second
like,
left.
He's like, hey, Lyndon, I'm here.
Look at that.
I am still here. 45 seconds into the wave.
528 points showing. This is going to be much better than his first 2 rides, which were a 0 and a 290. So this is going to put him up right around the 800 point mark. Should put him into somewhere between 5th and 4th. We'll see. We'll see what the judges finally have to say.
What a difficult wave to compete in. Incredibly difficult. That's what you see in the scores. You either get 1,000 points or you get 0.
That's right.
Extremely difficult feature. Extremely rewarding as well. Beautiful wave, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah. Now, after this event, we're going to roll pretty much straight into the women's preliminaries, scheduled to go on here in 4 minutes. So we are just basically running right on time. So women's prelims will run right into this next event.
Congratulations to the organizers and everybody involved into making this magic happen.
Right blunt with air, putting 80 points on the board straight away. Coming back with the back blunt to the left, then maybe another blunt around to the other side, getting those back blunts in now, putting air under the boat, getting the extra 40 points, 50 points.
You know what Lyndon looks like? He just looks like a guy who was born in a kayak, and I'm pretty sure he was.
Matthew, this is a canoe?
Right.
All right.
Nobody's born on their knees.
Landon is definitely claiming this top spot with this ride with the McNasty.
Oh, wow. I think that's the first one.
We saw now that's a blunt
scored.
McNasty. So the blunt McNasty is a combo link move. It adds an extra 30 points here, an extra 20 points there with all the link combinations with it. It depends on how the judges add it up. But the blunt McNasty or roundhouse McNasty is going to definitely put that score up.
Beautiful ride by the current world champion, Lyndon Miller. But you know what? Next up is Dane Jackson. Do I need to introduce Dane Jackson?
Dane Jackson is from Tennessee. And that's all we need to know, right?
He is the guy, if you Google kayaking, you're going to end up on a Dane Jackson video.
Dane's great. His whole family's here. His fiancée Chloe's here. Dane's going to get married next year. He's been paddling all over the world. He was actually slated to do the Utz Trophy. That race was canceled, so he didn't go over for that. But this guy paddles. He would have been 2 weeks ago in Austria and just coming here to train.
Did you see how many paddle strokes it took him to make it to the wave?
Three.
Three.
And then a bite. That's an inside joke. It's an American joke right there.
It's just incredible. This guy is a complete magician in whitewater.
Look at him just hunting around, getting those front blunts, back blunts straight away.
Lyndon Miller is now at 1,463 points.
Combined.
And I think Dane can go and get him. And that's
can.
what he's going to try to do now.
Dane's trying to put a lot of amplitude in these back blunts and back Pan Ams. He's bubbling over there, retains the feature nicely. There's that back Pan Am. Not a lot of air under there, though, so doesn't maybe get the air modifier, but still a nice
Here is
high
that
scoring point.
McNasty. I don't know if it'll be scored, but he retains the feature.
And that's time for Dane Jackson.
Almost 600 points.
Yeah, so Landon's high score ride is 791. Dane Jackson's got a 680, so if he brings some higher points to this, he'll definitely get up there and get closer to Landon. But I think Landon might take this top honors out of the semifinal round.
Well, you know, I think he earned it, honestly. His third ride was phenomenal.
So if they do this blunt McNasty, the link adds an extra 40 points total to the ride. And it's a 290-point ride for a blunt McNasty.
It's a 290 points combo.
That's right. If you put air under both, and it looked like Landon may have done that in there. Now, he may not have got air on the blunt.
So that's almost 300 points. If you do it on the left and on the right, that's almost 600 points. If you do that on 2 rides, you have at the very top of the scoreboard.
Well, and we're looking at pretty high scores. We see Jordan Poffenberger coming down. Now, Jordan right now sitting in the 3rd place spot. He's safely in, but he wants to go a little bit higher as he starts out with that blunt into a flush, and that's how it goes. He's happy, though. I think that was also maybe a little bit of a practice for when maybe wants to start the next ride out. Say, I'm going to try this. He might not then do that after the practice.
I think he'll probably change his mind on this one. But, you know, he's fine. He's safely into semifinal. Seth Chappelle coming up next is also safely in the semifinal, so it's a little bit of a celebration ride for him here.
Good, and
he might try something cool. Let's see what he's got.
We're going to go right into women's, so stay tuned for the women's round. We'll probably have a little bit of a break.
Look how consistent Seth is. 438 on the first ride, 436 on the second ride. Talking about experience.
That's right.
But now he is just letting it go.
Putting blunts with air, 80-point moves right there.
60 after 2 tricks already. Here's a 3rd trick.
There's the flashback for the right back blunt.
Seth is paddling a plastic boat. A lot of these guys have a carbon boat. Carbon is stiffer and lighter. Probably a more performant material overall. But in this wave, the plastic can bring you a little bit more control as well. It's such a changing feature.
All right. Seth is surfing around, looking for the blunt. That was a blunt nasty combo attempt. He saw Landon do, so I'm going to try it too.
Oh my God! I don't even know what that was.
You know, loops don't have to be aerial. They could possibly count that as a non-aerial loop. So
whatever that was, it was cool.
So that's it for Seth Chappelle.
Thank you, Seth.
He is safely into the semifinal round. We can probably call it now that it's going to be Landon, Dane, Jordan, Tom, Seth, Subaru, Zach, Florentine, Sebastian, with Adam Ramadan and Great Britain taking the last spot. As we're going to look to the women. They are in there, getting ready to go. We're going to hand off the headsets right now to our women's category. So, Mathieu?
Just wrapping it up, that C1 qualification. I mean, obvious domination from the US of A. Tumdahl creeping up in there despite a tough start. He is just ramping up. And then we've got 2 Germans, 1 Canadian, 1 Japanese, and Adam coming up in 10th place.
So there it is.
Who will complete our start list for semifinal. Congratulations, guys, and thank you for the show.
Thank you, Mathieu. We'll bring it back to you when we do the semifinal. So signing off is Mathieu, and we're going to step in with Anna Levesque of the United States, going to take over for the women's category. All right, we are looking at Kristen from Ireland, Madeline from Canada, Julie from Canada, Sylvia from Spain, Maureen from France, Rebecca from Great Britain, Udi from Finland, Ideen from Ireland, and Bavin from Ireland, excuse me. So we're going to look at these women here shortly to start off the women's K1 category. we will have, in the women's K1 category, 4 heats of 10, 40 women competing here today. As we're getting ready to go, I am joined by none other than United States' Anna Levesque. Anna, welcome.
Thanks, Hojo. It's great to be here.
All right.
And actually, I was a former member of the Canadian freestyle team.
Oh, fun watching Canada. All right. So here we go. Ireland, though, however, is taking this wave as she's coming around into these first moves. Camera angle here is a little difficult to see if they get air, but there's that left blunt, possible left roundhouse. They gave her a spin initially. There she spins around to the right the other way, catches that bow, and flushes off.
Yeah, that's going to be, this wave is awesome, and it's also challenging, right? When we're competing, sometimes we catch an edge. So all the competitors are trying to do their best to stay on that wave, do some great tricks, and show us what they can do.
Yep. We're gonna look for Madeline Long of Canada next. So again, they normally would run full time, but they're going to get that score in and just keep on going.
Yeah, we've got a tight schedule today with the water.
So Madeline Long of Canada, she is out of the Ottawa River Valley there. A lot of these paddlers come out of that valley, don't they?
Oh, they do, because it's one of the best places in the world for playboating. She's looking good in control.
All right,
Nice.
coming around. Doing just a spin right off the bat, 10 points on the board. We're going to see a lot of that from all these classes. Spinning around to the left. Now she's got to finish with that boat pointed upstream. And looks like some of the judges gave her that. Maybe not all of the judges gave her that other spin. So that's why it's 16.7 and not 20 points. She's going to spin around. Now they'll spin the whole time, even though they can only score a spin one direction or the other, just to get situated on the wave. And it looks like she's going to take a flush.
Yep.
Points on the board nonetheless.
That's right. That's what they're trying to do. Today it's all about moving into the next round. And so there's a strategy to competing, and these ladies are trying to put it together to move into those quarterfinals. They don't necessarily have to have their best rides of the competition. They want to move forward and stay in control, stay on that wave, and throw some tricks.
That's right.
And next is Julie Dion. I used to compete with her back in the day from Canada.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's from Montreal. Excited to see her out here. Her son Matsis was on the junior team last year for World Cup. Here she goes. Look at that beautiful carbon boat. So unfortunate flush, but we know she'll be back. And it takes a lot of mental agility, Hojo, to when you flush like that, to not let it get to you, get back up there.
That's right. They get 3 rides. Again, normally they get 4 rides, add 2 together. They're going to get 3 rides, and this is that compressed format as we move on to Silvia Gallego of Spain. I suspect Silvia comes out of the sort area. I don't have a bio on her. She's coming in now, establishing the feature, looking for that right spin. 10-point move right there, right off the bat. Maintaining, there's a sweet spot in this. There's a little roundhouse, trying to go for clean back the other way. Maybe a clean spin. We'll see what the score does. I think she's just trying to hunt for that clean bonus on the spin. And that's a super challenge. 10 points, but to do it clean, you got to really use your hips to bounce around and maintain that paddle blade out of the water as she's spinning now around to the left, getting over on that dangerous curler over there. That's a flush point. She knows it, and she's going to move back in as she's trying maybe for a back roundhouse, and there she goes, pops off the wave. So there we go. 20 points. Looks like one of those judges may have given her a little bit of the clean bonus. That'd be an extra 10 points, or actually I think an extra 5 points given this the spin, as we will move on to our next paddler. Next paddler is going to be Marine Isaac from France. Let's take a look-see here. If this is her, we get different paddlers can drop out, and we don't necessarily know until just before they go, but this is definitely Marine. She was 26th last year in the World Championships in Nottingham.
Nice. Just waiting for the judges' thumbs up. She's an environmental engineer.
Yeah, so one of the regular adult employees out in the world. this women's category is the senior class. Unlike the C class we saw before where juniors can enter, these are all adults, 18 or older. And here we go. Marine's going to take the feature here. All right, they all saw these sea boaters go, and they saw the sweet spot, and their Marine catches it.
Nice, going for a spin. Going for a shove it. See what the judges say. Going for the roundhouse. She's staying nice and in control, going for other roundhouse.
So roundhouse, 15 points each side. That'll score some points for her as she maybe put a little bit of air under one of those, seeing that 25 points.
Oh, going for that back blunt.
A few seconds left. Can she initiate on the buzzer? Looks like she'll be just after the buzzer, but she does retain the whole time, and that's going to be clutch.
Yep, and she looked in control. She was looking back at the wave. So, again, putting points on the board, trying to make it through to the next round.
That's right. All right, coming up next, we're going to look for Rebecca Green. Rebecca Green coming to us all the way from Great Britain. We have a big Great Britain contingent out here. They were a huge class in Last Worlds. Of course, it took place in England there. And Last Worlds, she was a silver in the C1 last year. First in Worlds in K1 and Squirt, so she is a contender. All right, Rebecca just spinning it around to start it off.
So she's looking good. Oh, she's in that flush area. Again, you know, the competitors, it's important to look around, and it can be tough when you're in there. You want to throw tricks, you feel some pressure, and then if you're not paying attention, you can get over there on that corner, and it can flush you. So we look forward to seeing her back up.
That's right. The dynamicism of the, I'm not going to use that word anymore. This wave is so dynamic that it's very easy to throw a very reliable, good trick and then find yourself in an absolute horrible spot as we look for Udi to come out here from Finland. We've got a pretty big Finnish class here this year. As Lati Uti of Finland.
Did a nice spin there. Oh, catching her bow. Quick roll, nice work. Retains the feature.
That was probably the best recovery today. So smooth. She was in a spot that was almost the point of no return. There's the spin to a shove it. There's the spin. I possibly might see the shove it on the far right side. Now she'll come back. There we go. So spin to shove it with the links. Something to the effect of a 40-point combo if they can get that. Now you have to be very fluid. You have to really sell those links to the judges.
And you have to keep your, oh, nice. Going for that back blunt. You also have to keep your paddle in the water, which is harder than it might look.
That's right.
Shove it.
So she's coming in for a score there. Nice consistency there. And again, all these results are seeded, which means that we're going to see the paddlers that are less accomplished overall or have not competed as much overall first. And then as we move on to the rounds, we'll see paddlers that have higher credentials, higher standings in the rankings in the world. So now we're going to move on to Adine from Ireland. Adine from Ireland, she was 32nd in the last Worlds, and she's of course just happy to make the Irish freestyle kayaking team. And so they have such a great team. They're so fun, always wearing their green jackets. You know when the Irish are around, and they really take this sport very seriously, coming to these events representing their nation.
And sometimes I think they have the most fun.
All right.
And look at that beautiful boat that she's paddling. Love these carbon boats, the glitters, the colors. And the boats, these carbon boats are stiffer and lighter, which helps getting air.
That's right. So the carbon boats, generally speaking, we're going to see two main manufacturers. We're going to see the Jackson Carbon, and we're going to see the GigiProd carbon boats. We're going to see so many of those. We see Vada as well. There's a few other manufacturers. Some are homemade. Some there's a boat out here. A dad, I don't know if it's here, but at the previous competitions, their father made it. You know, so
Nice.
pretty fun. So here we go.
Here she goes.
Adine coming down into the feature. Adine's going to find that high foam pocket. Nice catch into a nice air blunt to the right. Now she got the blunt, she got the air. That should be a good 80 points straight away, even though it was a flush. So it's going to put her on the board.
Yeah, that was a great trick. We're looking forward to her coming back up and seeing what she can do next ride.
Next up is Baven, also from Ireland. Irish have some of these names that are pretty challenging to pronounce, so I asked them to all put a pronunciation guide in for us. Oh, thank goodness they did. Some of them filled it out. So Baven from Ireland, she's going to be in the women's C category. We'll see a little bit later. So she's going to compete quite a bit today.
Here she comes, catches the wave. Nice, goes for air blunt, got some air on that roundhouse. She's looking back at the feature. Nice spin.
There we go. Now she can come back across, but it's really difficult to get back across.
Nice work, Baven.
All right. That's going to take us, I believe, back to the top of the order. So 3 rides. We're going to go back to Kristen from Ireland.
Yeah, and typically on a feature like this that's unattainable, which means there's no eddy service to it, there's 4 rides and 2 count. In this format, because we don't have as much water, we're in a drought, they get 3 rides and 2 count.
That's right. So Kristen coming up next, or Kirsten, pronunciation guide, Kirsten. She is, this is her first Worlds, and this is her first time to the U.S. even. So some of these paddlers, you know, they're brand new to this. They're coming out, and here we go. Kirsten's coming onto the wave. She's I got a chance to talk with her. She is training to be a woodworking instructor teacher at school. So like wood tech, building, pretty awesome. All right, established nicely. Right now, she's sitting with 21 points on her first ride as she spins around to the right. Looks like there's that shove it. We're doing the around the world attempt. She's got to finish that pointed upstream, so they may not give her the full 5 points. Looks like one judge did and the other 2 did not. There's a nice roundhouse to the left. She was going for clean on that as well. That paddle was clearly out of the water, although that is a flush. And again, they have to basically finish the move in such a way that the judges think they finished it before they flush. And there's some criteria on that. There's a flush line. If you can finish and initiate the next move and flush, it sort of sells it to the judges.
Yep, that's right.
As Kirsten looks to her score.
I want to welcome all the friends and family who are out there watching. So I know you're excited to see your friends and family compete. And here we go, next paddler.
That's right, Madeline
Long from Canada.
Speaking of friends and family, Jean, mother, watching, and she flushes right off of that, unfortunately. So she'll have one more ride to put some more points down as we move on to Julie. Julie Dion of Canada.
Montreal native.
Yep, she's a teacher, and again lives near the Lachine.
Lachine Rapids.
And those rapids are world famous, aren't they?
They sure are. Big waves. Yep, takes some skill to surf those things.
Yeah. Oh, I watch all the video for that, and it's just phenomenal.
All right, Julie, vas-y.
Oh dear. Well, she'll have one more ride again to come around and put some more points down. Mathieu told me earlier, we were announcing with him on Men's C1, that she met him when he was just a kid in Lyon, France.
Oh, I believe it.
On the wave, and I guess he's a little bit of hero worship, starstruck for the really cool older adult paddler, as we see Silvia Gaello of Spain. Spain has, of course, very wonderful paddlers out of that Catalonia Sort region. Beautiful rivers.
Yes, Sort is beautiful. Nice. She goes for a roundhouse, completes a spin.
Roundhouse to the left, maybe air. Might see 25 points, but she did get the spin off of that. Looking for clean on that, even with that paddle belly out of the water. Oh boy, she's over in that corner. Can she make it back? Oh, that was tough. Just looking for those spins. Still maintaining. She's up a little higher. Oh, no, I think she thought she flushed.
Yeah.
Stop paddling. It looked like she could have maybe still dropped back in, but I tell you what, you get on that wave. It's so powerful. It's sensory deprivation almost, where just the sound alone is extraordinary. And many of these paddlers do wear earplugs, don't they?
They do, yeah, definitely. And also sometimes it's tough to know where you are. So it takes so much skill, all your sensories working.
Yep. So Sylvia had a first round score of 21 points. As we see Marine coming down, we'll see what Sylvia's score is. Marine now coming into us from France. Nice attainment there. Nice catch of the wave there. Into a right spin. Oh, she's over in that corner, but she catches a really advantageous flip over into the foam pile. She's really getting over way to that right. That's a dangerous spot, and she has managed to hold on really well. Completes the spin and then just catches the edge.
Yeah, that happens. This wave is surging, and again, sometimes you catch your bow, sometimes you catch your edge. And again, I just want to give props to all these competitors, because when you flush, you have to come up, walk back up the feature, so they're expending a lot of energy. It's energy management, mindset management, skill management, all of it.
Yeah, it's crazy, the amount of skill and training that's gone into this, and some of these paddlers really only get 3 rides in a training round.
Oh, yeah.
And so they come out here every day, they maybe get 3 rides, and that's it. The water's just so tight this year, and there's so many paddlers. I don't have the full count of paddlers yet in this competition, but we'll hopefully get that here going forward, see how many we actually have as we see Rebecca of Great Britain. So Rebecca was silver in C1 last year. So the women's C1 class, we'll see that a little bit later as well in the preliminary rounds. Rebecca getting that spin right off. She's looking for that roundhouse to the right, blunt to the right. I think that was a blunt. She didn't get any air in it, so no air bonus. Popping, making that pass. Beautiful air under that one. She went back and said, I'm going to get that. There's the back blunt to the right. I think she's pretty happy with that, though. Looks like she may have gone in with a plan and executed it.
Yeah, she looked happy. She was given a little head nod, being stoked to be out there. Most of these competitors do have a strategy, right? But they have a ride that they want to complete, and it's nice to see when they're head nodding or fist pumping, they're stoked about their rides.
All right, looking up next, Finland, Uti Lahti, first time to the U.S. She's many of these athletes also do other sports, bouldering. She's a cross-country skier. She runs the Waves of Lapland during the spring floods. I've heard of the Lapland rivers up there being just phenomenal. Oh, she catches it, does a little bow pirouette, and stays on the feature. Good for her. She still has time on the clock as she's going for that shove it. Got to keep that paddle blade in the water. Spin to the right. We will see if they give her that spin. If you complete it before you flush, you can get those 10 points. Showing on the screen was just the shove it.
Yeah, when you're doing a spin on these waves, if you engage your edge at all, it can catch like that and just send you right off the wave.
Just a full-on jet ferry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so next up, from Ireland,
Aiden.
All right, Aiden catches. Oh, boy, and there we've seen a lot of that today where they think they might be on the feature and they're just not. And that's the skill. You can see how much skill it takes just to catch the wave.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. And sometimes it can be, it's so pulsy. Whitewater kayaking, what makes it next level is that the water is moving underneath you, right?
That's
so
right.
Like other sports.
So Aiden's still sitting up there with 61 points as we go now to Baven. Ireland. Very calm catch, Baven. Spinning around to the right. Nice finish with an upstream. Looking for that shove it. This is the round the world combo. There's a roundhouse to the right. Even with airs, that should be 25 points. Oh, she pops into the pocket. Can she get around and get back over?
Yeah, that pocket is dangerous when you get over there.
There's a local paddler who's a father of one of the paddlers, father of one of the U.S. men's, and he goes out there and hand paddles. He doesn't get on the main wave. He gets in that pocket and just loves it to death.
Oh, yeah. There's so much fun to be had out here.
Yeah. So that's going to take us to the bottom of this and back up to the top for one more ride. Right now, as we sit, it looks like we've got in the lead Rebecca Green, Aiden behind her, Odie, Sylvia, Marine, Baven, Kirsten, and Madeline all in qualifying spots right now. Julie's has yet to get any points on the board, so she's not sitting in a qualified spot. That's going to take us up to Kirsten of Ireland, currently sitting in 7th. With 40 paddlers, she's going to want to get some points. She can still catch this. She can still catch this. Oh, unfortunate flip there. And that's how it goes. The first time I came on this wave, I did the same thing. I'm going to peel out. Oh, I'm upside down.
Oh, yeah.
So
I've
much
done it
water.
many times.
So much water.
Well, what I was saying before is sports like mountain biking, climbing the rock, the trail isn't moving underneath you, but in whitewater kayaking, the water's moving. It takes exceptional skill.
Yep. All right, Madeline Long, Canada. All right, she maintains it. She's got it. It's awesome. Looks like maybe a 10-point spin on the board now.
It's like she's trying to keep her paddle in the water for,
Going for a clean spin. That's a beautiful spin to the right. Very quick. I don't know what the air qualifications are, but you can get air on a spin if you're aerial at some point. That's an extra 10 points. A little bit of a roundhouse action to the right.
She's doing a nice job of retaining the feature.
All these paddlers who live in the Ottawa Valley who just have so much whitewater to paddle throughout the year. And I suspect in the winter they either travel away or do all those snow sports up there. All right, so she's got some points on the board now. She'll be looking to see where she scores as we move now on to Madeline Long. Oh, excuse me, Julie Dion, also of Canada.
Yeah, Judy took a 12-year hiatus from kayaking and then came back.
Wow.
When her son Mathis got into it, and she's really excited to be here representing Canada again after so many years. She's got to be stoked about catching that wave.
That's right. Spin around to the right.
You know, a hard part too is not getting too excited and got on that flush spot. You know, another thing is you can't get too excited and start throwing tricks. You know, you gotta make sure you know where you're at in the wave. And
it's funny because 45 seconds in some contexts seems short. Then you get stuck and it seems long, and then all of a sudden it's gone. And it's the time compression and time expansion on these features is something else. So Sylvia Gaello, right now she is sitting in the 5th place spot from Spain.
going for that roundhouse.
Right,
Ooh,
roundhouse.
Got on that that surfer's left shoulder.
That's right. Gets the roundhouse, maybe gets some air underneath it. That should be 25 points. It'll add into possibly her high score of 21 points, push her up just a little bit. As we now look at Marine. Moving right along here as quick as we can. She works for Sports Care. She's like I think like a physio or sports medicine individual.
And she was the French champion in 2022 and 9th at the European Championships in 2023.
Nice. 26th in Nottingham, coming out here looking for a higher spot here. There she catches it nicely. Getting a little right spin action, coming all the way across, trying to keep that edge up, going for a shove it. Takes the paddle out of the water, so they may give her a spin, they may give her a shove it. I think she's going to go and maybe try to get that shove it again, looking like she's trying to set up for that. Nope, now she's going for a roundhouse. Gets finished to the back, that's 15 points. A little roundhouse from the back there, that'd be a 20-point move. Typically the back moves score just a little bit higher than the front moves.
Going for roundhouse.
Trying to put air underneath that then, getting a little extra points if they can get it. She can go back and get another move and get the air bonus added on, but they can't get the full move into that curler. Will she retain? Time expired anyway, so almost a full ride there on the feature, which is good. That's what they want. You can't score points when you're not in the feature.
That's right. Like you were saying, sometimes 45 seconds, for instance, in the squirt, downtime seems like such a long time, right, yesterday? And out here, it seems like it goes so fast. You're trying to do as many tricks as you can in that 45-second time frame.
So bring us into Rebecca from Great Britain. She's competing in women's C1, women's K1, and she was out there yesterday in women's squirt.
Amazing, these women who are competing in so many disciplines.
The good news is they could basically practice squirt as much as they wanted. There was no training slots.
Right.
Here, as you saw, Rebecca getting that flush, they didn't even have enough time to practice really catching the wave. It was just so compressed. So Rebecca, right now, she is currently sitting in the first place spot with 80 points combined. I suspect that score will stand as we will move down the list to Oti of Finland. Again, we have 30 more women to go after this. We will take 20 women on to quarterfinals. So this has a quarterfinal round to it, whereas a lot of other rounds, with the exception of men's and women's, will have just preliminaries into semifinals.
Yeah, and again, what they're trying to do is move on to the next round. Nice job retaining the. Is she going to retain?
She's got to
in that
get
danger
over.
spot.
Oh dear.
I've done that on this wave, thinking I'm in the right sweet spot to retain and on that flushy spot.
So Odie's going to have to leave her first two rides out there to stand. She's in the second place spot. Moving on down now to Aiden from
Ireland.
Her favorite place, carburetor.
My favorite place as well.
Yeah, a lot of paddlers' favorite place.
Right, Aiden didn't quite make the feature. She'll be coming back up.
Her parents should be watching. Evelyn, and Eddie. I'm seeing a theme on names in their family. All right, now into Baven Butler. All right, Baven catches nicely there.
Nice spin.
She was a junior just last year in Nottingham, so this is her first foray into the senior class. Fifth in juniors last year, fourth in women's C last year, and that was her first Worlds. This is also her first time to the U.S. as she's hunting around, looking for that shove it. Oh boy, that's that pass. When they want to make that pass, you have to come to the top of the wave and you drive down and get that pop, and if you don't time it.
That's right. It doesn't, yeah, if you don't time it, you can catch an edge. You can flip, you can flush. Again, there's so much skill involved. Mental skill, physical skill.
That's right. All right, that is the bottom of the heat. We're going to move right into the next heat. We're going to keep rolling here into the women's category. There is your first round. Everyone is technically qualified. We're going to take 20 on, so this next round will put their points on the board as we load it up here for these next paddlers. Why don't you read some names for us?
Sure. We've got Guancho Wang, and her nickname is Q from
That's
China.
right.
She's from China. Mireia Serres Segarra from Spain. Martina Montoro from Spain. Olivia McGuinness from the United States. Nuria Fontanet Massot from also from Spain. We've got Sage Donnelly from the U.S., Valerie Bertrand from Norway, Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain, Katie Kowalski from Canada, and Emma Witherford from Great Britain.
All right, and we might be running right on time, so we'll see here when we actually start.
I know the timing feels so compressed.
So Tamsin of this round was a medalist yesterday in Squirt.
Yeah, that squirt competition was so fun to watch.
Oh, it's crazy.
And I know Q is really excited to be here. She is the first Chinese national to be competing at the World Freestyle Championships.
That is so fun.
And she's been training hard.
All right. So Q is coming up here shortly.
Yeah, and again, waiting for the round to start. This is when paddlers are doing their mental preparation, right? You see them putting on their spray skirts, making sure that they have everything set and they feel ready for their rides.
That's right. All right, I am going to turn the microphone over to none other than the venerable Zach Zwanenberg of Canada. We saw him go in the men's seaboat category just a moment ago. So for this morning's events, I'm going to sign off for a bit and turn it over to Zach. It has been very lovely, Anna, and I will see you later.
Yeah. All right, here we go. We've got Q from China ferrying out to the wave. She's been working hard. She's been training hard. Oh, unfortunate. Again, this wave can be so challenging. I just give props to all of these ladies for their training. You know, as you know, Zach, oh, by the way, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, well, I'm Zach Zwanenberg. I was just on the C1 heats this morning, and now I'm joining you guys to announce for the women's K1. Here we have Mariah coming in from Spain. She's dropping into the feature. This is the first rides of heat number 2. She's setting herself nicely on that shoulder. That surfer's right shoulder is really where you want to be. That other side gets really flushy. You'll see a lot of people wanting to stick to that right. She's looking to set up a little bit for potentially a left roundhouse, going for a roundhouse the other direction. Trying to spin it up, looking for that next pass. Spinning it up the other direction here. She's almost got it. Oh, she's back in right at the top of the feature, ready for her next trick.
She's doing a good job retaining the feature.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that we found is pretty tricky to do on this wave today, but she's doing a phenomenal job. Unfortunately, catching a bit of a stern edge there on that curler, but great first ride.
Yeah, she did a great job retaining the feature, getting some points on the board, and as you know, Zach, the point of prelims is to move on to the next round, so they're not looking for their biggest tricks right now. They're strategizing, so it's good to get points on the board. And here we have our next paddler, Martina from Spain.
Perfect. Martina drops into the feature, looking for that pass on that right blunt potentially, but unfortunately catching an edge and flushing off. This is something we've unfortunately been seeing a lot today. This wave, it's a beautiful wave, good wave here in Columbus, Georgia on the Chattahoochee River, but it's tricky. It's got a couple little weak spots on it where if you don't quite get that perfect landing, it just kicks you right off the back. And this is where the consistency play that you were talking about just a minute ago in these qualifiers are so important. You have 3 rides, 2 best count as a combination, so you add your 2 best rides together, and that is what you use to hopefully move on to finals. So consistency is super important.
Yeah, so we've got Olivia McGinnis from the US. coming in. She's also been working hard, training.
All right, as she
Talented
comes
paddler.
in. Nice attaining the feature. Goes for
Nice.
a beautiful left blunt. Looking to set herself up for her next trick, spinning up. Now the spin has two very useful features. One, it scores you some points, but two, it can also help you set back up on the top of the feature.
That's right. Oh, nice roundhouse.
All right, and the main difference between a roundhouse and a blunt is you'll see the stern lift up at a certain degree. So your roundhouse is going to be under 45 degrees vertically, and your blunt is going to be over 45 degrees, but under 90 degrees.
Yeah, most of these ladies are going for the blunt. But you can score blunts both directions as well as roundhouses both directions. So they're trying to get all of those to score some points.
Yeah, absolutely. There was another beautiful pass. So what it looked like her strategy here seemed to be going for get those roundhouses in, get those smaller points, but then throw the same trick but with more verticality to that stern and score in for those blunts. So you're almost doubling up on a very similar trick.
Yes. That seemed to be good starting point for Olivia. And our next paddler is Nuria from Spain. All right, so here comes Nuria onto the wave.
Yeah, Nuria, a very experienced kayaker here at the World Championships. She's been to her fair share, paddled with her quite a bit over the years, looking to set it up with a beautiful left roundhouse, starting it up with those nice consistent points. And you're going to see a lot of that, like we mentioned, in the semis, going for the roundhouse the other direction. There's going to be a lot less flashiness and a lot more of that. Let's get those little points on the board. Let's be consistent. Let's throw at least 2 good rides to make it through. There she's looking for the back roundhouse. Same thing, but you're going to be going backwards and putting that bow up into the air. Surfing it up, looking for that next pass. Now the paddlers are looking for kind of get some speed as they go down the feature.
Ooh.
Oh, beautiful. Throws it into and goes for that helix. Absolutely incredible. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
We'll be curious to see if they score it. So to score a trick, at the end of your trick, it looks like some of the judges might have, based on those points that were creeping up. To score a trick, you actually have to land and have some form of reattaining of the feature. You have to show the judges that you're still on the feature, that you're not, so that you're surfing the feature and not flushed off the back.
Yeah, that's right. So our next paddler is Sage Donnelly from the US, and she is waiting for the judges' thumbs up. Sage is a accomplished paddler in both river running. She was I believe she was junior world champion at one point in freestyle. Here she goes onto the wave, looking good, going for that right blunt.
Yep.
Yep, retaining the feature.
Looking to potentially set up for setting yourself backwards maybe for that back blunt, going for the right blunt, maybe roundhouse. We'll have to see. There's the left blunt. Setting up backwards, looking for that pass. They're using the edges of this feature. Sage is using the wave beautifully, looking for that beautiful back blunt, getting it nice and vertical. Unfortunately, flushing off the back. We're going to have to wait and see if the judges add those points to that board. But great first ride for Sage of the US.
Yeah, that was great. And Sage has her training, everyone's training was compressed, and she was coming through with, she has to manage her glucose levels due to her type 1 diabetes. So, you know, all of these paddlers have challenges that they're facing off the water as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It's as much as it is a mind game on and off the water. It's not just get on the water, go for your wave. These paddlers spend hours prior to their rides getting ready, psyching themselves up, getting themselves in the perfect mental and physical state before getting on for their rides. Next up here, we've got Valerie Bertrand of Norway. She's another very experienced paddler. We've seen her many times at these types of events, dropping into that feature.
She's got that good slalom forward stroke.
Yes, you'll see a lot of paddlers. They got this beautiful form as they paddle. They're landing in, going for that left blunt, setting it up using that surfer's left shoulder. It's a little bit of a dangerous shoulder there, but it does work. Going for the right blunt, getting a little bit stuck up on the shoulder there. Unfortunate flush for Valerie, but still a good ride. Again, getting some points on the board. It's what matters here in the preliminary heats.
That's right. And next up is Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain. And she competed in the squirt boat competition yesterday. And here she comes out.
So truly multidisciplinary athlete here.
Yes.
Dropping into the feature with that beautifully colored boat. So fun to see all the colors out on the water. Obtaining the wave perfectly, sticking on that left shoulder, looking to set up for maybe a shove it. Now shove it is a 180 rotation. Looking to maybe go for that pistol flip.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of those today, but whether it was intentional or not, it looked really good. Unfortunately, didn't quite retain the feature afterwards. But yeah, no, as I was mentioning, the shove it is it's a low-scoring trick, but again, when it comes to getting those points on the board, it's very important. The shove it is a 180-degree rotation in one direction, followed immediately by the reverse 180-degree rotation with a single blade in the water the whole time.
We've got Katie Kowalski from Canada coming up. Katie is a new mom to Evie, 4 months old. She's representing Canada, catches a bit of an unfortunate edge there.
Yeah, not the start she was looking for here, but we've seen all these paddlers in training over the last weeks or so, and they've all been putting down some absolutely incredible performances, so we know they're all able to pull it off.
Absolutely, and as competitors, we know that sometimes you do great in training, and competing and training are two different things. So we have Emma from Great Britain.
Emma dropping into the feature here for her first ride. I believe she will be wrapping up the bottom of the heat for this second heat. Obtaining the feature, going for a right spin, maybe cleaning it up. Shove it to the right, putting in a couple nice points on the board, going for that beautiful air blunt to the left. That was absolutely
beautiful.
gorgeous, and it looked like, according to the points, she definitely seemed to have retained that. Again, when it comes to retaining, she landed flat, stayed on the feature, and then caught an edge, so that would count as retaining the feature. But this should, I believe, bring us back up to the top of the heat.
It does. Brings us back up to Q from China. And they're waiting for the judges' thumbs up. Again, we're on a tighter schedule due to the drought here in the southeast, where we don't have as much water, so we're running on a tighter schedule to get all of these competitors through the heats and enjoy these world championships.
Yeah, and it looks like her training spot is actually locally here, 2 hours drive from Atlanta to Columbus, so that's actually not too bad. Unfortunately, it looks like
looks like she missed the wave
looks
that
the feature. So did we, unfortunately,
Yeah.
with the camera. I'm not sure what happened there. We'll have to catch her on her third ride. But yeah, no, she states that her favorite river is actually the Ocoee in Tennessee, which is a gorgeous river if you've ever paddled it. If you haven't, I highly recommend taking the trip out to go experience that river. But next up,
we've got Mireia from Spain peeling out of the eddy.
all right, Mireia dropping in for her second ride here. Catching that perfect surfer's right shoulder, looking for that first pass, potentially maybe going for those blunts or roundhouses. Those seem to be the very, very common, very early tricks that we're seeing here today. They're good scoring points, good scoring tricks, and they're relatively straightforward on this feature compared to some of the more advanced tricks, as this feature can be pretty punishing. Looking to set it up on that shoulder, spinning it up. Unfortunately, that curler really coming down on her and pushing her out of the feature.
Yep. So next up, we've got Martina from Spain.
Yeah, Martina's home is in Catalonia. Favorite place to paddle is Millau, France. It's actually a beautiful little play spot. Paddled there back in 2014. Absolutely fantastic spot. They got some amazing festivals there, including absolutely fantastic music festivals. But here she comes in, dropping into the feature.
And this is her first World Championships.
Absolutely incredible. Imagine your first Worlds being on good wave here. It's beautiful. Looking to spin it up backwards, looking to maybe set it up. Retains the feature with a beautiful pass. Doesn't quite get that trip move she was looking for there, but still looking to set it up. Carving her way back and forth across the wave. Spinning her way backwards. Looking for that perfect pass here. Going for that beautiful, maybe an air roundhouse to the right.
She's doing a great job.
Really using the dynamics of this feature to get herself where she wants to be. It's very impressive. Spinning up the other direction, looking a little bit dangerous on that surfer's left shoulder. Unfortunately, flushing there, but still got some points on the board, and I think she'll be probably pretty happy with her second ride.
Yeah, that surfer's left corner is the danger zone. I'm seeing a lot of paddlers flush there today. Next up, we've got Olivia McGinnis from the US. So Olivia paddles a lot in the Southeast, accomplished boater, loves river running and freestyle. Catches the wave, looking, ooh, nice. Air blunt, retains the wave. That was a quick roll, that was crutch, I should say. So now she's surfing around. So these paddlers are looking, completes a nice spin, getting some points on the board. Again, trying to move on to the next round. You'll notice that the vision of these paddlers also is key. They're looking where they want to stay, where they want to go.
Yeah, Olivia currently sitting in the first place position after her first ride of 158.33. She's looking to top that, currently sitting at that 115-point mark in the unofficial scores here. Looking to spin it around, catching a bit of an edge, but managing to retain the feature. 0 seconds there. There's that final buzzer for Olivia's second ride. So I think she'll still be quite happy with that. Again, consistency is important, and she's so far been consistently over that 100 mark, which would be really, really good for that self-morale as you come back in for that third ride. The worst thing that can happen for a third ride is when you didn't get two consistents in your first. But when you've gotten 2 consistent rides, that third ride it's like a relieving feeling. But next up we got Nuria Fontaine.
Catching the wave. Again, looking around, she's setting herself up, trying to find that sweet spot where she can initiate, going for the spin.
Yeah, spin worth 10 points, but 10 points can be extremely important in these preliminary rounds when every little point matters.
Yep.
Going
nice
for that
roundhouse.
Yeah, right roundhouse.
I believe she had the left roundhouse, going for another spin, getting to the top of the wave. Oh, catches an unfortunate edge. She did get some points on the board.
Yeah, so it looks like they definitely gave her the spin at the beginning, as you saw that 10 points come in. And then maybe one of those roundhouses. Roundhouses are worth, with no additional bonuses, roundhouses are worth 15 points each.
Next paddler up is Sage Donnelly from the United States.
Sage came with another very good first ride at 155. She's going to be looking to at least maintain that or definitely best it. I've definitely seen Sage paddle incredibly in the past and this week on a good wave. Starting it with a nice right roundhouse for those 15 points. Looked like maybe some of the judges would have given it a blunt, seeing those points go up, going for the right spin, right into the left roundhouse. Continuing to use that surfer's right shoulder. Again, we mentioned that surfer's right shoulder is extremely helpful. You want to get on top of the feature and get those passes coming down, almost like a big green runway, to get as much speed to lift your boat up into the air there.
Yeah. She just got a big bounce on that foam pile. Nice, going for the back blunt.
So far looking to be a pretty solid ride.
Very solid ride.
Yeah, back blunts are worth 70 points when they're scored, and it looks like those points are coming in. They were creeping up past the 120 mark when we lost the score here on the screen. We'll have to wait and see what the official judges say.
I'm sure she's happy with that ride. Again, getting points on the board to move into quarterfinals. Our next paddler is Valerie Bertrand from Norway.
Yeah, Valerie is also. We mentioned some of these athletes being multidisciplinary, but some of these are multi-sports as well. Valerie has a hobby of kiting, which she's also several-time national champion in. That's pretty impressive. Struggling a little bit on that eddy, but still managing to catch that feature. Good showing there. Those slalom skills coming in.
Got that roundhouse to the left.
Looking to set up for that second pass here. That bottom section is really tricky, especially when you have all that foamy water coming back against your boat. It can get really pushy and you can struggle to get back over to one of the left or right sides. But these paddlers are all incredibly skilled as she surfs her way onto that shoulder, looking for her next pass here, going for potentially a donkey flip or an air screw.
Unfortunately, doesn't retain the feature, so we'll see what the judges say.
Yeah.
Great pass, and she got a good bounce there. So.
Yeah. Now a donkey flip is worth 90 points, whereas an air screw is actually worth 140. It's a huge difference. However, an air screw requires significantly where the boat is aerial for at least 180 degrees of the entire move, which is extremely difficult. Whereas the donkey flip, the boat only has to be aerial for a portion of that trick.
Got Tamsin from Great Britain. Catching the wave, going for that spin, spinning around. It's retaining the feature, trying for that clean spin, going for that blunt.
Getting those points on the board here.
I mean, big bounce there.
Yeah, she looks like she was going for that one of those left blunts, but unfortunately is catching that stern edge. Going for the beautiful backstab there.
She's having a good ride. Nice quick roll, retaining the feature.
Spinning it around on that shoulder. Looking for that next trick in her repertoire here. Again, she looks like she was again going for that left blunt, catching a bit of an edge. Again, this feature is tricky. It gets pretty boily down there, and sometimes you think you got that pass, and it just goes, nope. And you just got to try it again. Keep trying.
Yeah, she did a great job staying in for her entire ride, for an entire 45 seconds. And next up, we have Katie Kowalski from Canada.
Yeah, and Katie is no stranger to waves.
That's right.
Home wave is Garbrader on the Otter River, which is a absolute world-class wave that is, we actually held world championships in 2015 on. And so when it comes to these kinds of features, Katie is absolutely no stranger, and we're really, really excited to see what she can show us here on Good Wave.
Yeah, this summer I co-taught a playboating week with Katie on the Ottawa, and we had so much fun.
That's awesome.
She's an excellent instructor as well as competitor, and loves paddling. Her whole family is here. Her young daughter, Evie, 4 months old, is here, and here she goes, veering out to the wave.
And about to drop in for her second ride here. Didn't quite get the first ride she was looking for, unfortunately, no, flushing off the back. That is definitely not what she was looking for. She was all smiles coming in, which is good because that shows that mindset. The mentality is still there, which means that she still has one ride left to go, and she can throw down. And if she can get all the tricks she was looking for, there's a good chance she could still make it through, even with that last ride.
Yeah, that's right. Part of the mental mindset is to not let things get to you too much. Come back up, and here comes Emma, ferrying out onto the wave. Emma's from Great Britain.
Dropping in as the timer starts for her second ride here. Spinning it up on that right shoulder. There's 10 points. Going for that shove it. Looks like a few of the judges may have scored that. That would have been worth 5 points for everything. Spinning it up the other direction for another 10 points on the board. It's looking pretty good so far. Looks like she may be going for one of those roundhouses next. We saw her go for those in her first ride. Surfing up on that left shoulder. Getting a beautiful pass. Looking for that right roundhouse. Not quite getting the edge that she needed.
Yeah, she was really trying to use the entirety of the wave, surfing around, and that's important to know where you are, trying to get back up to the top for that next pass.
All right, we're looking for the scores. Emma's second ride coming in at 23:33. You see current current list on the screen with our leaders going down to the bottom. Now, this is still not set yet. These paddlers still have a third ride to go, and as we start back up to the top of the heat here.
Yeah, here comes Q. I know a lot of folks in Georgia and Atlanta cheering for her.
Unfortunate flush there on her last ride. That little corner there can be extremely tricky as you drop in. Sometimes you just get caught up by the wave, and there's very little you can do about it, but just got to reset that mentality. Unfortunately, that was, I believe, her third ride.
It was, and I just want to give props to all the competitors. This isn't easy, you know, and just to be here is such an accomplishment. So great job, Q.
All right, next up here we have Mariah of Spain dropping in for her third ride. She had a great first ride, unfortunate flush on her second ride, so we're going to see what she's got for us here on her third. Setting up, looking for potentially that left roundhouse, maybe not getting the stern up as much as she wanted. Unfortunately, getting a little bit of a catch, but managing to retain the feature. Very impressive. Going for that right roundhouse. She's still looking for those tricks here, getting some of those points, going for that left roundhouse again, knowing that she didn't quite get the angle that she wanted. We'll see her maybe go for a spin here, try to set herself back up for another trick. There is that left spin for 10 points. Spinning it up potentially the other way. Nope, going for a spin. Yep, there it is, the spin to the right. Looking to set herself up on that curler, getting that nice speed. There's that air she was looking for. Going for a back roundhouse the other direction. Looking like a pretty solid ride here. Her first ride, as I mentioned, was 40 points. This is definitely looking to have bested that, which will give her a good combined score.
Yeah, she was again using the entirety of the wave, and if y'all noticed as you were watching, that wave is bouncy and the shoulder can hit you. You know, you really have to be on it. And here we have Martina from Spain coming into the wave, ferrying out onto the wave, eyeing that wave, wanting to catch it just in the right sweet spot. Great job.
Martina having a good second ride. She's going to be looking for her third ride to be as good as that one. Currently, the cutoff points, looking to spin it up on the right. Very nice. Looking super smooth out there on the feature. Continuing to spin. Now, you can only score each trick once during your ride, but it doesn't mean you can't do some of these basic tricks multiple times to try to set yourself up for some of the more advanced ones. One of the things you'll see as we go forward with the competition is paddlers going for a single trick, landing it, getting pushed back up to the top of the feature, and coming down for their second pass. There she is looking for that, maybe that back left roundhouse, going for a beautiful right blunt.
She's got to be happy with that.
There is on the buzzer as the score for that blunt comes in. Now, blunts being worth 50 points, it's a pretty solid, looking like a pretty solid last ride here. Now, the cutoff currently for qualifying is 6 points, 6.67 points with Julie Dion from Canada. So every paddler here is going to be looking at these lists of scores on the big screen and wanting to make sure that they place themselves as far up to qualify, as we still have a few more heats to go.
Yeah, here comes Olivia McGinnis from the United States. Ferrying out, again looking to catch the wave right at the sweet spot. Ooh,
an unfortunate flush there as her stern gets pushed right through that curler. That's all right, though. She had 2 great first rides, and I think she's going to be happy with those rides as we move forward. Currently, those rides are putting her in the second position at the moment with a combined of 273.33.
That's right, and we're taking the top 20 women from this round of preliminaries into quarterfinals. So next up is Nuria from Spain.
Nuria dropping into the feature, catching it right on that nice surfer's right shoulder, looking for the pass, not quite getting it, but she's still there. She's still setting herself up, looking for her next big tricks here. Nuria already currently sitting in 4th right now with her combined scores of 118.34. She's going to be looking to top those, and I've seen her score bigger than that even on single rides, so I know she's got this.
She's really taking her time strategizing. Nice back blunt.
Beautiful back blunt. Unfortunate little edge there.
Yeah, when that edge digs in, as we know,
Yeah,
Gets into that green water.
You feel it go, and all you can do is wait and hope that you manage to stick on the feature. But that'll do it for Nuria's second or third ride here. I believe that'll keep her staying with her first 2 rides. We'll have to wait and see what the final is there.
Yep. Next up is Sage Donnelly,
Actually-
and Sage is currently sitting in first with a combined score of 288 points. And so she's hoping to secure her spot in the top 20. And she can continue to up her combined score, doing some big tricks in this ride. So she's spinning around, trying to set herself up for a pass. There goes nice roundhouse there.
She's looking for her next trick here on the feature, trying to maybe set it up for the back blunt. Looking to get a nice pass backwards, struggling a little bit on that shoulder, but managing to stay back in the feature. Going a beautiful pass into a nice right blunt there. Really gliding on that green water into a beautiful, beautiful left backstab there. Backstab being the same thing as a back blunt.
Ooh, that was big.
Even bigger there, going for the mirror, looking for that helix.
Nice, retaining the feature. She looks very relaxed. Big fist bump. She is happy with that ride, Zach.
100%. You can feel the energy coming off of these paddlers as they're on this good wave feature. It's been such an absolutely beautiful week here for the start of this event. We saw Squirt boating yesterday with already some medals and some absolutely groundbreaking rides.
Truly.
And I'm sure we're expecting some more absolutely fantastic performances here over this coming week.
Next up is Valet Bertrand from Norway, waiting for the judges' thumbs up. She's also got a beautiful sparkly blue carbon boat. And those again, you'll see a lot of competitors in these beautiful carbon boats. They're more rigid and lighter than plastic boats, which helps getting aerial, right? So they're looking for that aerial bonus in their tricks for a higher score, and the carbon boat can really help you out with that.
Yeah,
Send you
100%.
flying.
Especially on these waves, one of the things is there's a lot of pressure in the with the currents, and plastic boats are inherently a little softer. So when you go for those really hard passes to get as much air as you can, having that extra stiffness with the carbon kayak really makes a difference. Whereas the plastic boat, you'll have a little bit of flex as you're surfing on the feature. It can make it a lot more stable, and I saw a lot of people actually prefer it over the carbon boat due to how stable a plastic boat is on these features. But we're seeing a lot of carbon boats here at the World Championships. These are some of the top paddlers in the world.
Yeah, I feel like this World Championships, we're seeing the most carbon boats that we've ever seen at a World Championships, actually.
Definitely with this beautiful good wave feature, yeah. All right, she's waiting for her ride as we go.
Valerie is also someone I competed with back in the early 2000s, like Julie Dion. And here she goes. No stranger to competition. Look at that slalom forward stroke, catching that wave, dropping in, going, ooh, nice big blunt to the left. Unfortunately, catches an edge and flushes. That, that is the challenge out here, is completing the moves, retaining the wave. There's, again, mental skills preparation. It's not easy, is it, Zach?
No, 100%, but there you saw some of those scores go up real high. And, well, the blunt is worth 50 points. However, she got some air bonus on that, and an air bonus for that is an additional 30.
And we have Tamsin from Great Britain dropping in.
Looking for that potentially a right roundhouse. Standing herself up on that shoulder, looking for her next pass. Coming in, a beautiful right blunt. We'll see that 50 points come on the board as all the judges give it to her.
Felt like she was looking for that clean bonus on that last spin. Unfortunately, catches her edge and flushes.
Yeah, that shoulder, it's what you want to use to get back on top of the feature, but it can also be equally punishing. You see it sometimes crashing on top of the athletes and just pushing them under. It's a tough feature right here, but it's extremely fun.
Next up, we have Katie Kowalski from Canada. Again, accomplished boater. As you mentioned, Zach, no stranger to wave boating.
Yeah, Katie looking to put some points on the board here with her last ride. This last ride for her is going to be a all or nothing. We're seeing her psyching herself up as she waits for the thumbs up from the judges. There it is. She's going in for her third and final ride here in the qualifying heats.
And she's dropping in, catches the wave, goes nice roundhouse to the right. She's looking a little more relaxed this time, going for roundhouse, other way.
She's looking very composed here. She knows what she has to do. This is the all or nothing ride, and she's already putting some points there on the board. She's looking to set herself up on one of those shoulders for her next pass, spinning it up for a additional 10 points. There we see the nice wide shot, which really puts into perspective the size of this feature.
Yeah, and we know she can go big. We know she's there. Going for another roundhouse, spinning it around.
3 seconds left, 2, 1. Can she get one more trick here on the board? Not quite, but there are the points she was looking for. That's what she wanted in her last ride, was to get some of those points on the board to put her in those leaderboards.
That's right, and she's balancing a lot. New mom, competitor, manager at Wilderness Tours and Ottawa Kayak School. So great job, Katie. Next up is Emma from Great Britain, waiting for the judges' thumbs up. Again, sitting in the eddy, the competitors need to wait until the judges are ready. They get the thumbs up from the head judge, and that lets them know they are ready to go.
Yeah, and on top of it already being a World Championships when it comes to how stressful it is, actually here we're seeing currently the top 9 at the moment. Actually, this looks like it's currently just this heat. So the current results and scores for this heat. Now, some of these people are actually on the leaderboards, including the first heat here. But Emma is dropping in for her last ride. She had a very good first ride. She's going to be looking to add to those points, get herself further up in those safe positions up on the leaderboard, spinning it up to the right, looking for that nice pass. The wave's greening out perfectly for her here. Using that shoulder nice and calm, looking very composed, looking for those bounces here. Looking for that right roundhouse. She's probably going for that left one. Nope, look, maybe going for it again. Not sure if that scored. Going for a beautiful right back blunt. Hey, she's already doing pretty good here. She's going to be looking for a few more tricks as the countdown hits 10 seconds. Maybe going for a shove it. Going for the spin to the left on the buzzer. Great last ride here from Emma of Great Britain.
Again, spending all 45 seconds in the feature, not, as we've seen, not an easy task.
Yeah, this is definitely a good, solid last ride. We're still waiting on the scores tally, but I saw it already higher than her ride too, so this should add to her existing 113.33. We'll just have to wait and see what those judges give her.
And again, we're taking the top 20 women from preliminaries moving into quarterfinals. So that is what these ladies are trying to do. And as you see on the screen, you can see the results from this heat. And Sage and Olivia and Tamsin from Sage, Olivia, and Tamsin holding the top 3 spots from this heat.
Emma's third ride coming in with a 68.33, adding to her first ride for a total of 158.33. That currently puts her in the 4th place overall with these first 2 heats. The cutoff at the moment for the quarterfinals is the 6.67 points.
So up next, our next heat of women is getting ready. So first up is Ann Sommer from Germany. Ferrying onto the wave, dropping in. Ooh, that was a good job catching the wave. Goes for that roundhouse to the left, spinning it around. She's moving. She's looking, getting herself set up, going for the roundhouse other way. Catches an edge. Can she stay on the wave? Unfortunate flush for Ann. She's got two more rides, and looks like she's
So sorry for the confusion there. That is actually Leia of Finland.
Apologies for that. Where sometimes the heat.
Bit of confusion here, yeah, on the start list.
It up. Okay.
Happens once in a while. But next up, we've got
Marjana
of Finland as well.
Actually, Marjana, yes, of Finland.
Looking to set up with that left roundhouse, spinning it up to the left as well, cleaning it up, keeping her paddle out of the water, going for that right blunt, managing to retain the feature. This is a good ride so far.
Yeah.
Spinning it to the right, looking for roundhouse back to the left, keeping her paddle out of the water on those rotations. This is a great performance so far. Looking for the flashback, which is spinning into a right blunt. Flashbacks don't actually add additional points to your blunt. She looks like she was going there for that left backstab, unfortunately flushing, but that was a great first ride already. And as I was saying, the flashback is not actually scored as its own ride, as its own trick, as you kind of spin into that backstab. But what it allows you to do is actually make it easier to keep that paddle out of the water and get some speed. So you can add a clean bonus to whatever back blunt or back roundhouse you score.
Yeah, that was a great ride. She's got to be happy with that. And next up is Dino from Great Britain. Waiting for the judges' thumbs up.
Dino getting ready for her first ride here. One of the many members of the Team GB here representing Great Britain at the World Championships. Catching the feature right in the center, starting it right up with a right spin. Looking to set something up maybe here, going for the left roundhouse. Very nice. Spinning it back to the right, going for another spin here, trying to set herself up on that corner, spinning her way back and forth across the feature. Maybe going for a left roundhouse, as we saw her already throw to the right here. There's that attempt, going for the left roundhouse. Whether it was a roundhouse or not, there's a beautiful left air blunt. That's some big points right there on the board. Again, blunt being worth 50, air added to it being another 30 points.
She looks composed, relaxed, as she's moving around, going for that clean spin.
Keeping her paddle way out of the water, making sure the judges definitely don't think she touched the water with it. And she is hyped with that first ride, as she should be. That was incredible. We'll have to wait and see what the judges give her as a total, but I think that was definitely a solid first ride. She's going to be content with those going into. And that's that confidence boost, right? You get a great first ride, then you already know that you're already in a good place going into your second and third.
Yeah, it definitely helps with your mindset game. Next up, we've got Ani from Finland.
This is our third Finnish paddler here in this heat. It's pretty awesome when you have all your teammates in the eddy with you. It's really good for morale.
And not only teammates, just colleagues from all over the world cheering you on. Everyone's pumped up. Here she comes out of the eddy.
There she comes, dropping in for her first ride here. Retaining the feature right in the beautiful foamy white section, going for a beautiful right blunt, maybe some air on that. Again, an air basically means the boat has to completely exit the water. Spinning it up, almost flushing off that left side, but she manages to retain it. Looking for potentially a back blunt left side, not quite getting the pass she was looking for. I'm sure we'll see her try it again. Going for a nice left blunt, maybe some air bonus on that. We'll have to wait and see. Really using those shoulders really well. Going for a helix, managing to attain the feature. That was incredible. We haven't seen a ton of helixes yet, but beautiful, beautiful execution there.
Just went for a big air screw. That was amazing.
Yeah, helixes being worth 150 points, air screw being worth 140 points. If these all score, this is going to be a massive, massive ride.
She is happy with that ride. Nice work, Ani. Yeah, it feels good. You know, she came in on that ride and just threw a big trick right off the bat. Again, a big confidence booster when you land that and start moving around and looking for your next trick. And next up, we've got Miu from Japan. Again, we've got paddlers from all over the world competing here in Columbus, Georgia on the mighty Chattahoochee River. It's a beautiful day. And Good Wave is an exceptional wave, so much fun. Takes a lot of skill, as Zach said, and mental preparation. and these athletes are looking to show us what they can do out here and move up into that quarterfinals.
Yeah, and she is also in university at the moment as a medical student, is actually going to be graduating as a doctor in a year and a half, which is, that's impressive.
That is impressive. All of these competitors, again, you know, doing different things, different talents, managing lives off the water as well as their preparation on the water. And here she goes out of the eddy, looking to drop into this feature again, right at this sweet spot.
There she goes. The buzzer starts. Time starts on her first ride of her first ever World Championships here in Columbus, Georgia. Looking to set herself up, looking nice and calm and composed. Beautiful spin there on that left surfer's right shoulder. Looking to set herself up for maybe another spin, looking to get a nice pass here for a potential roundhouse attempt on the right. Flush there, but there's already some points on the board with that 10 points from the spin.
Yeah, looking good. It's always exciting to compete at your first World Championships.
Yeah, it's a feeling I think anybody who's ever competed at any event really will always remember the first time they compete. It's an incredible feeling. So
it really is so much excitement, and everyone is so accomplished to be here. And we've got Lucia Hacker from Germany ferrying out to the wave, looking to catch that wave, looking good, going for a roundhouse to the right, looking for that back roundhouse. Unfortunate flush again when you drop that edge into the green water. If you don't have your timing just right, it can catch it and just surf you right off.
yeah, 100%. Now this was only her first ride, so she's still got 2 more to go.
Absolutely. And again, as what you know, these athletes are not just paddling back up to the top of the eddy. They have to get out of their boats, walk back up across the island, and as they're doing that, they're prepping their mental game for their next ride. What do they need to do to move into the next round? So coming onto the wave now is Nele from Germany. Just unfortunately caught an edge as she was ferrying out, didn't quite hit the sweet spot of the wave. But as you said, Zach, they have 2 more rides, so we'll see what she can do.
Yeah, and she's another experienced paddler here with a 7th in Junior Women's Worlds in Sort, Spain, and 25th in the Women's Worlds in Nottingham, UK, which was just last summer.
All right, next up is another German, Naya, ferrying out from the eddy.
Looking to set herself up as far out as possible. Catching on that shoulder, unfortunately flushing a little bit through, but again, just the first rides. This is only their first rides. They've still got 2 more to go. Lots of time to reset, lots of time to get back on shore, talk to their coaches and friends, get ready for their next rides. But next up here, we've got Sydney Nixon of Canada, another very experienced wave boater, as she comes down into this feature. This is not her first World Championship. She competed back in NOC in 2013. Looking for set up into that spin, looking maybe for back, looking for that flashback, which is a nice, potentially clean left back roundhouse. Setting herself nice and tall, getting a beautiful pass, going for that left blunt, right blunt. I'm sure she'll be going for the left one as well here. Really using that feature, looking absolutely powerful and in control here.
Yeah, she really looks relaxed. Looks like she's got a strategy. She's really looking to set herself up.
Yeah, looking for, oh, unfortunately, losing her grip on the paddle. That's okay, she's still in, she's still got it. Spinning her way back onto that shoulder. Oh, an unfortunate catch on that little curler as it curled back onto the stern of her boat. That's okay, she's already got some points on the board. Again, first rides are important, but there are still 2 more to go. So we'll wait and see what she's got in for us on her next few rides.
So back up to the top of the order, we've got Leah from Finland. So again, waiting for the thumbs up from the judges. And here we have the scores on the board so far from this heat.
And that little Q you see next to their scores on the right is actually whether with their current standings, based on the heats that have already gone, they are qualified. So they want to keep that Q next to their name It's very important. Here comes Leah coming in, one of 3 Finnish paddlers here in this heat, looking for potentially a nice right roundhouse, spinning it up using that dangerous surfer's left shoulder, but it has been working for a lot of paddlers here today. Going for that right spin, adding another 10 points to the board. Unfortunate edge and a bit of a window shade as she gets caught on the bottom of that feature.
Yeah, again, you go for that pass and you want to dig one rail in so that it sends you up and you can do that edge-to-edge transition, and sometimes it just digs in so much.
Sometimes that wave bites back.
Yeah. All right, next up, Marjana from Finland, another Finnish paddler, and she had a great catch in the wave. Nice roundhouse out on that surfer's left corner, which can be danger zone. She did a great job going for that right roundhouse. Coming back around, she looks really in control, relaxed. Oh, going for roundhouse into clean spin. That was an amazing roll. She retained the feature. She's doing a great job of staying in here.
Yeah, she's already got 35 points on the wave so far. She's still got 10 seconds left to go as she goes for a beautiful right air blunt.
Yes.
That'll be big for her points. Looking to set something up in her final 10 seconds. Well, looking for, maybe she wanted to set up for a donkey flip there. Not quite getting it around, but you're already seeing the points rack up as that air blunt gets counted by those judges. Now, sometimes you see there's like a .33, and what that means is there are 3 judges here. The 3 judges will each make calls, and then the head judge will work with them and kind of average the score based on what each of the judges have called. So sometimes you do end up with decimal points in these rides.
I love your technical knowledge, Zach. It's awesome. Thank you for keeping us informed. And next up is Dino from Great Britain, and she had a good last ride. I think she was doing that fist bump, and she scored 125 points. So she's happy with that, and I know she's looking to score more points, put more points on the board. So here we go.
And she's got a lot of positive energy coming out of that first ride, so I'm sure she's going to have something in store for us here on her second as she drops into good wave. Really getting a beautiful first catch on that shoulder. Looking to set herself up, surfing herself around, going for that right clean spin, maybe getting it around. Looks like those points for that spin come in not clean, but still, beautiful left blunt. Going for, there's that clean spin. She's already done the spin, but she can add those clean bonuses to it if she repeats the trick with clean. Going for a right blunt, maybe roundhouse. Depends on what the judges are going to score on that. Continuing to throw those beautiful clean spins.
Decisive clean spins, yes.
Going for a roundhouse. Unfortunately, catching a bit of a stern edge, but there's some already good points there. I'm sure she's going to be happy there. It's another high-scoring ride for her second ride here.
She doesn't seem as happy with that ride, but she's already got a good ride on the board. She's got one more ride to go. And next up is Ani from Finland. And Ani had a great last ride, so she also was very happy with her first ride, but we know she's trying to put more points on the board to move into those quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Ani also the current national champion and Finnish Freestyle Cup overall leader in the last 2 years out in Finland. So she's here coming in to show with the world what she's got in here in Columbus, Georgia. Catching the wave for her second ride. Again, she had a beautiful first ride score of 240 points. Starting off with an incredible left air blunt, going maybe for that backstab. Almost turning it into a back loop here on this wave.
She really did. I thought she was going to get that.
Yeah. But that's it for her second ride. She's got one more to go. Still 70 points in based off that nice air blunt there. We're going to be moving on to our next paddler in a moment here. Miu of Japan.
Yeah, it takes a lot of skill to be always looking back, right? Wanting to take that retention stroke back into the feature, look back into the feature. All right, here comes Miu from Japan. Looking strong as she paddles into the wave, dropping in. Looking for that spin, brings it around, looking good. She looks relaxed. Another spin. Trying to set herself up. She's on that big corner. Ooh, catches her edge. That you know, sometimes that happens. This wave feature, that shoulder, that surfer's right shoulder, as you see it, it curls up and over. And when if you get in there just right, sideways, it can kind of throw you over, just like it did to me. She's got one more ride, so we'll see what she can do as she comes back up to the top. Next up, we've got Lucia from Germany coming out of the eddy.
She's going to be wanting to put some points on the board here. She's got 2 more rides to go. Catching the feature, managing to retain as the buzzer starts for her second ride here. Getting nice control there as she's trying to set herself up. Getting a little bit of slip on the paddle, but that's all right. She's still in. Looking to set herself backwards, maybe for a bit of a back roundhouse there. Fortunately catching a bit of the edge. Not sure if that will score or not. We'll have to wait for the official call from the judges. We can call it as we see it, but we're not the judges here. The judges are sitting just a bit downstream, close to where the camera, where you guys are seeing the live from, right behind where these athletes are putting in the water. And they're the ones tallying up those scores, working tirelessly all day to make sure that it's a fair and even competition for everybody today. As we move on to Nellie's second ride, coming out here from Germany, dropping into the feature.
And she's going to want to put some points on the scoreboard with this ride. Coming around, looking for that spin. Again, surfing around, trying to position herself. Looking for that pass.
Really confidently using those shoulders on the wave, looking for that nice pass. Dangerous right curler, but she manages to stay in the feature, spinning it around.
Yep.
Maybe a bit of a back roundhouse. We'll have to see what they give there. Unfortunately, surfing off that surfer's left shoulder, but there was some points on the board. It looked like a 6.67. Maybe a few of the judges had scored one of her spins.
Yep, and again, these paddlers are trying to rack up some points on the board. Next up is Naya from Germany. So we've got 3 Germans in this heat. She looks focused. Even veering out of this eddy and onto the wave is a skill in and of itself. Looking 100%. For that sweet spot, catches the wave, looking good, looking for that spin, brings it around. Looking for, I don't know if she was looking to set herself up backwards for a back move. Unfortunately caught her edge.
Still got her 10 points for that spin there, so that's a solid start to her second ride. She's got 1 more to go. Still plenty of time here for Naya of Germany. Also, it's actually pretty impressive, the fact that her local play spot is Plattling, Germany, but she's 6 hours from it.
Yeah.
So that's a commitment to train to make it out here, and it's very impressive that she is out here. As we move on to Sydney Nixon of Canada for her second ride. She had a pretty good first ride with 56.67. Definitely looked like she was going to look for throw a few other tricks here. Catching the feature, going for that spin into a beautiful, huge left back air blunt.
Yes, the crowd just went wild here for that move.
Yeah, the crowd out here in Columbus is electric. You guys would have to be here to feel it. It is absolutely incredible. Every World Championships is an amazing experience for all these paddlers. And again, huge points there with, it looked like it was climbing at the 90 points for a potential clean back blunt with air. That would have been a back blunt is at 70 points. If she managed to add the clean bonus, it would have been an additional 30 points. And if she threw some air, it could have been an additional 30 on top of that. So we're seeing her come in with a second ride of 100 points with that 1 back blunt alone. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that was a great job. All right, we're back up at the top with Leah from Finland. She's looking to put some more points on the scoreboard. Catches that wave. Dude, does great. That was great recovery.
Yeah, a little bit of face surfing, as we like to call it, but she's still in the feature. She's got it. Still got 36 seconds left here. Looking to maybe set it up for a right blunt or roundhouse here. There's that roundhouse attempt again, managing to retain the feature. Really impressive. Spinning it up to the right, looking to set those 10 points. Going for that shove it, keeping that single blade in the water. Very well done. Shove-its are a lot harder than they look when you actually try them.
They really are, because you have to keep your blade in the water the whole time.
It's the hardest 5 points you'll ever fight for in a competition.
Oh, danger zone on that edge. and she surfs off.
Yeah. Now you do see there is a second feature there on the left as some paddlers surf into it, but you can only count the tricks that you're attempting in the main feature at good wave. So if you do flush off into that other feature, that is still over for your ride.
All right, next up is Marjana from Finland. Making her way out into the current. Catching the wave at the sweet spot, looking good, going for that blunt right off the bat, trying to get a move on the board, going for that clean spin. I think she touched, going for her blunt the other way. Looks like it might have been a roundhouse the other way. She is really moving and trying to do as many tricks as she can.
Yeah, she is not stopping here as she throws end after end, looking to score every single one of those variations, backwards, front, left, right. She's still working that feature, not stopping, looking like maybe a little bit of a flush, but that's already a great ride. She's already had two very good rides with a 138.33 and a 121.67. So we'll have to wait and see if this ride replaces one of her current two rides. Already sitting currently second in this heat. The finish really showing that they really know their way around these waves.
Right, Dino is coming from Great Britain, is coming out for her ride. Catching feature.
Dino also having two very consistent first rides.
Yeah, she seemed pretty happy with those first two rides. She's looking strong, looking in control, going for a roundhouse to the left. And let's see if she has some other tricks in store for us, going for that clean spin. Moving around, she's moving around quick, trying to get those tricks.
Again, one of those things, sometimes just continuously rotating, continuously moving on the feature. Sometimes you might not expect a pass to exist and you get it and you get those points, but there's, again, beautiful left air blunt.
Yep.
So yeah, as she's spinning around, going clean, sometimes you'll see the end come up a bit. She's looking for that roundhouse, looking for a donkey flip, not quite holding it in the feature, but again, she's excited. You see the paddle go up in the air. She looks happy. That's 3 solid rides from Dina Rock out of Great Britain, and that'll make it for her third and final ride here in the semifinals. Currently, she is qualified based on the paddlers that have already gone, so we'll see if this ride tops her previous ones and adds to those points.
Yeah, and Zach, as you were saying, some paddlers, their strategy is to move around a lot, and other paddlers we've seen, they're really taking their time trying to find the sweet spot, trying to find their way back up to the top of the wave. So different paddlers have different paddling styles, different strategies, which makes it exciting to watch.
Yeah, all right, Dina's third ride coming in at 118.33. She will stick with her first 2 rides for a combined of 258.33. Now as Annie from Finland comes in for her third and final ride here as well. She had an incredible first ride and also a pretty good second ride here, but we know there's an incredibly huge right air blunt. That was massive. I don't think her whole body touched the water the entire way. Going for a left roundhouse, unfortunately flushing a bit off the back, but those are going to be some incredible points started for her third ride. Definitely besting her second ride, so that'll add a good amount of points to her tally.
Yeah, this wave is so bouncy that sometimes when you get bounced and then you are trying to brace off of your paddle, it can actually pull you out of the wave. You're not trying to pull yourself out, but that brace can really pull you out. So next up, we've got Miyu from Japan.
Miyu being very consistent, scoring 2 10-point rides here. She's going to be looking for a good third ride as she comes in on her final ride. There she comes in, dropping into the feature, getting some encouragement from her fellow competitors in the eddy. It's one of the best things about this sport of whitewater kayaking is everybody's constantly supporting each other.
Absolutely. That's why you see folks who have left the sport and come back, and it just feels like you never left because the community is so strong and supportive and fun. And Miyu is looking good
Showing
on the wave.
Incredible control there, spinning it around. We'll have to see if the judges score. It looks like some of them might have. Now the thing with the spin is as she looks set up, oh, beautiful, potentially nice pass. Unfortunately, a little bit of a roll. So for those viewers looking and saying, well, that definitely looked like a spin. why aren't all the judges scoring it? One of the things is a spin actually has to have a continuous rotation. There can't be like a stall as you're spinning around. It has to be one fluid 360-degree rotation starting from any position. So in that case, there might have been one of the judges might have called a bit of a stall halfway through.
We've got Lucia from Germany on the wave. Looking for her first trick, looking for that spin, coming around on that surfer's right shoulder. Another spin coming around. Seems like her strategy, yep, spinning the other way. We'll see what the judges say.
Very smooth.
Looking for that shove it. So she's got some points on the board. Looks like 21 points on the board.
And that's what she was really looking for in her third ride here. She had two 0-point rides at the beginning, and now coming into the third ride looking very calm, very composed, starting off with those small tricks, adding those points to the boards, making sure that she has some points going in so she has a chance of qualifying in for the quarterfinals later on. And her third ride coming in at 21.67. Next up here we have Nelly, who has had a ride 2 of 6.67, looking for a amazing third ride here as she catches the feature. We'll see if she has a similar strategy there, looking for a right spin, maybe going for that left spin, not quite bringing it around. Still in the feature though, she's still got 30 seconds here on the clock. There it is, looking for that left spin, perfect execution. We'll bump it up to potentially 20 points here. A little bit of an edge catch, but she's maybe still in the feature. She managed to get up. Unfortunately not, but there are the points she was looking for. Again, looked a very similar strategy to her previous teammate. Again, often these teams have the same coaches, so you'll see some of them trying to repeat very similar strategies if they're in the same situation. And that was a good execution from Nele of Germany on her third ride here.
And just a little while ago, you saw the points on the screen telling you the current leaderboard from all heats. So we've got Naya from Germany. Looking for that sweet spot on the wave. Catches the wave. Is she going to stay? Oh, just, again, catches her edge and flips.
Yeah, Naya is going to end up sticking with her second ride score of 10 points. She'll have to wait and see if that's enough to put her up into the quarterfinals. But next up we have from Canada, Sydney Nixon. We saw her throw an absolutely massive back blunt in her last ride. It was clean. It was huge. We'll see what she's got for us here in her third ride. Currently sitting at a combined score of 156.67. Dropping in for her third and final ride here in these qualifying heats. Sydney Nixon of Canada.
So catching the wave, stabilizing. Is she going to make it? Oh, she, again, catching that edge. This can be so challenging on this wave. You catch the edge, and it is challenging to recover. So she's going to be sticking with her her total points right now of 156.67, which currently does qualify her. We're going to have to wait and see. We still have one more heat to go.
Yeah. The current cutoff at the moment for that 20th place position is 30 points, held by Leah of Finland.
So we have our fourth and final heat in the eddy ready to go. We've got Savannah from Canada, Heidi from Great Britain, Zosha from Poland, Anna from the US, Miki from Japan, Hitomi from Japan, Abby from the United States, Audie from Great Britain, Darby from the United States, and Emily from the United States.
Yeah, and this is an incredibly stacked heat. We have multiple world champions, former and reigning world champions actually, in this heat ready to go. So I'm expecting some absolutely massive rides from these paddlers here.
Yeah, and we've got some strategists in this heat as well. You know, folks who are experienced competitors. They know the drill. They are strategists, so they're going to try and get those points on the board to qualify. They know what it takes to qualify, and they are looking to do it. So there you have our start list on the screen for you at home.
Yeah, we got 4 Americans, 2 from Japan, 1 from Great Britain, 1 paddler from 2 from Great Britain, 1 paddler from Poland, and 1 from Canada.
And it looks like they are having some fun in the eddy. They're chit-chatting and just having a great time.
Yeah, you see them all lining up here, waiting for the thumbs up. Usually there's a bit of a wait in between. It seems to have been around a 2-minute wait between heats. It's been a very tight schedule at this year's World Championships due to some issues with water and being able to have water here in the Chattahoochee River. But Savannah's coming in for her first ride, attaining the feature, going for a beautiful right blunt, getting a bit of air maybe on that as those points rack in, setting herself up in the middle of the feature, looking for that next pass. She's looking very calm, very collected, has full control here on this wave.
Yeah, looking very relaxed, going for that spin on the shoulder, going for the roundhouse to the left. The crowd is going wild, really cheering her on as she's being very diligent about setting herself up. She has got a strategy. She's looking calm. She's trying to get backwards to set herself up for some back moves, and unfortunately gets into that surfer's left area that flushes you off. But I did see a little fist bump from her, so she...
Oh yeah, she's absolutely
happy.
pumped. She's coming out with a potentially currently unofficial score of 70 for her first ride here. But we're going to be moving on to our next paddler. This is Heidi Walsh of Great Britain, another very experienced paddler at these World Championships.
And another paddler who loves the Ottawa River.
100%.
Decided to move there to train on, she says, the best wave in the world. She's looking focused, determined as she finds that sweet spot. Nice work, Heidi. Going for a big blunt right off the bat. See what the judges say. More of a roundhouse. Trying to set herself up, going for the blunt other direction. Spinning around. Looked like she was looking for a clean or maybe even a flashback.
And not quite managed to bring in the feature, but it's already 50 points on the scoreboard for her first ride.
Yeah, great. So now we've got Zosia Tula from Poland up next, and Zosia is a very accomplished paddler. I believe she has medaled in several World Championships and World Cups.
Here
She's a beautiful paddler to watch, actually. She's got a lot of style. She tends to be very consistent and very calm on the wave. As you can see, she's taking her time, setting herself up, looking for that pass, looking for that blunt to the right, bringing it back around, setting herself up backwards. She's looking for a back move on that corner, looking for a back blunt on that corner. Nice job retaining the feature. That was a crux roll right there. She has a lot of awareness of where she is. Going for that big Pan Am. Does she retain? Oh, so we'll see what the judges say about that, but that was a good start.
Yeah, and again, as you mentioned, she is a experienced paddler at these World Championships. She has been a medalist prior she's been a World Cup winner in 2018 in Sort and has had silver and gold medals. Absolutely very impressive. Also third in 2019 in Sort as well. All right, next up here we have a paddler on the American team, Anna Bruno. She also competed yesterday in the Squirt competition. Multidisciplinary paddler here, dropping in for her first ride on good wave, going right away into the potentially left or right roundhouse, spinning it up, continuing that movement, never stopping. Looking for that potentially left roundhouse the other direction. A little bit of a back bounce, maybe going for a back blunt. She is setting herself up, looking for her next pass. She's definitely looking for that back roundhouse to the left. There's a huge bounce, not quite getting the stern to where she wanted it though. 15 seconds left. There's that beautiful back blunt. Going for a clean back blunt the same direction. Now going for a blunt to the left. Going for blunt to the right. Here she is in her last 10 seconds, really going all out, putting everything she has on the board. There's that peace sign as her timer runs out and surfs off of the feature.
She really looked happy with that ride so far, and she was moving around. She was throwing as many tricks as she could. So she's got some points on the board. And next up we have Miki Sato from Japan. We've got two Japanese paddlers in this heat, and the Japanese paddlers are accomplished and fun to watch, and we'll see her soon about to ferry out. Again, even ferrying out onto this wave takes a lot of skill. Looking for that, again, that sweet spot. She's got it. She's on the wave, going for a roundhouse to the right. Looking for that next pass. Going roundhouse other direction. Notice she looks back so she knows exactly where she is on the wave, going for that blunt to the right, spinning it around. She is looking good, keeping herself in the wave. And she's racking up those points, as you can see on the screen, racking up those points on your lower right-hand corner of the screen. Getting backwards for a big back blunt. Spinning around again. So she's keeping it moving, getting those points. She's going for another big black back blunt. And scoreboard looks like it says so far 170 points, so that is a solid first ride for Mickey.
Yeah,
from
very
Japan.
impressive first ride here. This is the kinds of rides that we're expecting from this heat. Absolutely incredible first. There are still many more, a few more to go for each of these paddlers, so it'll be exciting to see what these scores tally up to at the moment. We're just waiting for the official score here.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, this heat does have the most experienced competitors of the competition, and so they could really change up the leaderboard here at the competition.
Yeah, so next up we've got one of the most experienced paddlers on the water in general, actually, is Hitomi Takaku of Japan, dropping in with her, looks like a shiny new Apex Kayak. It's a new brand on the scene. Looking for some good control, going for a beautiful, very snappy right blunt. Spinning out of that, using that shoulder, going for another very nice right blunt. Again, you can only score a single one of those tricks, going for a nice back blunt to the left. Setting herself up sideways, definitely seeing if she's going to get the back blunt the other direction. Extremely good control here. Again, as I mentioned, one of the most experienced paddlers on the water at this competition. Looking to set herself up for one more big trick as the timer hits the 10-second mark. 5-second mark here on the board. Goes for a incredible air screw.
That was beautiful.
And a clean right air blunt. That was an incredible final few seconds from Hitomi. We're going to have to wait and see again. The air screw worth 140 points if it comes in, and those blunts at 50. Now the clean adding that 30 points, that could be absolutely huge score as the judges tally it up. We'll have to wait and see, but I think that's an extremely promising first ride here from Hitomi.
Absolutely, and I loved how she brought it at the very end of her, brought the energy at the very end of her ride. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's on the wave. When you're paddling, you actually get to hear that 10-15 second buzzer. And when you hear that go, you know that you only have this very short amount of time, and you need to throw all out to get before that final buzzer goes.
Yeah.
And again, one of those tricks with her clean right air blunt actually initiated, she finished the trick after the buzzer, but she initiated it just before the buzzer. So as long as you initiate your trick before your time runs out, you still have the time to finish it and retain and score that move.
Yeah, and she did great. So Abby Holcomb is next from the United States.
Hitomi's first ride coming in at 266.67.
Awesome. So here comes Abby, and Abby was junior world champion at the last World Championships, and going in with a big blunt to the left. Unfortunately catches an edge, but we know she's got more tricks. She's got 2 more rides. And Abby, traveling around in her van, and grew up traveling with her parents and traveling around competing, kayaking. So she is no stranger to the mental agility it takes to come back from a flush like that.
100%. But now we have our next paddler. It's Audley Robinson-Shaw out of the United Kingdom. She is our former reigning world champion. Absolute stellar paddler. She excels in every discipline she competes in, whether it's squirt boating, C1, recently added women's C1 to these world championships, and K1 here is the discipline that she will be showing us what she's got on her first ride at the 2023 world championships. Catching the feature, going for a first pass, maybe not getting what she was looking for there, but she's still got this. Plenty of time, spinning it up to the right. looking for that nice air, going for a beautiful, clean air left blunt. Absolutely picture perfect to the definition, going for a left backstab the other direction, getting pulled off the back end of the feature, but those are solid scores for her first ride, already racking up over 200 points with those few tricks.
Yeah, Audie yesterday came in second, so she won the silver medal in Squirt, and as you said, she's an accomplished, so much control. When I watch her paddle, she's got so much control. She knows exactly where she is. Excellent boater. Some say the one to beat out here. Next up is Darby McAdams from the United States, and Darby currently lives in White Salmon, Washington. She's the organizer of the Little White Race. For those of you who love to river run, it is a Class 5 race. She's an excellent boater. She loves big waves. She's a big wave surfer, and here she comes. We know that she can throw some big tricks and catches the wave.
All right, there she is, going in right in with a beautiful left air blunt. Looking to set something else up here on the feature. Going for a beautiful, looking for that left back blunt. Not quite retaining the feature, flushing off the back, but again, this is just ride 1 of 3, so there's plenty of time. We've also got, as you can see through these camera angles, we've got this beautiful camera setup as we've got two cameras on our side of the river, plus the addition of a new camera on the opposite shore, which gives us a very unique, gives us and you guys a unique perspective on this feature that nobody else has here.
And again, when you look at the eddy, it looks like they're having fun, cheering each other on. And next up is Emily Jackson, multiple-time world champion. She has that beautiful pink and blue boat coming out. Also a mom of 2, works for Jackson Kayak. And she's looking to put down an awesome ride here in women's preliminaries, going for a back blunt right off the bat, going for a right blunt. That was a quick pass to pass. She's looking in control and relaxed. Big back blunt to the right, surfing around. She is no stranger to competition. She is a strategist, so she is looking to set herself up. Oh, going for that helix. Let's see if she sets herself up again. Spinning it around. There it is. Going for that helix and going for an air screw. We'll see what the judges say. That was an excellent first ride from Emily Jackson. Again, she's trying to put points on the board to move into those quarterfinals.
All right, I will be passing the mic off to another co-host here in just a moment as I go and get ready for my next ride. So I will talk to you guys all a bit later.
All right, and I'm still here with you, Anna Levesque, and Savannah from Canada is now on the wave, going for a roundhouse to the right, setting herself back up. She's surfing that far river, or surfer's left wave, and unfortunately got a flush. She's got one more ride to come back up to the top and show us what she can do. So if you are just joining us, we are in the 4th heat of women's K1, and next up is Heidi Walsh from Great Britain. Heidi making her way, ferrying across, looking for that sweet spot. This wave isn't always easy to catch, catches the wave. Looking good, looking strong. Surfing around. No stranger to competition, no stranger to big waves. Surfing. Going for that big right blunt, coming back around. Staying on the feature. She knows the next trick she wants to do. Already racked up 70 points, going for that left blunt off the shoulder. Another left blunt, bringing it around. Nice back blunt. She knows her strategy, and she is going for it. Bring it back around, looking for a back blunt, and that is chime. Solid second ride for Heidi Walsh with 131 points on the board so far for that ride. So back up to the top of the next paddler is Zosia Tua from Poland. And again, this heat of experienced paddlers, you can see that they are in the eddy, ready to go. And here we go with Zosia. Veering out. Catching the wave, going for a big Pan Am to the left. Unfortunately, not retaining the feature, but that was a big trick. And if you're, hello Mason.
Hi.
I'm joined here by Mason Hargrove, competitor in men's K1, and good to see you.
You too. We have a really close prelims coming up here. The score to beat currently, if you want to be guaranteed a spot into semifinals, is 120. So Anna Bruno, she needs to score at least 20 points on this ride to secure herself a spot in the quarterfinals. Here she goes, dropping in.
Going for a big blunt to the right. Oh, that was crux. Great recovery from Anna Bruno. Spinning it around. She's looking solid. She's setting herself up backwards, going for a big back blunt. Getting in that danger zone. Can she retain the feature? Unfortunately, flushes off of that far surfer's left corner.
Yeah, that was a great ride by Anna. She came out swinging with a huge aerial blunt to the left. That would have got the huge air bonus right there. So these athletes can also score air and huge on all these tricks along with clean. So they're trying to get their boat as high off the water as possible to get those points. But Anna has just secured herself. Right now it's all about Maki from Japan dropping in for her last ride.
Going for a roundhouse there to the right. Oh, nice job. She stays in the feature, going for another roundhouse, looked like. Getting herself backwards, going for a back roundhouse and another roundhouse to the left. She's using the full feature, surfing from end to end. Nice, back, going for that back blunt, other direction. Getting on that corner, nice, setting herself up again backwards, catching an edge, but she kept moving. She got some points on the board, 80 points on the board so far.
Yeah, she was continually moving that entire ride, using the entire feature to her advantage. There's some sweet spots on this wave, but there's also a lot of dangerous zones that, like we've been talking about. That left side of the wave is really flushy, but you can throw off that side for righty tricks and go really, really big, like we've seen some of these athletes do. Hitomi, our next paddler, is she's really good at showcasing what can be done on this wave with that nice air screw at the end of her ride. She currently scored 266 points on her last ride, and she is currently almost on top of the podium. She's in 6th place right now with just one ride, and she has 2 more to go. Here she goes, dropping into the feature.
Surfing around, bringing it back around for a spin. Setting herself up. Didn't quite make that pass. So when you get to the bottom, when you set yourself up at the top, going for a pass, there it is, big blunt to the right. So we're always trying to get to the top of the wave, big back blunt. And that was great retention of the feature, another blunt to the right. Remember, these tricks score only once, one direction.
5 seconds left on the clock. Hitomi's going to go for that air screw again to the right side, or to the left. Does she stick it? Yes, she does. It's going to be up to the judges to see whether she scored that. Each of these tricks have a predetermined point value and a definition they have to meet. So that donkey flipper air screw right there, the donkey flip's worth 90 points, the air screw 140. But you have to keep the boat within 20 degrees to either side of where you took off. So you have to be very precise while you're in the air, not allowing your boat to rotate from side to side to score that trick. So the judge is going to think about, did she score that? Did she not? Did she get the air bonus? Did she not get the air bonus? So it's going to be interesting to see what she does, but they're getting close to calling it and telling us what she had scored for that one. You can see a beautiful shot right there of all the rest of the women here in this heat. Next up, we're going to have reigning junior world champion Abby Holcomb.
Yeah, and Abby definitely wants to put more points on the board in this next ride so that she can qualify for the top 20 of this round into quarterfinals.
It's very true. Abby did a nice, huge blunt on her first ride, but just unfortunately her stern caught and it flushed her right out the wave. So she's definitely going to want to expand on that and score as many points as possible to guarantee her a spot in the the quarterfinals later.
Dropping into the wave, Abby is ready. She's getting herself set, looking for that pass, going for the roundhouse to the left. Setting herself back up, looking for that bounce, looking for that pass.
Yeah, it looks like she's trying to be a little bit more careful on this ride here, really trying to make sure she's getting every single trick and every single pass. She is trying to get up. There's that pass down. Is she going to take advantage of it? Yes, she does. Oh, not quite getting the separation from the foam, but recovering nicely. There it is. Nice big black back blunt to the left. It's a high-scoring trick if she scored that. Looks like she has 25 points. There's a nice Pan Am to the left. It's going to be up to the judges whether she scored that or not. Did she retain the feature or did she not?
That was beautiful, though, just to watch.
It was very, very beautiful.
Yes. So I think Abby will be happier with that ride. Let's see what how the score comes in. Next up is Adelie Robinson-Shaw, current reigning world champion.
Hitomi's second ride came in with 390 points. She is currently our leader with 656 points, 200 points above any other competitor. That is amazing.
It is amazing. And here goes Audie peeling out into the current, looking determined, looking strong, looking for the sweet spot, catches the wave,
Here she goes.
Right into an air screw or Pan Am.
It'll be up to the judges whether she scored that one or not. They're really looking for that rotation to stay between the 20 degrees of where you're landing. There she goes, a nice clean blunt to the left.
Yeah, Audie paddles with such control. Nice back blunt. She has trained for this, and she is looking good so far with some of those big tricks. And you see even the best paddlers sometimes catch that rail. Big back blunt. Looks like she got some good air on that as well.
That was a huge back Pan Am. She got the boat over vertical on that one and got tons of air under her boat. The judges are awarding a special bonus called a huge bonus if you go 1.5 feet to 2 feet off the water. Audley definitely did that on that one. She's gonna be rewarded an extra 50 points onto that 130-point trick that back Pan Am is worth. It looks like Abby's second ride came in with a 75, so she has guaranteed herself a spot in the quarterfinals.
I bet she'll be happy to know that. That you know, helps to boost your confidence and helps for that last ride. She can really come out and do her thing.
Yeah, that's definitely right. We definitely saw her be a little bit more conservative on her second ride, but now that she knows that she's in, she's good to go. Right now, Darby McAdams.
And Darby loves surfing big waves. Let's see what she's got for this ride, catching the wave, setting herself up. She's looking for some big air.
Yeah, Darby, a really, really good big wave paddler. Right now, not quite able to get to the top of the wave for the pass that she wants, but she has plenty of time, scoring 80 points or 33 points on her last ride, so she definitely needs to get some big tricks on this one, but all it's going to take is a one big trick. I've seen her do Pan Ams. I've seen her do air screws, back Pan Ams, helixes. So she has all the big tricks in her book. She just needs to throw it right now. Quite not getting the separation that she wants. Is she going to throw something on the buzzer? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's going to be time for Darby.
Oh, just goes for it after the buzzer.
It's going to come down to that last ride for Darby. We have one more rider for this second rides. Again, this is the prelims. Every rider's getting 3 rides and only 2 are going to count. We're just waiting for Darby's score to come up before we send our last paddler for the second rides in the women's prelims, Emily Jackson.
Emily had a solid first ride. She's coming out. She's always trying to best her last ride.
Emily really good at playing the points game. She knows exactly what she needs to do to be on top of the podium. She's going to start with that nice little blunt or roundhouse to the right, spinning it back around right there in the middle of the wave. She just got bubbled out.
She did. She did, and that just goes to show with this feature, you can be one of the best paddlers in the world. And again, unlike other sports like mountain biking or climbing where the trail or the rock isn't moving underneath you, the water is always moving underneath you. So it's an added layer, right? Mental, mindset, skill, and then managing that water.
It's very true. There it is right now. Our current standings for this heat. Savannah headed in, Team Canada. She currently has 85 points combined. If she wants to be guaranteed a spot, she needs to do a 40-point ride on this one. All that's going to take is one big aerial blunt to the right or left, but she knows what she needs, or she can take off the smaller points and go for spins. No, she has a bunch of family and friends watching. There he goes, Biggs, a nice spin to the right. So that's 10 points right there.
Again, being diligent about setting herself up, staying in the wave, looking for that opportunity.
That time is taking away there. She's got 15 seconds left. She's going to get a buzzer right now, 10 seconds. Now she knows she has 10 seconds left. She's going to set up. Here she goes. Can't she get the big back trick? Going for the back roundhouse. One last pass. Here she goes. Going for it.
Nice.
Huge blunt on the buzzer. That is what she needed to score. Watch that score go up. You're going to get an 86 or even 110 points on that trick because she got the huge bonus added to it.
And currently, Savannah is qualified. And so we'll see, oh, here comes Heidi Walsh onto the feature.
Team Great Britain paddler. She has been living in Canada for a while now, training for this World Championship, so she's no stranger to wave boating. Team Palm, here she goes, surfing around, looking for that first trick to get things started. Nice little blunt or roundhouse to the left. I know she wants to go bang, bang, blunt left, blunt right. Quite just missing that slightly, but that's okay. She has plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah, ideally, you do your one pass trick, come back up, do another pass, but it doesn't always work out that way, and it takes some time to set back up. And she's looking for that setup, nice blunt to the right, to the left.
Yeah, that was a really good trick right there. Oh, going for the air screw and retaining it.
That was awesome.
I think that was the first true air screw we've seen out of all the women. She kept the boat aerial for the entire rotation of that trick. If she scores that air screw, it's 140 points, so a very high-scoring trick right there at the buzzer.
She'll be happy with that. We're waiting for the score to come in. And we've got Zosia Tua from Poland. This will be her third and final ride, and I know she wants to qualify for quarterfinals, and so she'll be looking to do some big tricks.
Zosia Tula is in a pressure cooker situation right now. She needs to go big on this ride if she wants to be able to paddle later this week in the quarterfinals. She has placed very high at multiple world championships, taking silver at some, taking bronze at others. Still looking for that elusive gold though. She has placed gold in World Cups, but never in a World Championships, starting off with a nice roundhouse to the right to get things started. She's going to be very diligent with each of her tricks on this one, making sure she retains the feature for the full 45, but able to do tricks just like that blunt there, just like that huge back blunt there. She just backed it up, but she still needs a few more tricks to stay in the mix to be paddling later.
So glad she retained the feature right there. Can she do it again?
It is going to be tight with that 58. Is it going to be enough? Currently, right now, the cutoff is 80 points. So she has, as of right now, she has a 28.33. With that added score of about 58, it's going to be very, very close to see if she's going to make it. I think she's slightly going to be in by 6 points, but all we can do is sit and wait to see what she's going to do, or what the judges are going to give her.
And we're waiting to hear the judges' score, or see the judges' score for Zofia. Anna Bruno from the United States is up next. Anna had a great second ride, moving around, throwing lots of tricks, and I know she also wants to best that. She has qualified solidly in 4 quarterfinals.
Yeah, Anna's having some really good rides this round. She's going to be very stoked with that. She is currently sitting in the 7th place position, but she wants to be placed up higher because the later you are in the next rounds, the more likely you are to move on, because you know what the score is to beat. So you can see what the rides are looking like and what you need to do. But Anna, in the feature, spinning around, nice little flashback or black roundhouse to the right. She is very skippy on that wave right now.
Yeah, she's moving around. She's looking for that setup, getting herself backwards. Big back blunt.
Wow. Anna paddling really, really well.
Back blunt the other way. She is throwing some tricks.
This is definitely going to be her highest ride score so far. 290 points for Anna Bruno. That was awesome. She took advantage of when the wave really peaked up. You can see this wave is a kind of surgy, so right now it's a lot flatter. But if you wait a second longer, like right now, it's going to get a lot steeper and greener, and that's when you want to throw your tricks. Anna really taking advantage of that.
You know, she's happy about that.
It looks like Zofia came in with the 90 combined. She is officially into semifinals in that 20th position.
You know, she's relieved.
Very relieved for that one. Oh, actually, she is not guaranteed a spot yet. We have Mika right now in the feature with the nice little roundhouse to the right. Looking back around. Oh! Just catching her bow.
It happens.
It happens to the best of us.
It does.
So now we have kind of a little bit of drama going on right now. Is it going to be Darby McAdams or is it going to be Zofia Tula? Darby is currently not qualified with 33.33 points as of right now. If Darby can up her ride by 170 points, or 160 points, she will be moving on to later quarterfinals. If she cannot, Zofia is going to be the one moving into quarterfinals. So right now it's about Hitomi, our 2nd place paddler, as of right now, having some huge rides, starting with that giant Pan Am to the right.
That was a huge trick. Taking her time, setting herself back up, going for a big blunt. Keeping her eyes on the wave. Again, a little bit of a bounce to flush right there. But she is, as you said, currently in 2nd place, solidly into the quarterfinals. So
yeah, very good rides.
She is moving on.
Yeah, you really saw how she waited for that wave to stand up tall before she threw those tricks. Both the tricks that she did got the huge bonus on top of them, so that was very, very cool to see. Next up, Abby Holcomb, first year in senior women's, showing these women's who's boss. She is no stranger to competitions, been competing for a very long time. won the last World Championships in the junior class in Nottingham, England. Now she's mixing it up with the women. Here she goes, last dry to prelims.
I know she's looking for a big trick. Going for that blunt. Abby's taking her time, moving around the wave. Again, strategist, finding that right timing, going for a roundhouse, bringing it back around, going for that clean blunt.
Very impressive by Abby. She was just waiting for it. She saw the opportunity, saw the wave pick up, and she was like, I'm going for this clean blunt. That's a very high scoring trick. Right into back blunt, but unfortunately catching that rib in the middle of the wave. That rib is very fluctuant. It comes and goes a lot, and so you got to be aware of where you are. Abby, very aware of where she was, but just got unlucky on that one. Next up, our current leader, Audie Robertson-Shaw. She placed second at Squirt boating yesterday, and she's going to be competing later again today in the C1 women. So she's doing all 3 disciplines, which is amazing to see. I know her goal is to medal at every single one of them, and she's doing great at that so far. But here's her last ride in this prelims.
Big air screw or Pan Am. Getting a lot of air on that, surfing around.
Yeah, that one's going to be really tight to see if it's scored or not. I think it was a little bit out of that range, but it looks like the judges gave it. You see that 140, 150 down at the bottom. She went for a clean roundhouse to the left as well.
Setting herself up for a big back blunt for Pan Am.
Looks like she was looking for that blunt McNasty there. Going for that air screw or donkey flip the other direction.
Great ride from Audie. Again, solidly through. We'll see what the judges say about this last ride.
Okay, you know what this means. Next up, is it going to be Poland or is it going to be the United States of America? Darby McAdams dropping in for her last ride in this prelim. She needs to score a 160-point ride to be guaranteed a spot into the quarterfinals. This is it. Darby making sure of it. Going for that blunt to the left, starting it off. Nice. That's going to be a 60 to 80-point trick depending on what they gave to her.
Looks like she's got 70 points on the board so far.
That back
Score
roundhouse.
Going up.
Yeah, she's trying to really tabulate every single one of these tricks. Roundhouse to the left. Does she stay in? Yes, she does. She doesn't force that one back around. Back roundhouse to the left. Getting it clean. Nice. Back blunt to the left as well. She retains that. She needs one more trick to make it into the quarterfinals. She's at 170, 180. There she goes. If the score doesn't go down, she is guaranteed paddling later this week.
Great ride for Darby. It is going to be close, so we'll wait to see what the judges say.
We are going to wait to see officially what the judges say on this one, but from my calculations, Darby is going to surpass Zofia in the standings and going to take her spot in the quarterfinals.
That Darby will be excited.
Zofia is going to be heartbroken, but that's okay. She has been training really hard for this one, and there's always going to be more. But next up, Emily Jackson. This is all about her right now. Huge blunt to the right. Nice way to start your ride.
Setting herself up backwards, coming back around. She loves nice back blunt.
Emily's favorite trick of all time is that flashback that you're seeing her do. She actually got second place at her first ever World Championships by doing those flashbacks to both directions. There goes that back blunt again to the left.
She gonna throw one last big trick, goes for the helix. And goes for the air screw right at the buzzer.
Yeah, Emily retaining that one. That flip turn right before the air screw is really nice. That's a 90-point trick. A flip turn is a half of a helix where you're disconnecting the boat for 180 degrees and bringing it back down flat. Emily showed us a textbook flip turn right there and went for the air screw right at the buzzer. I think she's going to improve on her second ride. That's going to definitely move her up in the standings so she gets to paddle later in the quarterfinals and know what the ride is to beat.
And that wraps it up for our women's prelims.
Yeah, just like that, the women's prelims is over. All these athletes did absolutely amazing. We will have the official word in just a second. But as of right now, the lowest score to qualify is a 106. There's your top 10 right there.
And the top 20 are moving through to the quarterfinals.
This is the heat list as of right now. This is the heat that just went. If you see a little Q next to their name, that means they have qualified for the next round and are going to be able to paddle later this week. Looks like Emily Jackson moved into third place with that ride. She scored a 3:01, which gives her a 5:98 combined.
So it looks like moving on to quarterfinals. Great, we've got Adi from Great Britain, Hitomi from Japan, Emily from the US, Anna from the US, Sage from the US, Ani from Finland, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, Olivia from the USA. You saw it come up. We've got Marjana from Finland, Dino Rock from Great Britain, Mickey from Japan, Darby from the US, Tamsin from Great Britain, Abby Holcomb from the US, Emma from Great Britain, Sydney from Canada, Savannah from Canada, Nuria from Spain, Valerie from Norway, and Mireille from Spain. That is your top 20 moving on to quarterfinals. Congratulations to all the competitors. It's an amazing feat to be here competing at the World Championships, and congrats to those moving on. And
I'm staying on. We're moving right into C1 men semifinals. This is the top 10 from earlier this morning. These guys are going to move on and try and compete for a spot in finals.
Thanks, Mason. This is Anna Levesque signing off. Thanks for listening, everyone.
All right, now with this semifinals, these guys only 2 rides, 1 is going to count. So this is a time to go big or go home. We have 10 athletes entering in to this semifinals and each going in reverse order of what they placed in prelims. So Landon Miller, he's going to be our last paddler to go in today's semifinals. We got it right here. First up is going to be Adam Ramadan from Great Britain, Sebastian from Germany, Florentine from France, Zachary Swanenberg from Canada, Subaru from Japan, Seth Chappelle from the United States, Tom Dole from France, Jordan Poffenberger, Dane Jackson, and Landon Miller from the United States. So we're going to see some great paddling here, and top 5 move on to the medal rounds. It looks like we are ready for our first paddler, Adam Ramadan, all the way from Great Britain. I'm joined here with Alan. Here we go, Adam in the wave. First ride, starting things off with a nice clean blunt to the right, setting up, making sure that he's going to be able to stay retained for each of his tricks, going for a roundhouse to the left there. Trying to get those clean bonus. There's that big blunt to the left that he wanted. That's a high-scoring trick if the judges gave it to him, and it looks like they did. Spinning around backwards, maybe looking for the back blunt or back Pan Am.
Yeah, he's been surfing around up in that danger zone on the other side, which is a bit worrying, but he's working the wave really well. Looks like he's getting ready to throw down another move.
Yeah, already 120 points on the board as of right now, but he needs a few more tricks if he wants to be paddling later in this finals.
I think he was going for a flip turn or a helix then, right on the buzzer, but it didn't quite come off, unfortunately. Still a great ride from Adam.
Yeah, that was a really good ride by Adam. That's going to come in at a 120 points. Again, this is the semifinal, so 2 rides. Only your best ride is going to count. We are moving to our only German paddler in this semifinal, Sebastian.
Dropping onto the wave and taking a bit of a tumble to start off his ride. Now he's setting up and relaxing into it. Looking for a roundhouse maybe to the left on that clean side. Surfing up onto the surfer's right shoulder. Really working the whole wave. Going for another aerial roundhouse maybe.
Yeah, these athletes only having 1 blade and sitting on their knees. This is called C1. This is a really hard thing to do because you don't have it paddle on the other blade. So if you fall over, it's a lot harder to keep yourself up. Oh my gosh, going for the blunt to switch McNasty.
I mean, that was cool. I really enjoyed that.
That is not something we see very often. Going against his momentum, trying to pull it back around for a 180 flip called a McNasty.
Yeah, that was really cool. I think it was just a little bit too far up onto the shoulder, but maybe we'll see that stick in the next round.
Yeah, I reckon if he was more in the center of the wave, he would have scored that or even try and stuck that trick. Moving on to our Frenchie, Florentine Abel.
Dropping in just the right spot, trying to use that surfer's right shoulder. It does tend to fold over on you a little bit, so it's a challenging side, but going for a lovely air blunt. Bit of a tumble there. Unfortunately, just flushing off towards the end, but big smiles and waves to the crowd.
Yeah, all these athletes are super stoked to be out here just experiencing the World Championships and being top 10 in the world in their discipline of freestyle kayaking. That's just an amazing accomplishment in itself. But here we go, only Canadian this heat, Zach Swanenberg.
Very experienced competitor.
Zach looks like he's going to go for this eddy here. He really liked it this morning. Coming in, being able to surf out onto the wave right into the same position that he wants to be in to start off his ride. There he goes, going for not liking that pass, but he's going to set back up. Oh, and just getting bubbled off.
Yeah, it's really difficult because they've only got 1 blade. Every so often they can get caught on the wrong side, and that could mean the end of their ride like it was for Zach then.
So right now we're doing a 10-person semifinals. Usually it's 2 heats of 5, but we're running them all together because we thought it'd be more interesting. All right, Subaru from Japan. This guy was flying this morning. I think he was a big surprise to every single person with the rides that he thrown. So I'm excited to see what he has to offer in this semifinals.
Yeah, looks like he's getting set up to throw down his first move. A little bit of side surfing over on the far side. It's quite difficult to work your way up to the top of the wave and get a good pass sometimes.
Yeah, he's looking for that air screw on the left side, just unfortunately catching that shoulder over there and catching the green water and flushing off. These athletes not only have to perform these tricks, but they have to be in the right spot of the wave to stay retained.
Yeah, that far side, it's definitely a little bit flushy. It's one to stay away from.
All right, here we go. Team USA, Seth Chappelle. He has multiple-time U.S. national team member, multiple-time national champion, placing at a bunch of world championships on the podium, so he knows what it takes to get there. Here he goes, first ride in the semifinals, Seth Chappelle.
Straight into a beautiful blunt over the left side, looking for a back blunt as well. And blunt to the right as well. He's really keeping that boat moving.
Yeah, he's not stopping. He is already in the lead with only 30 seconds, or with 30 seconds left on the clock. He's still moving around. What does he have for us next? I think he's going for, there's that back blunt or back roundhouse, clean blunt to the left.
Looking for a clean flashback as well, coming around the right side. Oh, there it is. Maybe even a clean Pan Am, back Pan Am.
There's that Pan Am. That's a very high-scoring trick. He's looking for the McNasty. Does he retain? Yes, he does. It's going to be up to the judges whether he scored that one. But, wow, what a way to finish that ride. Back Pan Am, pistol flip. He laid it down right there at the end. He's like, I know I need a high-scoring ride to make it into the finals. I'm giving it all I got.
Oh yeah, he really stepped up a notch towards the end there. And as a reminder, these guys have got 2 rides, best one counts. So if the first one doesn't go to plan, then that could be a throwaway ride and they can still get through to the next round. Or if they have a really good ride, then they can go absolutely, as hard as they possibly can with their biggest moves from the start of the ride. So it could be interesting to see how this develops.
That is very true. Yeah, some athletes will go with a more conservative first ride maybe and just get points on the board, then go a little bit harder on their second ride knowing what they need to do. But Seth Chappelle coming in with the 540 points. Wow. He just threw a giant ride. And we have 4 athletes to go. Next up, Tom Dole, all the way from France. He is a multi-sport athlete doing C1 and K1, so knowing what it takes to do each of these tricks with that lovely clean blunt to the left, that's going to be about 110 points. Right into flashback to the right, but just missing the wave, or just flushing out of the wave.
Yeah, Tom is another very experienced competitor paddling both K1 and C1, so it'd be great to see how he does in the K1, but that was a great first ride, and let's see if he can improve on it in the next one. Looks like he scored 113.33 for that one, so it's a good start. Places him in 3rd place so far. We've got Jordan Poffenberger dropping into the wave right now.
Jordan paddling for Team Liquid Logic. He actually built that carbon boat he's in. Going for the donkey flip to the right. Going to clean blunt to the left. He's taking off all these harder tricks first, not wasting any time, trying to get ample points on the board. There goes blunt around, or roundhouse around to the right. There goes back blunt to the right, flashbacking that one around, keeping the paddle in the air to get those clean bonus, but just getting pushed off the wave on that curler on the surface right side. You can watch every once in a while, it'll completely green out and just push you out, but that was a 251 point ride in about 20 seconds, and so if he stays on the wave for the entire 45, there's no telling what his score is going to be.
Yeah, that's enough to push him up into 2nd place so far, so it was a great first ride from Jordan. Did I see a little shove it in there in the middle? I think I might have.
I think I saw a little shove it. Every little point counts. That shove, it's 5 points, but the donkey flip he did first was 50 or 90 points, so he's not letting the little tricks be forgotten. All right, Dane Jackson dropping in for his first ride.
Looking for the clean left blunt to start. I think this is going to be a stacked ride, to be honest. Lovely big back blunt there, and blunt the other way. Is he going to get the back blunt the other way next? He's a very experienced paddler, as you probably all know. He's a bit of a clinician when it comes to his rides. There it is. There's a back blunt, and a bigger back blunt. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pistol flip or 2 from Dane next.
Yeah, giant Pan Am there.
Surfing around, is it going to be the pistol? No, massive back Pan Am.
Dane, an absolute technician, nailing those pistol flips in the prelims and getting one there as well. Wow, that's going to be another big score. I wouldn't be surprised if that pushed him to the top of the leaderboard. I think there's going to be one person going right after him who's going to respond very well to that. And that kid's name is Landon Miller, our current reigning world champion from Nottingham, England last year. So he knows what it takes to beat all of these athletes and be on top of the podium. It's all going to be, is he going to do it today? Dane coming in with the 573 points. That's going to put him to the top. But Landon Miller coming in, first ride. He had some great rides, throwing over a 700-point ride in prelims. So let's see if he can put it together now.
Yeah, if there's anyone who can top out this heat, it's Landon. Starting straight off with a blunt and a back blunt. Looking for a back blunt the other way, maybe a bit of a flashback. There it is.
Landon being very precise on each of these tricks, taking off all the little points before he explodes for the bigger ones. Already at 240 points, and he hasn't started his hard tricks yet. He can do those in his sleep. He's looking for the Pan Am to the left. Right there. Here he goes. Bam! Huge Pan Am to the left. Staying retained. He hasn't missed a Pan Am like that in 3 weeks. Giant back Pan Am right there. Does he stay retained? No, he doesn't. He unfortunately flushes off, but That score right there is really, really nice, and it's going to be over that 400-point mark, which is going to move him into 3rd place. Yeah, so we're just waiting to see what the ride score is for Landon Miller. But all these athletes are going to get 2 rides, and so for ride number 1s are over. So we're waiting for rides number 2. Landon Miller, 483 points. All right, here we go. Look on your board right now. There is our top 10. Top 5 move on. As of right now, we have a USA, Dane Jackson, Seth Chappelle, Landon Miller, and Jordan Poffenberger, 1 through 4. This guy, Adam Ramadan, in 5th, so he's currently qualified for the finals. Can he up his score? And oh no, just catching his bow and getting flushed off. That is not what he wanted to do.
No, it isn't. But as we know, it's best 1 ride out of 2. So I think he'll use that as his throwaway ride and keep that first one because he's already through to the next round. So, you know, life's good. He can always improve on that in the next ride.
Yeah, it's very true. All right, here we go. Sebastian all the way from Germany, paddling that carbon fiber Gigi boat, repping his country's colors on his dry top with that giant Pan Am to back Pan Am. What are they going to score that? I'm not sure, but he stayed retained with that somehow. Wow.
I don't know how he stayed on for that one. It looked like he might have been going for a blunt McNasty. Whatever it was cool.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Maybe a little unintentional bread and butter. Looks like he's already at 140 points with that roundhouse or blunt to the right. Already up now, going up past the 160 marker. So you're going to spin around, going for some smaller tricks, getting that point on the board. He knows that every single point is going to matter. Looking for the back Pan Am. Does he stay retained? No, he does not, but wow, what a solid ride.
Oh yeah, he was working the wave the entire time, moving it backwards and forwards, using both shoulders. Some great moves there.
That was absolutely insane. That's definitely going to boost him up into possibly 5th place, qualifying him for the finals. This is insane. We're going to have so many scores going back and forth on who's qualified, who's not qualified. No one is safe as of right now. So every athlete's still staying fully focused and fully engaged in what every other competitor is doing because they all want to move to the finals later this week.
Okay, up next we've got Florentine Abel from France. Previous ride 43.33. Let's see if he can improve on that last score.
There he goes, dropping into the wave for his 2nd ride of the semifinals. This is his last ride to make a mark on the World Championships. What's he going to do with it? Starts with the kind of a roundhouse to the right, not quite getting backwards like he wanted. Back to the shoulder. Oh my gosh, just caught his edge and flushed off. That is going to be time for Florentine. All right, what we're going to do now is we're moving back up to the top of we're moving back to Team Canada. Zachary Swanenberg scored a 0 on his first ride, so he definitely wants to score some points on this one. Here he goes, paddling into the wave now.
Yeah, it's really impressive when they use that tiny little micro eddy to drop into the wave. It's not one that I would choose. I'm not sure I'd make it in there if I'm honest, but doing it in a C1, that's impressive.
Oh, he stays retained. He fixes that. There he goes, blunt to the left. Very nice. That's a high scoring point trick. Blunt to the right, ticking off those right there. He should be around that 70-point marker. See what the judges give him. We have 3 judges and their scores average, so some of them might like the trick, some might not. But that back blunt or back roundhouse there was really, really nice.
He just flipped over on his offside and somehow came back up. He's saving it really well.
Oh my gosh, going for an air screw there, into Pan Am, into back Pan Am.
Talk about saving it till the end of the ride. That was amazing.
Oh my gosh, he just went off on his last 3 seconds. He just did 2 tricks that were over 100 points each in 3 seconds. So that's definitely going to boost him up Is it going to be enough to move him into the finals? We will have to see. There's a bunch of athletes after him that are going to want to say something about that. We're just waiting for the judges to come in. 281 points, currently putting him in 4th, knocking Jordan down to 5th. So Jordan is going to have to put down a bigger ride if he wants to be completely safe going into the finals. But Tom Dole and Subaru still have something to say about it. Subaru dropping in for his last ride.
Yeah, here's Subaru from Japan, straight away going in for the right blunt over on the far side. Looking for maybe a clean back blunt there, but not quite getting it. Using his hand, because he's only got one blade, of course. It's tricky in there, we're in a C1. Looks like he's coming over to work the shoulder on this side. Let's see what he's got next. Looks like he's going for a big back blunt.
Wow, that was a big trick right there. That's going to boost his score up into the 230s. That back Pan Am was huge. He needs one more big trick. Does he stay retained? Oh my gosh, yes he does.
That was an amazing save. Looked like he was going for a big air screw then, but didn't quite come off. Another blunt maybe with air. Looking for the donkey flip at the end.
He sticks the donkey flip. That's going to be a very high scoring ride into the 300, 400 points, 420. That's going to move him back into the 4th place position, taking back over Zach Swanenberg.
Yeah, that's going to push Jordan out of the top 5, and I think Jordan's going to have something to say about that.
I think Jordan's definitely going to have to respond with the big ride. He placed 2nd in the prelims, and so he knows what to do to make it on top to the next round. Seth Chappelle currently is safely qualified into the finals.
Yeah, here we go. This is Seth's 2nd ride. He's already got a really good first ride score down, so let's see whether he's going to go for another practice ride or if this is going to be one of those really big throw everything you can kind of rides. Going for a big Pan Am straight away, tumbling, unfortunately flushing off the back, but he knows he's safe. He's happy. He's waving to the crowd.
Yeah, he's going to be able to paddle later this week. That's going to be really good to see Seth. I know he is stoked. He's got an entire family here. But now, here we go. Tom Dole. Is he going to do it? Is he going to move into finals? He needs to score a 281 to move into finals, a 420 to be safe into finals.
Yeah, Tom scoring 113.33 on his first
Oh
run.
my gosh, Tom Dole missing the wave.
That is not something you want to see.
That is not something you want to see at all. Oh, this is it. This is the last athlete who can change who's going to be moving to finals. Is it going to be Subaru? Is it going to be Zach? Or is it going to be Jordan? Time will see. Subaru is safe into finals. The only person not safe is Zach and Jordan. Here we go. Jordan dropping in. Pan Am to the left. Clean blunt to the left. We'll see what the judges say on that one. Did he get all the way backwards? Not sure. He's at 150 right now, going blunt to the right. He's taking off all the little tricks. Back blunt to the left. Back blunt to the right with the clean bonus. He's still 2 tricks away. He's 1 trick away from being completely safe at that 288 right now. If it stays the same, there's the air screw. That's what he needed to make it into finals.
Yeah, it looks like the judges gave that one to him, and it was really nice ride so far. Looking for another back blunt. Maybe looking for a little flip turn the other way or a helix just to finish the ride off. Going for a helix on his offside. That's incredible.
Wow. Yeah, Jordan barely making it into the finals, using his last ride in the semifinals to secure himself a place. It is not official yet, but it looks like it's going to be Dane Jackson, Seth Chappelle, Landon Miller, Subaru, and Jordan Poffenberger in the finals. That was quite an interesting semifinals, and we still have 2 riders left.
Oh yeah, Jordan dropping into that 5th place with 413.33. Snatched it back at the last minute. But now we've got Dane Jackson, multiple world champion in several different disciplines, working the wave, looking for a clean back blunt. Not quite getting it, I don't think, but huge Pan Am. What's going to be next? Is it back blunt the other way? Big back blunt the other way.
Huge back Pan Am. Dane over that 570 point as of right now, going clean blunt, clean back blunt again. He is currently tied with his his first ride. Pistol flip.
Amazing pistol flip, and somehow manages to come back in off that shoulder that so many people have been washed off from. Looks like he's going for the other one, and he lands it both ways. That is incredible. I don't think we've seen that yet today.
Wow, Dane Jackson, absolute beast, coming in with it around an 800, 900 point ride.
Not far off doubling the second place score. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, Dane is an absolute unit in every single aspect of kayaking. We're just officially waiting for them to confirm his score. The last paddler who can mix up the order of which people are going to compete in finals and which ride is this man, Landon Miller.
Still waiting on that score from Dane. With those such big tricks, it takes the judges a little bit longer. Oh, and it's come in at 913.33. Dane taking the top spot. But let's see whether Landon Miller can snatch that back off him. Just dropping into the wave now. Starting off strong with a big Pan Am, clean Pan Am. And that's pushed him really far over the other side. He's going to work his way back over here with a nice flashback and straight into a clean blunt the other way. Oh, big back Pan Am, a big clean back Pan Am.
That was so impressive. Did you see that flashback earlier? He knew he needed to carve back over to this side of the wave, so he used the flashback to help him carve this way. Very, very impressive of him. He's still got 17 seconds. I know he's looking for that blunt pistol flip, that blunt McNasty. There he goes. Blunt McNasty pulling it over the top and scoring that. That was very impressive. Is it going to be enough to move him into first? It's going to be close. Going for that air screw, and he pulls it around straight.
Some huge moves. I think that's the first blunt McNasty we've seen in the competition so far that's retained and been scored. And then just going for a casual pistol flip just to celebrate at the end there. Why not?
Wow, Landon Miller throwing it down here on his last ride of the semifinals. You're like, I already know I'm in, but I want to be the last athlete to go on whatever day finals is.
Yeah, he just wants to show everyone what he really means, and he is an incredible competitor.
Well, that's going to round out our semifinals for the C1 men class. Officially moving on. We are still waiting for Landon's ride to be submitted.
I think that ride might stick him in second place. It was a pretty big score, but I'm not sure whether it was quite enough to top Dane. It looked like it was around the 800s before they confirmed it, so we'll have to wait and see what the judges say. I'm sure it'll be coming in any minute.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere. You can see these C1 women are getting, oh, there's the score, 793 points for Landon Miller, putting him into second. So our top five moving on to finals: Jordan Poffenberger of the U.S., Subaru from Japan, Seth Chappelle from the United States, Landon Miller from the United States, and Dane Jackson going to be rounding out our finals. Don't go anywhere. We are getting ready for our C1 women's prelims. Signing off, Mason Hargrove.
And that's me, Alan Ward. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to me, I guess. Welcome back to me. Welcome back to Matt, too. He's going to join here shortly. We're going to roll into the women's C1 qualifying rounds, women's deck canoe. This was a new discipline last year at Nottingham Worlds. We are moving into this now with the women's C1 category. Right now I have a heat sheet with 3 competitors. I have Jack Fantastic of Great Britain, Sophie Gilfillan from Canada, and Audie Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain as well. Audie coming in and throwing down really good rides in the last round, women's preliminaries, taking the top spot there. We just saw the qualifying rounds for the semifinal rounds for men's C1, and we're going to move into women's. And here we go. I got a much better sheet now here. We've got Lucia Hawker, Sozik Demelin, Tamsin McConchy, Annie Zoshatula, Julia Rogers, Rebecca Green, Baven Butler, Holly Reppert, Jack Fantastic, Sophie Gilfillan, and Audie Robinson-Shaw, which means the sheet I was given, all the names are behind it. So we're going to get this set up now and bring to you the women's C1 preliminaries. Mathieu.
Worth noting that most of these ladies are also competing in the K1 category. And as a matter of fact, the C1 women category is kind of recently came into the mix. We're very excited to welcome them in the women's C1 category. Oh, unfortunately, we are starting off a flush. Very unfortunate. Who did we have here? Was it Babin?
Looks like nope, Lucia Hawker.
Lucia Hawker, pardon me. Lucia. So Lucia will have 2 more rides to improve on that first one. We've seen it in the men's C1 category already that this is quite a hard wave to just get into. And these women are absolutely brave to just even be there in the eddy and try their chance in good wave here in Columbus, Georgia. A powerful feature, fast, unpredictable, and like I said, even just getting in the wave is pretty challenging, Hojo.
That is absolutely right. It is quite the feature out there. Very powerful. Here comes
Sozik from France. Lovely name out of Bretagne, northern France. Yeah, she catches the wave. That's a small victory already. Now, all she has in focus is, how do I score some point? And she does. She already has a roundhouse as well as a back roundhouse. Here is a clean spin. She is off a strong start, unfortunately flipping and now flushing, but she's got almost 30 points on the scoreboard, and she is the first C1 woman to score points in this competition yet.
That's right. So we have this list of C1 women's preliminary rounds, same as we've seen all day. They will get 3 rides, add 2 of those rides together, and that will make up their preliminary score.
Tamsin's next.
Yep, Tamsin. These ones will then cut to a semifinal round of 10 paddlers. So Tamsin coming on.
We are looking for the 10 best paddlers out of these 2 heats. All right, first trick is catching the wave. She scores that. Here she goes into a show it, which is, I believe, 5 points. So she's already scoring points, which is really good. Very close to a blunt here. I'm not sure what the judges will think out of it. If they flushes during their trick, unfortunately, they will not score any points for that trick. So we will see if they considered that she flushed on her trick or after it. If she flushes after, she'll score the points. If she flushes during the trick, she will not score them.
That's right. And this is a very flushy feature, very powerful, and it's always changing. These paddlers have worked really hard, although they do not get very many runs. Looks like Tamsin comes in with a 6.67. So they gave her, looks like 2/3 of a spin on that. And Waiting now to see Zosha Tula.
Zosha Tula, she just competed in the women K1 category. She's back in the boat, this time in a C1. Catches the wave, nice and stable.
Zosha Tula is out of Poland here, been practicing all summer here in North America for this. Going in for that shove it to the right. Little roundhouse action as well. She is trying to spin off to the left. Doing a great job putting some points on. Right now, points are the name of the game. As Zosha was unfortunately bumped out of the women's category just by 1 spot. Late in the game, one paddler came in and scored just enough to bump her down. Now she is looking for one of 10 spots here for the semifinals.
Beautiful back Pan-Am attempt. Yeah, she was definitely, she deserves to do a lot better than she did in the K1 category, and I think she'll be looking for a revenge here in the C1 category.
That's right, a little redemption as it were. So we've got Zosha Tula putting down her first ride. We'll wait to see who gets going next. Here in the women's C1 category, preliminary rounds. This is the last category of the day. We're going to turn the water off here in 30 minutes, so we have to get this underway. Julia Rogers from the U.S. now up. She is going to come take this feature. Fighting to get across the scary ferry. Dropping in and retains nicely.
I am very impressed with these ladies so far. I think that the ratio of women in the C1 category catching the wave is higher than the men preliminaries this morning. So
yeah, they definitely have come down and catching it quite nicely. Julia Rogers out of Milford, Connecticut, coming to us here from the Northeast. This is her first World Championship.
Welcome, Julia.
So Julia's going to put that ride down. She has 2 more to go. Add those scores up. We'll move right on into the category. Looks like next up to go is going to be Rebecca Green. She is out of the UK, the Great British team. Silver C1 last year, so she's got 2nd place in this. That was a whole feature in Nottingham versus this giant wave.
Yeah, she was at home in the UK, and now she crossed the pond and caught the wave, but unfortunately caught an edge as well and got a little tumble there. She has another ride. She will get another shot at it.
That's right. She was silver at the last World Championships. She also competed in women's squirt as well as this category, and she was over in women's K1 as Baven Butler comes to take the feature. Again, another one we saw earlier on.
She's in it. So actually, sorry, they have 3 rides, so all of them, after they do this first ride, will still have 2 to go.
That's right. Baven out of Ireland. She was 4th in Nottingham at what is essentially a home feature for them. A lot of these paddlers from Ireland, from a lot all over Europe, do train in Nottingham year-round. All right, this is going to bring up
Holly Reppert out of the USA. Come on, you can still do it. And she flushes.
Almost. Holly's one of the more smiley women you've ever seen. This is the 2nd year. She was a paddler there at Nottingham as well for US in women's C1.
Welcome back.
Yep.
And she is now competing at home.
All right, this brings us to Jack Fantastic, also of Great Britain. Jack Fantastic.
What a style. She definitely wins the style competition. Love those blonde dreadlocks. She misses the wave, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, she'll get 2 more rides. Still a disappointment. She didn't get a chance to show us what she's got.
All right, looking back into the eddy here.
Nuria's next. She's from Spain, Catalonia to be precise, and big family of kayakers. I'm sure the parents are watching at home.
This looks like Sophie Gilfillan of the of Canada, actually.
I'm very sorry.
Sophie of Canada.
They have the same gear.
Yeah.
Sophie.
She just makes her home on the Ottawa there with the big waves, so she should be very familiar with big waves.
Canadians are no strangers to big waves like this one. They own most of them, and she shows. And she is totally able to get back on her feet after a little bit of a wipe, which is phenomenal. And now she goes for a back Pan Am. Have you seen this, Hojo?
That is wonderful, putting
Whoa.
air under that. That ride, that one move alone should put her right up to the top.
And she keeps going. Wow, I'm super impressed. Sophie, you are killing it.
Really.
Nice work.
Really good job. Until that ride, the top score was 26 points. And she brought one move in there to put her right up to the top.
We are going to make Canadian colors shine this week.
That's right. Next up, and our last paddler of the heat, I believe, is going to be Audie Robinson-Shaw.
Audie is a complete phenomenon. She is actually world champion in C1, K1, and Squirt boating. And we have very high expectations for her. She has high expectations for herself as well. She trains very seriously, and it shows.
That's right.
She flushed on that left bucket.
World champion in every category but OC. And she'll be looking for that here. However, for the championship days, she's got a medal in Squirt. It was a silver medal yesterday, so she will be looking for higher today as we go, looks like, back to the top of the order.
Okay, we've got Sophie obviously taking the lead. Sozik second.
Oh my!
We got, come on,
got a little bit of a flip there, but that's okay. She'll have one more ride there. That was Lucia of Germany.
Reminder: each of these ladies get 3 rides, and they will count their 2 bests.
That's right. Lucia came in with a second ride score of 0, first ride score to 0. She still has one more ride to put points down.
And Sozik is comfortably sitting in second place right now, and I can tell you that she is looking at keeping that second place or improving it. She flashes, unfortunately. She'll get one more ride. Okay. She got a good one to start with, so it's okay.
That's right. We're going to move on now. We're trying to make this cutoff before the water goes away. Into Tamsin McConchie is next. Tamsin, of course, competed in women's K1. She won a bronze medal yesterday in Squirt boat.
Squirt.
So she is looking for more medals here.
Plastic Gigi prod.
That's right. Tamsin lining it up. Looks like she's going to hunt around for, I'm guessing, a right blunt with air. That's
she
a very
is right to take her time.
Very classic move. Nope, just going to go for a shove it. Took that paddle out of the water, unfortunately. You've got to leave the paddle in the entire time for that shove it.
Seems like one judge at least counted it still.
Catching an edge.
We get 3 judges watching, and the average of the 3 score sheets from each judge will be the final score.
That's right. Just about 10 seconds left. A little under that, as you can see. Qualifying right now is a 3-point ride.
Nice blunt attempt. Wow, that was a beautiful move.
Brought some points right at the end with just a few seconds left. We'll see if they give her that full blunt or if it's a roundhouse. That's the difference between 50 and 25 points. And again, partial scores on that. Looks like 1 judge gave her or 2 judges gave her. Looks like what we're going to see with her score as we move on to the next paddler in this round is going to be Zosha Tula. Again, Zosha right now sitting with 23 points in 3rd place. She just got eliminated from the women's K1, and I think she definitely has a chance to move on here.
She is fresh off a disappointing preliminary round in the K1 category, and she has not said her last word yet. She's planning on crushing the C1.
That's right. Zosha Tula coming from Poland. She has been on the scene for a long time. They do wonderful things there in Poland. A lot of pool slalom, a lot of engagement with the community. They're always showing clips of how they've engaged with their local community, doing wonderful things and bringing a lot of recognition to this sport in their home of Poland.
That's right. I think Zosha and her boyfriend Tomas are great ambassadors for the sport in Poland and in the world in general. They're very committed to their craft.
That's
They're doing
right.
very well.
All right, on to Julia. Julia's going to bring this down from the United States. Julia currently sitting in 5th place. She is the bubble qualifier. They're going to go.
She's in.
They're actually going to cut straight to finals on this, it looks like. So I misspoke. They're not taking 10. They're taking 5 straight to finals.
Tough cut right off the bat. Unfortunately, flushes.
That's right. No points for her there showing. We didn't really see her do anything that might have scored, but she'll have one more ride. So they're going to cut down all these paddlers to 5 for finals. Looking for Baven next. Baven, no, excuse me, I don't believe that's the case. Rebecca Green next. Rebecca Green is going to be the next paddler in this heat.
Rebecca from Great Britain, ferrying her way across that super fast water to get into the wave, and she catches it. Nice work. Extremely hard with only one blade, like a C1 paddle, to even just get in the wave. I wouldn't make it there.
Oh, looking for that big back blunt or back Pan Am. Coming around. I don't think she got many points on that ride. Rebecca right now is sitting with also a 0 from her first ride, so she's going to have to score points. Now, you have to score points to move on. Doesn't matter how few they are, but you got to score something.
It was a decent strategy there, because if she had scored that one back Pan Am, she would have made it all the way to the top with just one trick.
It would have definitely been a good one. All right. Bib 17.
Getting the edge a little caught there. Come on, come on.
Now we've got
we can
Baven.
Still serve that shoulder into the wave, which she does.
That was a nice recovery, right into a spin. She's going to do a shove it right there, another 5-point move. She should have 15 showing here anytime. And she is going to move it around back into the center.
Nice roundhouse. She made sure to sell it with a nice acceleration before the rotation.
Spinning around to the left.
15 points, 18 now. What else does she have? Oh, that was almost a cartwheel right there. Initiated like a blunt. That was
not a move you see, a cartwheel in this. It's a very flushy move if you can pull one off. But Baven there bringing some points. That's going to put her up actually quite toward the top from Ireland. This is her second World Championships here. First Worlds at Home Pierpont, her home park there where she trains. Even though she's Irish, again, going over to Home Pierpont to train quite a bit. Also
Irish and English.
She also likes to train at a spot you might be familiar with.
Millau.
Yeah.
Millau in France.
All right, Holly Reppert.
Holly is next, and she serves. She catches the wave, and she's stoked.
Oh, no!
Oh, she serves out. And she is in the little side hole there. Oh, what a bummer. She was in there.
So Holly is also a raft guide. She's a bartender, the Silver Birch Canoes. It's her little organization there. Fall Line Canoes is one of her sponsors. Raft guide, bartender. She does it all. As we move on to Jack Fantastic.
She is going to try to get in that, serve that shoulder into the wave. That's a winning strategy. Jack's in there. Okay, let's see what she's got. Beautiful yellow Gigi Prod kayak. Really. Okay, I have to confess, I love her style.
Well, Jack is one of our challenged paddlers. She's got some lower body disabilities that make it just a challenge for her to get around.
And she is absolutely stoked.
But she can paddle like no other. She does not let any of that stop her from getting in that boat and rocking it in that seaboat category.
Okay, I'm officially a fan.
Absolutely.
I will get a Jack Fantastic t-shirt.
All right, I think that's a great idea. All right, looking up next, Sophie Gilfillan from Canada. You know, lives in that Ottawa area, or grew up in that Ottawa Valley.
You can tell she is very comfortable in big water. Born and raised on the Ottawa, like so many champions.
And I believe,
Unfortunately.
if I'm not mistaken, I think she was a junior last year, so she has popped up into the senior class this year.
All right.
She'll be, nope, she still is junior. Excuse me, I apologize. She's still junior. In this class, however, no junior category. It's
Okay.
all seniors or juniors. It's just all women in canoes. So they don't make a distinction yet as this class grows, and we hope it does. We'd love to see enough paddlers to do a junior women's C1 at some point.
Absolutely. It was very important for gender equality to have women C1 women category here at Worlds.
All right, Audie Robinson-Shaw, she is on the feature here. She flushed the first time, catches the wave. Oh, and unfortunately flushes off there. You know, Audie's very powerful at home at a hole like that home Pierpont hole they've got. She does not train waves nearly as much as some of these other paddlers. So
At this point, it's worth reminding that this wave is one of the most challenging we've had World Championships on.
That's right.
First off, if you flush, you can't go back in. It's also very unstable and very fast and powerful.
That's right. So Audie coming in really good in the first round of women's, not doing quite as well in here as we see Lucia Hawker come in flush on her third ride, and that's going to be
Lucia.
her right there, Lucia Hawker.
Thank you, Lucia. We are glad that you came.
Yep, out of Germany, also in the women's category. Some of her sponsors are Paddle Alden, Sensor Tech.
Sozik at the moment sitting in third with only one ride that scored any points. Goes to show her potential. And she flashes right through. No, Sozik. Bummer, bummer. It's okay. She's most likely going to make it through with this. We're still going to wait to see what other women do, but she took a strong start.
And another one who is going to be, she's coming up in the junior class as the week goes on. So she has the junior women's kayak ahead of her, as well as finals in this, it looks like.
We will see her compete for the years to come, for sure.
All right.
Tamsi is back from the UK. She's right now sitting in second position, and she is looking to improve her score.
Well, there we go. She's got a couple of good moves right there, putting some points right on the board, working back into the middle, spinning around. She's got to shove it and a spin. There's a shove it the other way. We're looking for that round the world, the shove it spin combo on all four of those moves.
Very hard to do in the C1. Ah, that was very well attempted.
Well, that shows you that trying to go for them clean, getting that paddle out of the water, it's a tricky proposition.
You are right, Hojo.
Tamsin McConchie picked up freestyle when she went to visit Uganda. It's a common story. A lot of people who may paddle a little bit go to Uganda, and it's all about the big waves out there too.
They do, but how many do you know who go there before they kayak and they pick up kayaking there?
God, not many.
How cool is that?
All right, coming up now we've got Zosha.
Zosha has a lot more.
All right, she needs 23.3 to fall into that last qualifying spot, as you can see on your screen.
That should give her 10 points, which she has now.
Third of the way there. There's that shove it. Going for a spin the other way. That should be 25 combined points if they give it to her.
She reached a crossbow stroke up and over across her kayak to initiate that trick. That was cool.
So right now she's sitting on that bubble. There's a tiebreaker that will come into effect, and I believe the other paddler has the tiebreaker, so she's going to need just a few more points.
One more trick. Was that one? I don't think so. I don't think the rotation was...
There it is. Maybe a roundhouse there. She didn't finish upstream.
Unfortunately, I don't believe so.
All right, she was showing 36 points at the end there. We'll see where she sits. She is on the bubble.
Is this going to do it? I don't know.
She's in the qualifying spot. Can she bump herself up even higher?
She needs 1 point, Hojo.
I think they gave it to her. Looked like just before it went off that she had those points in the bag. She'll move ahead of Baven Butler here with this ride.
Nice work, Zosia. You made it happen when you needed to.
There's a few left to go. It is not settled yet, so we shall see what's going on. Julia right now coming down. She is not in a qualifying spot. Right now, the bubble is still 23.3 with Baven. So Julia taking this feature.
And
and unfortunately popping over. That'll be her third and final ride.
Nice work, Julia. You were almost there, but there will be more world championships for you.
And next up, into Rebecca Green. She's also not in a qualifying spot. She's going to be looking to put some points on the board. Again, the bubble to beat is Baven Butler at 23. Now, Baven has another say over this, too, because Baven still has her third ride to go. We are in third rides.
What it takes is one spin on one side, one spin on the other side, and a shove it. And you are at 25 points if all judges score these 3 tricks.
That's
I think it's within reach of Rebecca here. She can do it.
Just looking for that roundhouse to the right.
Yeah, that's really well done.
Rebecca representing Great Britain both in this category and in Squirt yesterday. She is also in the women's category in general. 5 points showing for that shove it. Trying to get those spins in there.
Here is, that was really close to be a spin, but she did not complete it in that 360-degree rotation.
No, and the judges here are very strict. This isn't like hometown throwdowns where close is good enough. This is by the book and by the rules, and the paddlers know that, and the judges try to live by that very honorable code. All right, this is going to bring us now into Baven. Now, Baven right now is the bubble girl, as we would say, or the bubble paddler.
She flipped above the wave. She can still get that shoulder serve, which
and she does. Can she maintain? Is she on the bubble? Oh, dear.
That's close.
Well, Baven's just going to have to wait and see. The next paddlers ahead of her are going to be Holly Reppert, Jack, Sophie, and Audie. Now, Sophie has already qualified. Audie has not. And here we go, seeing Holly coming down doing the same thing. And there goes Holly for her third and final ride. So she is no longer a threat to Baven. As we move through now on to Jack Fantastic. Jack currently sitting in 6th place. She is tied for 6th. She wants to get ahead. She's got to beat the 23.33.
And a reminder that the C1 category, we're looking at athletes that are actually on their knees inside their craft and using a paddle with just a blade on one side.
That's right.
Tradition came from the Indian American.
Yes, the Native North Americans. And that's what they call the International Canoe Federation. This is the canoe category.
And Jack is, I don't know about the crowd favorite, but she's my favorite for sure.
I think she's a pretty good crowd favorite as well.
I think she is. I mean, she's got some serious style and some serious stoke.
Those sunglasses right there. That makes the outfit. And there she goes, catching the corner.
And she catches it.
Very nicely.
Nice work. Yes.
There's the
starting to
shove
throw
it.
some spins in there. And a roundhouse.
Little roundhouse.
All that in a little pocket there, which is really tricky. She is doing an amazing job there.
So she's getting close to that
points.
qualifier.
She needs one more trick. If she scores a spin the other way, she will make it through this round.
That's right, spin or even a roundhouse to the.
A roundhouse would be amazing.
To the left side, she's done the roundhouse to the right. She needs
she
the other
knows
side.
That.
Just under 10
Turn
seconds.
it around.
There's
Turn
the
it
spin.
around.
Finish
there
upstream.
It is.
All right, there she goes, and she has
makes
just
it
qualified.
through.
Now they might. I believe she can see her score. I think she knows this, that she has moved into a qualifying spot. Good for her. Sophie's already qualified, so the last person to have her say is going to be Audie Robinson-Shaw. Now, we just saw Audie in a kayak throw massive scores in the K1 category.
Yes.
She really brought it, and so you know Audie has this power to do this.
Audie will.
Before that, however, Sophie is going to go and try to put herself even higher up this board so she can be guaranteed last tomorrow.
She is sitting in first, and she needs more than 95 points to improve her score.
And here we have right now Sophie, a junior, outscoring Audie Robinson-Shaw at the moment.
That's
senior. So that's quite the accomplishment, you can say. So we'll see. All down now to Audie.
That's why this feature is such an exciting one to have World Championships in, is because it is so hard to kayak that we will see upsets all throughout the week. Stay tuned, folks. It's going to be an exciting competition in all categories.
So here we go. Working it in here. Audie's getting across. She is a very powerful paddler. Catches nicely in a little bit of a dangerous spot, but smoothly and calmly comes back, starting off with what looks like maybe a shove it or possibly a back Pan Am. All right. Hunting around. She's got some points on the board. She knows which has to be beat. That 26.67 by Jack. Looking for that roundhouse or blunt to the left. She's going to back it up.
Oh, she's going to throw something big. Back Pan Am.
Back Pan Am.
She sticks it. Let's see if the judges like that here.
Left blunt with air. That's going to score. There we go.
Whoa.
Audie's like, okay, everyone, I'm just going to hunt around, and in the last 7 seconds, I'm going to score all my points.
Yeah, I'm just going to tease everybody else.
Look at that.
Let them think that they can take it home.
And we knew she had that, and that should absolutely put her well above.
Oh, she'll take this round.
Sophie. We'll see. This is how it goes. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw women's C1 qualifiers. And the final there, 263 points combined for Audie Robinson-Shaw, although it combined only one run. She did one run. Sophie Gilfillan of Canada, 110 combined. Zosha Tula qualifies. We've got Tamsin and looks
Jack.
like Jack Fantastic.
Incredible work, ladies. It was quite amazing to see that C1 women category so much ahead of where the C1 women was just a few years ago, since they got into the World Championships in the official ICF ranking.
Yeah, it's looking great, looking great. So we are just wrapping up today, and it's going to be awesome to see tomorrow.
That's it for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. So today we saw, basically started out with the men's C-boat category, moved over into the women's preliminaries, back to the men's C1 semifinals, and then into the women's qualifier. And the semifinal we saw was a pretty brutal round, right? So semifinals is rough. 2 rides, only 1 count.
Yeah, so we've had a couple of big upsets already. I can only think of Zosha Tula, for example, not making it through prelims at the K1 women category, and Tom Dole, who will not be competing at finals in the C1 category later this week. One of the favorites, and also C1 world champion in the past, so not having him in final. And that's kind of like what we are going to see this week. Is this wave is incredibly difficult, fast changing, and you might have a really good ride one day, and the next day just flush right through, and you only control so much of it.
No, that's right. And we see Sophie Gilfillan, a junior, coming into the women's C1 category, coming up in the second place spot, threatening that medal position. So she's going to look for a medal. Wonderful day. So we are here on the Chattahoochee River in Columbus, Georgia, bringing you the 2023 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships. This is brought to you by a whole bunch of our partners: Georgia Power, Synovus Bank. We have the Uptown Columbus as a main partner. Over on the other side of the river helping us host this was Phoenix City, Alabama. It takes a lot of players to do this, Matthew, and we're only looking forward to more as we go along tomorrow. We're going to see the men's qualifier tomorrow, so come back for that. I believe you'll be paddling in that, won't you?
I will be paddling. I'll be competing, and I will do my best to show you some great rides. This is an exciting week, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. On behalf of Matthew, I am Hojo, and thank you for joining us for the first day on Good Wave of ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships 2023.